Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Alliance Tournament 20. I am CCP Overload. I am joined once again by Mystical Might and Blackbird Pirate, and we're here on day 2 of 4 of our internet explosions of spaceships. And I am looking forward to seeing many more of them go pop, hopefully some more expensive ones. We all love to see expensive kill mills. We lost 3 teams yesterday.
We did.
Salutations and goodbye, but we lost them. They all went out. There's elimination matches, the last 3 matches of the day. Some great teams went out. Tempest Calciv was probably a bit of an upset. No one expected them to go 0-2 and out, I don't think. But we're going to be starting today with more elimination matches. These matches that you're going to see, the losers go home. Like, that's it for them. The winners stay in. They begin the skin run. The skin run strat, which is what Fraternity are definitely going for this time around. Last year's defending champions, they are joining these other teams in this lower bracket. Mystical Might, any highlights from yesterday you really wanted to talk about?
My team is still in, so that is fantastic. I love that. I think we had the 1-0 match as well with White Squall. That was, I think, the most exciting match that we had yesterday. Not, you know, because we saw lots of explosions, but because we didn't see any explosions. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was actually a very interesting match because not only was it, I think, the first 1-0 victory in Alliance Tournament history, White Squall have advanced through the winners bracket. They're now definitely top 24. They haven't killed a single ship, nor have they lost a single ship. They've literally done nothing. They're going for the peaceful run, I think. Just trying to be full pacifist, get all the way through, kill nothing, kill no one, lose nothing, just get through in technicalities. Bart, any other good moments from yesterday?
You know, obviously the 1-0 was great because it was. I kind of think it was historical. Honestly, all the matches yesterday were really good. There's a couple sort of teams that we were kind of questioning. I think on some of the various streams we were like, oh, I don't know if this is going to be good. And like everyone's showing up. It's been fantastic. I did really like the second fraternity match, mostly because I was sitting there watching him, just being like, come on, guys. But,
I never doubted.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. But yeah, no, it was just good stuff. Fantastic matches. I mean, day 1 was great.
Yep. We saw a lot of different ships being used yesterday, and I believe we have a couple of graphics which we can throw up, which kind of show us which of the ships were more popular than the others. So looking at our most commonly brought ships in Alliance Tournament 20 so far on day 1, I can see the highest one was the Pontifex. Pontifex, obviously, super useful ship, brings links, obviously, in your command destroyer. I did hear a rumor that someone has bought all the Pontifexes in Jita, which is kind of hilarious. So, you know, good job, whoever that was. And then, of course, it's the Deacon. And then number 3, Armageddon Aviashoe. A very popular ship yesterday, Mystical Might. Your thoughts on this?
Losers.
Losers. Well, I mean, we could check the win-loss as well, in fact, and we can see that it has won more often than it's lost. The Armageddon Aviashoe wins when fielded 42 times and has lost 39 times.
Does it really count if you're flying Armageddon Aviashoes into Armageddon Aviashoes?
Yes. Of course it counts.
Yeah, well, okay, fine.
They survive a bit less, though. But, I mean, I can see the usage in tournaments, obviously, has spiked very recently with the buffs a couple of years ago. Before that, it was, I mean, let's be honest, it was hot garbage. No one used it.
Yeah.
Shout out to whatever Chads in Alliance Tournament 7 brought them, though. They're basically the only people to have brought them in the last 15 years until Alliance Tournament 18, basically. Were some gamers in Alliance Tournament 7. Don't know what was happening back then in ancient history, but that's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm expecting to see more Armageddon Aviashoes. Perhaps less Pontifexes because there's none available unless you've already bought yours, which you should do. Market PvP is just part of EVE Online, so if you're not buying up your stuff before your matches, that's the skill issue.
Yeah. Well, somebody, what, 2 billion ISK someone had to pay for a Pontifex, allegedly?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, well, I mean, welcome to EVE.
Welcome to EVE. I mean, our first match of the day, let's talk quickly about that. I will just pull it up on the schedule. So it is going to be No Need Loose Face versus Of Essence. So again, elimination match. Misty, what do you think about this match?
I think it's going to be quite exciting. I think that teams have had the first day to kind of settle in. They've had a bit of experience in the arena now, so there's probably, hopefully, going to be less nerves when they're hitting grid and trying to make their decisions. So hopefully that comes through in the decision-making that we're going to be seeing on the grid from these 2 teams. But, you know, someone has to go home. So they're going to be fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, and let's go to the arena and see which of these teams is going home, which of them is continuing their run through Alliance Tournament 20. Let's go watch that now.
My name is Aliaris, here with Wingnut Cross, and welcome to our first match of the day. We have No Need Loose Face versus Of Essence. Of Essence showing up here with the quote-unquote pseudo-tinker comp. They have 3 battleships. Those battleships are going to stick next to each other, give each other caps so they can rep a whole bunch and tank this opposing side. Wingnut, what have No Need Lose Face brought?
Well, they're going to need to tank that much because No Need Face went, we are bringing the flag, and they've gone for a triple battleship as well, all cruisers, and a lot of even bomber damage backing it up as well. So this is going to be a lot of damage coming at them. And also the ability to move. So there's an old strategy with Pseudo-Tinker, bump. And they've got the ships to do it.
Yeah, and one of the things that's going to be tough with this is the Pseudo-Tinker, it relies on having these 3 battleships alive, ready, and all focused up next to each other. You lose one, and all of a sudden, that starts to get really rough for that team.
And even another one as well is that the Nighthawk, it's not as important, but also if you lose the Lynx, the Pseudo-Tinker loses a lot of tank as well. So it's also a rather important ship. Every other ship, exposable.
Yep, and one of the advantages of this is you can shoot these 3 battleships, the Scorp Navies and the Golem, can shoot really far. So they are able to reach Black Dog in the Typhoon Fleet issue across the arena, even before we've seen any damage coming from the No Need team onto Of Essence.
Someone's dropped a cargo container already. Here's the thing, this team, this is the one thing this year is different for Pseudo-Tinker. There is 2 Squalls, which could be loaded with cap boosters for the Pseudo-Tinker. And I already see a cargo container, so maybe, 2 cargo containers. They're already dropping boosters, I think.
It's not just 2 Squalls, it's 2 Squalls and a Badger. We have the Combat Badger back in the Alliance tournament, and they're going straight on for the Logi of Essence. 1 burst down, 1 Bantam left to go. But the damage is coming back onto Black Dog in the Typhoon Fleet issue. The Of Essence team just trying to get everything that they can get before they lose too many of their critical ships.
Indeed, indeed. It's going to be very curious to see if they can get through this Fleet Typhoon. It's going to be constant pressure. Cruisers do not care. But once they get past that, that means they can win. But at the moment, the Fleet Typhoon tanking very well, and the cruisers struggle to hit basically anything else. You're kind of stuck shooting battleships.
Yep, and the big thing with this is normally when teams lose their logistics, that's a really big problem for them. You lose your Logi, all of a sudden, all you have left is your buffer. Thing is, several of these ships, they've got beefy local tanks. They've got cap boosters for days.
And cap transfers, I think, as well, just to make it a little bit extra and really just nail in the whole Pseudo-Tinker aspect.
Yeah, we can see that the Scorp Navies, they're all bundled up together. If you look in close, you'll be able to see those little gold icons going back and forth. That's the cap transfer. And it's not just the Scorp Navies. All these ships are huddled up next to each other and transferring cap, which is going to be very important against the Newts from the Armageddon Navy issues and the Typhoon Fleet issue.
Oh, exactly.
Look, they're tanking.
Exactly, they're holding at the moment. Now, the old strategy for beating Pseudo-Tinker is to bump, 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 keep pushing them away. And they don't really have any real way to stop them from bumping.
At the same time, they're not doing it.
Yeah.
We're not seeing No Need Lose Face get in here. These battleships, they're just able to sit, cluster, enjoy life, and Black Dog is going into low armor.
And the thing is, he can't run. Everywhere in the arena, he could be shot. They have to change the game up, or they're just going to lose. This is going to be the first time we've seen Pseudo-Tinker actually function really well, because usually it does tend to slowly break. I can't remember the last time he's actually showed up one. I think it has, but...
It's been a while. We saw this a couple of times. We saw it at least once in the feeders, and it didn't do well there. But here, Of Essence just coming out, showing that even though it's not a popular comp, you got to have that in the back of your head. You got to have that. You got to be able to respect it.
Here's
and
the
Black
golem
Dog,
pressure. Look at the golem pressure now. They're starting to pressure. This is triple rapid heavy, so it can hurt. But that golem should be like really well fit for just max tank. He's kind of holding, but I think he's going into armor now, yeah?
Yeah, he's going into armor, dipping down. This is rough.
Ooh.
But Black Dog, that's a big source of pressure off of the Armageddon Navies.
That might be so poorly timed for No Need Lose Face. That might be so poorly timed. Are they still going to get the golem? I don't think so. The golem's now repping.
He's boosting.
That might have just been it. Like, they were that close. Even with, quote-unquote, not playing correctly by bumping them away, they were that close to getting it, and then lost the ship. That is so brutal.
Yeah, you got to call I think they just called the switch. They said, all in, let's heat the golem. Heat.
Just Leroy this, yeah.
It doesn't matter. So, one ship down. It's not over yet.
They had to have a flag. They can still definitely use that as pressure. And again, they can still just bump a ship.
Yeah, and we can see these newts have been going onto these shield ships constantly. So even though they're able to cap transfer between each other, even though they have those boosters from those cargo containers, those squalls able to provide so much sustain, at some point, the newts are just going to really hurt.
In this situation, I'm kind of surprised No Need Lose Face hasn't tried to dunk squalls, because they are definitely providing more cap boosters. So just go shoot, turn over, shoot it, get rid of the capacitors, even blow the wreck, go the whole way, make sure. Because that's going to be the one strength that Of Essence has, is that normally you can cap out a suit tinker generally to some point. They can't do it here. There's no stopping it until those squalls are gone.
Yeah, and these squalls, they're not nothing in the DPS area. We usually haven't seen a lot of big damage from Industrial Squall. Newer ship, it was the garlic of the feeders, and that garlic is definitely spicing up this comp, although this golem, Simicu's going into deep armor.
Yeah. I'm watching that. I wonder if his XLASB might have run out and he's not got the capacity, or maybe the truly cursed moment did not turn off auto reload in the XLASB.
Oh, that's the worst. Although it's still boosting a little bit back and forth, and this is a critical moment. If
they can get through, they have a chance of winning. If they don't, it's over. And they're rapidly going through their clip. Come on. You can maybe get this. Come on. You're this close.
I mean, honestly, whoever wins, this is an amazing match to open up the day. This is
Pseudo Tinker versus a flag. Sign me up. I'm happy with this.
Yeah, and this is both teams are here. They're doing quite well. We're just watching these HP bars back and forth. The golem finally able to boost
There's
up.
reload. The battleships have now are into reload now. They're not shooting anymore.
Okay, so it's going to be about 40 seconds before we see that damage go back on the golem. Golem currently turning everything off. Right-click, repair your heat.
Look at the Squall. It's in the bloody pseudo Tinker ball.
I know they're all transferring to each other. This isn't just the battleships. It's the whole comp.
Squall justice.
It's the whole comp.
Well, we've got 3 minutes left for them to potentially try and pull this back, but at the moment it's looking like Avessence has got this.
Yeah, although there's
hold
the
on,
damage.
Hold on. I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah,
Here comes the damage again. Does the golem actually have the rep capability now?
That's a good question. Again, those newts are just taking it out of the Scorpion. They're taking it out of the Nighthawk.
He's getting real low. That some of those shots could go do through shield to hull damage. I think he just lost some actually.
Oh!
Come on! Hold on, buddy. Let Pseudo Tinker live.
We gotta know. And oh no!
There he goes.
No.
Golem down. Okay. But they have pushed this other Navy Geddon almost into hull. They can get through him. They're still in the game.
Yep. We've just got to be able to... This is a really tight race here, and it looks like they finally heard you, Wingnut. They just took out a Squall.
Yep. No.
Hard switch, one Squall down. Is the next one next to fall? We'll see. Meanwhile, that Armageddon Navy issue holding on, and the No Need Lose Face team, they still have their logistics ship. They still have a Deacon and a Thalia that are able to get... Oh, no.
The Squalls have been massacred. What have they done to my boy?
It's tragic, and that Armageddon Navy issue seems to be stabilizing. That Deacon and that Thalia, they're able to get their reps on. They're able to do what they need. They aren't being pressured by any sort of E-War, newts, nothing like that.
I think, this is where T2 Logi frigates do very well. The longer the match goes, as long as they stay alive, they can really just provide that little bit of extra rep. They can't tank full comps, but when a comp is half dead, they have enough.
Exactly. And with the Armageddon Navy issue here, that ship is likely fielding a local rep.
Yep.
And so once that pressure gets off, he gets to listen to the logistics ships. Oh, no, the Battle Badger.
They've just been massacring all the poor guys. These guys are just trying to haul. They're not fighting here. They're just hauling through Jove space, mate. We just picked them up on the way, but they're all gone. And now it's just the two Navy Scorpions, Nighthawk, and a Skybreaker, who's probably spending the entire game shooting every drone he can find.
Indeed. We can see and speaking of drones, these the drone bays and the Scorp navies and the Golem dropped sentries. So we've got some sentries active here, aiding in the DPS, and with the light end down, this is really, really tough for Avessence to pull back.
This is unfortunately, they weren't able to break through because they're consistently pressuring. Nothing's changed. They can't really win at this point. Like, they'll probably survive a good amount of time, but it's shown that they don't have enough teeth. They can't get through.
Exactly. And they could try switching to this low end here. I mean,
with cruisers? That is some wishful thinking. Look, maybe in a blue moon with a following wind, they can maybe tap a frigate with a cruise, but they're not getting through. Their chance was to try and kill the battleships. They tried. They got one. Fortunately, they were this close to getting the second one. They missed out by that much.
So we've got just under a minute left in this match. They do have target painters left. You can load precision.
You can pray,
Get your target painters on. Try and pick up a couple more points. Chad Flame trying to tank it out.
You say that. They are targeting the Magus. They are targeting the Magus. They are trying for it.
But the Logi frigates, they're just repping it back up. I think if they were going to do anything, it would have had to been switch to the Logi frigate, try to get that extra rep off the table in order to be able to actually just chew through the buffer. But Too little,
Yep.
too late, and honestly, as you say, it's quite hard to hit those Tech 2 frigates with
Oh,
their
yeah.
very good sig.
I've made some bits. You need a lot of help to apply to frigates. I'm also this is one of the times you have not seen anyone bump the pseudo tinker. That's happened every other time basically. They didn't even try. They didn't even bother. They initially didn't think they were going to go through. Then I guess they might have reloaded to the right missiles, maybe even loaded rage or something, and just went all in with it.
Exactly, and with that, match is over. Good fights to both of Essence. Thank you for that lovely comp, and we will send it back to the desk where we'll hear everything more there.
Of Essence bringing a classic comp, a pseudo-tinker comp that we saw win Alliance Tournament 17. We all know how to defeat it now. It's been fairly well solved. No need, loose face. Basically won that despite their best efforts. They attempted not to win it, but they managed to get through and pull out the dub. Bartholomew,
Yes.
tell me about what a pseudo-tinker is and how do you beat it?
All right. So, of Essence brought, so we're calling it a pseudo-tinker. History lesson, not super important on that part. Basically, what they do is the battleships are cap transferring each other, and they are all using ancillary shield boosters without the charges of them. An ancillary shield booster boosts a lot of shield. Without the charge... Oh, hello? Oh, thank you. Wow, excellent. Anyways, pseudo-tinker. Ancillary shield boosters without the charge still boost the same amount. They just use a ton of cap. Everybody's cap transferring each other, and that's how they keep themselves staying alive. However, they have to be very, very close together. And if you notice, there's a lot of really, really good camera shots of the of Essence team just like sort of doing this little dance around each other. And at any point in time, you could just fly a battleship in and bump them apart because those cap transfers have like a 7 or 8 kilometer range, and you've solved your problem. However, they didn't do that. They still won by just bashing their head into the golem for 8 minutes straight, and eventually the golem broke, probably because it's a flagship Armageddon Navy issue. They did a lot of damage, and unfortunately for Essence, that's it. They're gone. I don't think it was a particularly well fought match on either team. I'm going to be honest. I feel like the pseudo tinker should do more damage, right? You have 3 cruise missile battleships that are some of the highest paper DPS ships in the game. And for some reason, they were like not applying at all. I don't know. We were talking about it a lot. We're like, this is not going the way that it should. The team that won by not doing what they were supposed to do, but it didn't matter, and here we are.
Yep. Now, Misty, do you think of Essence could have won that anyway? It felt like, as Bart says, they probably should have won, but yet they didn't, as we have just witnessed. What could they have done differently? Is there anything they could have really done?
I feel like this is going to be an age-old classic answer, but shooting the enemy team at the beginning would have been a fantastic first step. There was a period of time, and keeping in mind that the pseudo-tinker has cruise missiles, so they can reach effectively every corner of the arena, right? The fact that they weren't shooting the Typhoon Fleet issue at the very beginning, they were kind of like, I'm going to wait for it to get super close. And then they continued to wait, and we were kind of like, where is their damage? What's happening? It took them a while for the attack bar to actually go up. Once it did, we saw that they were slowly grinding their way through. But if they'd started shooting earlier, it gives them more time to break through that EHP and break through the reps. And they probably would have had their golem probably be a little bit more, it would have more armor left, it would have more structure left when the Typhoon Fleet went down, which makes it easier for it to try and tank through the clips of the Navigeddons, which we saw happen quite a few times, right? Like the golem would dip slowly, and then the Navigeddons would have to go and reload. Now,
if you bring a Redeemer, what would happen?
If they were Redeemers, wow. Let me tell you. Bring a Redeemer instead of these Navigeddons, man. Come on. But yeah, the bumping as well is very important.
Yep.
There's a lot of newts coming out from the Navigeddon team. If they couple that with the fact that you can break up the cap transfers, like Bart was saying, it makes it very hard for the Golem team to continue transferring and tanking. Because they're running off of capacitor, right? Once you run out of charges, you don't go to reload, you just carry on boosting off of your cap. The key to that would have been killing the Squalls, I believe, at the very beginning, to ensure that you're not getting scrammed when you're burning in, right? Because usually you're going to have some tackle on the lower end to make sure that you can't get bumped out of position, but they're going to tank a lot less as well, because you've got no remote reps coming out. So, of Essence had the chance to win because the other team just wasn't playing it effectively, but they also played it effectively.
There you are. Well, we are in the lower bracket, so, I guess, what do you expect? All right, let's look at our next match in this lower bracket. It's going to be Unspoken Alliance versus Plug and Play, and we have the bans available, so we can take a look at that. Unspoken Alliance are banning out the Abaddon, the Mollis, the Orthrus, and the Ashimu. Interesting ban there. And Plug and Play banning out the Loki, the Armageddon, the Eos, and the Nighthawk. Bart, what do you think of these bans here?
So the Ashimu ban is silly. But I do like the rest of them. Like I think we saw Plug and Play actually use kind of this interesting laser with a Fleet Typhoon setup yesterday. So I can understand. Abaddons are very scary. They do a lot of damage. Molluses, again, we've seen them use it. Orthrus is a bit weird. I don't think. I think they're just kind of trying to hedge their bets. I do like the Plug and Play bans. Very, very strong though. Lokis are fantastic. If you ban a Loki and a Nighthawk, and somebody tries to ham rush you, still you're probably going to win because they brought a bad comp, right? Armageddon, again, we've seen some very, very good Armageddon drone setups that did a lot better than we expected. Like I said, I like the bans, EOS bans. Plug and Play's bans, great, makes sense, perfect. Unspokens are a little like, I think they're targeted to Plug and Play. Plug and Play is kind of just like we're banning stuff we don't want to fight. So.
Yep.
Research was done.
We are in the lower bracket, so I'm expecting to start seeing a lot of flagships being thrown around this morning, basically, because, and as I say that, it comes up on my screen to tell me that there is a flagship Armageddon Navy issue coming from Plug and Play in this next match. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to go out, you want to at least get some wins and get some skins, this is the time to bring those flagships. Misty, how many of these flagships are we going to see die, do you think, today?
Oh, a lot. Yeah, thankfully, teams are going to be encouraged to bring their flagship because you want the chance to win some of these new prize ships that are coming out for the first time in ever, I think.
It's been 20 years since we had the last battleship prizes given out. So.
But more importantly, like the battleships, instead of just being like fancy, are actually OP. So there's reason for people to be throwing down ISK, right? Because even if you lose your flagship but you get through the match, you will be able to recoup your losses if you manage to get some of these prize ships. So we're going to see a lot of flagships die. And remember, 90% drop rate event going on right now. So make sure to actually kill the flagship on the enemy team, please.
Yeah, and obviously it's up to you. But if you lose your flagship and you still have some ships alive, you can shoot the wreck. If you want to be those guys and deprive your opponents of getting the loot, you can do that. That's totally optional. All right, I think we can go to the arena now for this match in Alliance Tournament 20.
Welcome back to the arena, guys. I'm, of course, Winner, joined by Ali, and we have another flagship on the arena, but it's coming up against a wall of DPS. Get us through, Ali. What we got?
So on the blue side, we have a big, on the red side, my apologies, we have a big rush. This is a double alligator, double Sleipnir rush with a Gila and a Crucifier for a little bit of bonus, E-War there, and this rush is running without the Nighthawk or the Loki because those got banned.
By them, I think.
By them, yeah. Wingnut, what do we have on the other side?
We have Plug and Play playing a very similar comp to what they lost in last time, but they've gone, no, we're done losing. We're going all in. They've brought a flag getting Navy with us, of course, to go with their Paladin and Dema, and they've brought double control ships. They've got Crucifier and Sentinel, which honestly is going to really blunt this rush.
Yeah, we've got mixed weapon systems here. The alligators have missiles for their damage. These Sleipnirs have have guns, which are disrupted by tracking disruptors. So whatever that Sentinel and Crucifier showed up with in their mids, those are going to be effective here. It's really going to be a rough spot for the rush.
Yep, we'll see where the projection starts going first. What's getting hit? Okay, they're shooting a Crucifier to begin with. Okay, fair enough. They're honestly applying to it better than expected, but no, it's going to tank. Dema being hit first. Are they rushing it? They're not really rushing in, are they?
Yeah. I was quite confident. I was quite confident about this, but maybe a little bit too confident.
They are autocannon sleps, but they're not doing the usual Leroying in. They're just like, we're going to go around and be cheeky.
We're going to pick our slot. I mean, maybe this is a flagship assassination attempt, aiming for ICER XX. Unspoken Alliance, they were here yesterday, and they brought their flag and lost their flag. So maybe they're just trying to trade it back. And with that, though, the damage is all going on this Sentinel.
Honestly, yeah, get rid of the E-War, let their rush really rush. Those are going for the Megas too, trying to blunt this comp. They're doing very well hitting these smaller ships and constantly pressuring, and one does go down. wow, they've already started doing pretty well. Honestly, I did not like this comp when I first saw it because of the mixed guns, but that's a good start.
Yeah, honestly, being able to, and this is one of the things that really separates the good teams from the less good teams, when you show up and it's a little bit of an awkward matchup for you. So Rush, obviously, usually rushes in. What's the problem when you rush in? Well, this big armor control team is going to separate you apart. If you maybe hang back a little bit, don't all run in right at the start, wait for your opportunity, then maybe you have an opportunity to make something happen, clear out a sentinel, get someone who's a little bit out of position, and that's what happened here. That said, they are now all in on Dantasy in the Redeemer, and so far there's no real damage being traded back onto this rush.
They're starting to hit the Slept now. I'm kind of curious. Can you do me a favor and check the Alligator? Is that hams or heavies? Because this could be a Kaidi comp instead. Like, when I see Slept in autocannon, I'm assuming it's a rush, but they can project.
Yeah, no, this does appear to be a ham.
Okay, so it is
alligator.
hams. Good, fair enough. I was making sure. I feel like I'm in, like, La La Land, but they are doing quite well. Look at the Deemer, actually. They are pounding this guy down. This is going better than it has any right to be.
Yeah, this is a bit of a surprising one. The Deemer just, honestly, you get so many of these ships coming in, and you've got selectable damage types, so you can move away from those reactive armor hardeners. The Alligators, yeah, maybe they can't apply with their hams across the whole arena, but they can definitely apply with their drones.
Oh, yeah, disgusting things those are. But the Deemer is about to go into Hull. This rush is doing rush things, and it's so far, it's looking very good. As the Sleipnir on their side, still at about half shields. I haven't counted the XLA speed cycles. I'm not sure how many he's gone through, but he's definitely gone through a few.
Yeah. And this Crucifier is actually doing a ton of work. The Redeemer's down. Those tracking disruptors from the Crucifier were being applied to the Paladin and the Redeemer. Presumably they're going to go to the Paladin and the Armageddon Navy issue here. And those tracking disruptors, that's part of why the Unspoken Alliance has been keeping their range. Unspoken wants to be able to stay enough split up from the battleships. In a sense, they're flying a control comp versus the battleship rush tactically. So this is really well flown.
But I also just noticed, I'm so used to Geddon Navies being missiles, I stopped looking. I should have looked. It's a gun Geddon Navy.
Of course, yeah. And this is what Misty's been wanting to see all week, or all tournament. Feels like a week.
Feels like it's been that long, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But he's been saying, you can take an Armageddon Navy issue, you can take a Redeemer. Well, plug and play. They've shown up with an Armageddon Navy issue. They've shown up with the Redeemer. They've shown up with the Paladin, and these ships are just getting destroyed by the rush from the other side.
Getting deleted. Yep. One of their Logi ships is now gone. The Inquisitor's probably going to follow rather quickly. They are picking apart this comp. This is a rush. We expect rushes to do well. We were honestly kind of almost discounting them a little bit yesterday because a lot of control showed up. But rush still does very well against battleships if you can get them all in. And they managed to avoid the usual pitfalls at the start and still get in and start punching. Yeah,
just really well piloted from Unspoken here, knowing what they want to do in the matchup. And we've seen the logistics for plug and play fall. That Paladin's in low armor. There's no reps to keep that Paladin alive. Meanwhile, they've only traded onto a single Sleipnir.
Yep. And that Sleipnir paid for it, took his life and took as much time as he could with it. He made them pay in blood.
Yeah, and this is again what you want to, the position you want to be in a rush. Rush, you're often trading DPS, trying to get that out. And one of the things that again really separates the good teams from the good rush execution from the so-so is knowing when not to rush.
Yep.
And Unspoken, they know when not to rush.
And they've gone, you know what, we lost our flag yesterday, I guess we'll take yours. Because, they're going onto the flag now. They've got more than enough rush left to kill it. This is going to be a flag down to a team without a flag. But usually, like, we've seen teams be almost spiteful and kill a flag when they're about to leave a tournament. These guys are going to kill the flag and win the match. So
Exactly. Although Wingnut, they don't have a flag of their own.
Exactly,
so we've talked about people like upgrading your flag. So you kill the enemy flag, you loot it. Hopefully it has some purple modules that you don't have.
Yep.
And then you just make your flag better and better and better. And in this case, they're going to kill the flag, and it's not going to make their flag better. It's just going to make their team pay out better.
Yeah, but if you discount the flag loss, does just pay off their tournament costs?
Exactly. And even for a non-flag comp, you invest quite a bit of ISK into your tournament comps.
2 Alligators, 2 Sleipnirs. That's not an insignificant amount of money.
Indeed, and this is happening on the live server, Tranquility, and there goes that flagship.
Goodbye.
Boom. We've got the Squalls right up on that wreck. Let's see if we can get that that wreck looted.
The Squall is gonna loot the wreck.
That's why you bring Squalls to the match. You need the industrials so you can fit all the modules, right? You just like open up your purse, sticking the breadsticks in. You know, it's the.
Oh my god! It's like the guy that comes into your site when you're finished, just grabs all the stuff and leaves. Oh, the Squall. There's nothing left to really stop him now. This match is entirely over. Well played, Unspoken. Again, I will eat my words. I did not expect this to go well in the slightest, and they managed to make it work. Congratulations.
Yeah, we've got the last Crucifier remaining, 106 kilometers, 108 kilometers from Steam. He's headed for a beacon.
He's gonna try
Let's
for the
see
record.
if we get a new Edge of Glory record from NC 17OE in the Crucifier. This is going to be a excellent way out.
Yep. To Valhalla!
Spooling,
Where's it go?
loading,
He's not gonna break the record. Nope, not at all.
boom.
Only 170. Well, thank you very much to Plug and Play. It was a very good match. We're going to go on break and back to the studio and see what they think about it.
They have been unplugged from Alliance Tournament 20. They are going home. They lost an expensive flagship as well in that match. The comp coming from the other side, from Unspoken Alliance, was an interesting one. At first, we thought it looked like the classic Florida Man comp. Then we were like, oh no, maybe it's Flag Killer. Is this Florida Killer? But then we noticed that those were AC Sleipnirs. Mystical Might, your thoughts on that comp from Unspoken?
I mean, we were discussing it yesterday when we were looking at things like Nighthawk bands. I mentioned that the Alligator is a suitable replacement. It's not as good, I would say, as the Nighthawk, but we saw that it can be flown very effectively. We saw that the Unspoken team... Is it Unspoken?
Unspoken.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
You're not supposed to say the name, though. It's
Damn.
Unspoken.
I've broken the rule. Managed to, even though they were ham and AC fit, right? They kept their range at the very beginning. They used the Alligator and the Gila drones to try and weaken and soften up the lower end of the plug and play team. They killed the Sentinel at the very beginning to remove some of the tracking disruptors, which was a very effective play. And also, importantly, it removed some of the small newts. Because small newts can be very effective. They cycle quickly. They actually nuke a fair amount. And it would have been tricky for them to keep their hardeners on if that Sentinel was still alive, right? With the heavier newts that come out from the battleships, it's much easier to try and time your invul cycles so that you still have your resists. But with a Sentinel still on grid, you would never be able to turn your resist mods on, and that would effectively mean that your ships are a lot squishier. However, that is irrelevant if you just shoot a Sleipnir instead of the Alligators with laser ships at the very beginning. And then you spend the entire match just trying to kill one ship. So
yeah,
the target selection was a bit poor.
Target selection, yeah, it's a underrated skill in Alliance Tournament. You know, you warp in, the referee says, okay, warping's unlocked, you head warp, he locks it again, you land, you get your first look at what the enemy is bringing, and then the spaghetti just starts flying everywhere at that point, and you have to try and like keep yourself composed and call the right targets, and also make sure that you don't start like flipping around and like you stick with something, but you also know when to change. Like it is an underrated skill. You can take a really good comp with good pilots, but if you just call the wrong targets, then it will still lose. Bart.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was a really good comp.
I was saying, in theory, you could do this.
Yeah. I do think, so one of the things that the Unspoken Alliance team had is they did bring a Crucifier and a Shield Rush, which is weird, because like usually I dislike it when people do that because you're wasting a ship slot, but the Nighthawk Alligator, or the Alligator Gila Sleipnir setup had so much DPS it didn't matter. I think I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt here. The reason why they shot the Sleipnir is because I think the Crucifier was like all tracking disruptors. I think they kind of got red there, and I don't think they could shoot anything else. So I think what happened is they literally were like, well, I guess this is our target,
hope, boys.
Yeah, and then with the Sleipnir, that's actually a ship that's usually a good idea to just stay on it, because eventually the ASB charges run out, after like say 9 or so cycles, and then you're like, oh, now it dies. That one lived forever though. So like big shout out to the heat management and the Logi pilots from Unspoken. They did bring guns on an Armageddon Navy.
Yeah, we can talk about the Armageddon Navy issue. Like speaking of,
because it's a flagship.
People that didn't continue to stay alive. The flagship Armageddon Navy issue. So Zkill valuing it at 75 billion-isk, which is a lot. We see, thanks to the 90% lit drop, we see that the Gotan's modified status as Webfire has indeed dropped. It's a 22 bill web. Super useful. If you have a flagship Balgorn and that dropped in front of you, slap that thing right on. That's going to be amazing. And also we see a very fancy damage control. So it's quite possible Unspoken have just got a nice little upgrade to their flagships. What do you think of this flagship, Misty? I know you love getting navies so much.
Well, I was going to say, it says 22 bill, but it's more like air quotes, because during AT season, these kind of modules skyrocket. I would probably advise, if they aren't going to use it themselves, don't sell it until you're out of the tournament, or else you may come up against it later on and be like, damn.
No.
But, you know, for these teams, if they do end up going out, they've still made bank, basically. Just killing this one flagship, it means that they've got a super strong web that they can sell. And it's always exciting to see these flagships hit the grid. I think that I probably would have gone for some Officer Guns, maybe. If you're going to splash the cash, if you're going to have a really expensive damage control unit and like one of the better webs in the game, probably just splash the extra cash for stronger guns as well. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to see a decent flagship fit.
Wow.
We can do better.
Could do better, yeah. I mean, Tech 1 rigs, what's this? Like,
Where is my Tobias web? Where is my Strategios grappler?
Yes.
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 I
get
want
that one.
those.
You want those?
Yes.
Are you providing them?
If anyone wants to buy a grappler, let me know.
All right. So our next match, which is coming up in just about 5 minutes or so, is going to be Slow Children at Play versus OnlyFleets. And I believe we can hear from the spokesperson for Slow Children at Play.
Jack of all trades alliance with a focus in nullsec in Cloud Ring. But you'll see us all over the place, like high sec war HQ Bastion against some pirate groups, low sec faction warfare, and even some spooky wormhole shenanigans. This is our first time in the alliance tournament, and we look forward to making this an every year thing for Slow as we hone and improve on our abilities. Our current alliance tournament team is being led by Aragon, who has former experience in Alliance Tournament, as well as some awesome members in Slow with varying degrees of experience from vets to new players. We're looking forward to facing off against our friends in Snuffed Out, as it will not only be a challenge, but also a great way to prove and improve on our abilities. We hope others in EVE cheer on our little team of underdogs, as our EVE story has always been that of the underdog, with a strong focus on hitting up and helping those being bullied, and a strong outreach to new players. We may be slow, but we will always catch you in the end. So to the other Alliance tournament teams, watch out.
Thank you from Slow Children at Play. It's always nice to hear from some of the teams, especially maybe ones that haven't competed in Alliance Tournament before. I know Slow Children, this is their first time. I'm hoping to see... I like when underdog teams do well. We all do. It's just much more fun. No one likes it when, you know, the same people are just continuously winning all the time. It's nice. Like last year we had Fraternity come in and win for the first time. You know, don't think anyone had that in their prediction at the start of the tournament, except Mr. Biased Might over there. But yeah, that was great. We always love to see that. So let's have a look at the bans for this upcoming match: Slow Children at Play versus OnlyFleets. So Slow Children banning out the Pontifex and the Magus. So both armor command destroyers have been removed. So pretty solid bans. Cyclone Fleet issue and the Loki. Then we have OnlyFleets banning out the Arbitrator, Armageddon Navy issue, EOS, and the Zarmazd. Bart, what do you think about these bans?
You know, for a group that it says that, you know, it's their first time doing an alliance tournament, I mean, the Pontifex Magus ban, that was hard. That's really, really smart. Like, that is, if you get rid of those, it makes it so hard to fly most armor setups. Because basically it means you have to bring in EOS, which is a lot of points, and once you do that, you're kind of sort of locking yourself into certain specific setups. So I really like Slow Children that plays bans. You know, they've definitely done their research. They understand ban theory to a degree, which is pretty cool. I do really like that. And again, they kind of took some of the shield rush setups, though, as we just saw a Alligator Gila Sleipnir shield rush. Clearly, you could bring an Alligator Gila Sleipnir shield rush if you wanted to, so I don't know if that really says anything. And, you know, same thing. OnlyFleets bans, really, really good, too. Zarmazd, that one. This one?
Yep.
I'll ask Twitch chat how to pronounce it.
Zarmazad, I think we can go with.
Nice.
With
I like that.
You need to really enunciate the second syllable. Zarmazad.
Zarmazad.
Yes.
So, you know, they've basically banned armor out, right? You can't bring the Pontifex, you can't bring the Magus, you can't bring the EOS, so the only armor setup you can maybe bring would be sort of a poor link setup, like medium gun spam. Links are very important in the Alliance tournament. I think sometimes people don't understand just like how broken they are in a small setting like this. And then, yeah, arbitrators, they've been disgusting. It's kind of been the unsung ship of yesterday, I feel like, because we saw so many matches where an arbitrator just destroyed the ability for the other team to play. So, yeah, they're both in the lower bracket, but like they're being very smart. And if you're doing ban smart, it means you're probably picking comp smart, maybe, possibly, we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, I also like the fact that OnlyFleets responded to the Pontifex Magus ban with that EOS ban. Like, it shows both sides are sort of, fairly switched on in terms of ban theory and like picking the right thing to get rid of. The Zarmalade being taken out as well means that obviously tech-tualistic cruisers are available, but why would you bother bringing them now when all the links, like you say, have been taken out? Misty, is this one of those situations where if you have a strong armor comp, you still want to bring it? Are you going to try and force it, or are you going to try and just swap into shield or something?
It's always the case. You can have some variations of a strong comp, but at a certain point, you kind of just have to let it go and accept, okay, we can't run this comp, because to do so, just because you're comfortable with it, doesn't mean that it's good in the matchup. There are other things you can do. Yeah, you can just bring BC spam. The Zarm probably wouldn't factor that well into a BC spam anyway. Typically, you're going to have various ships, like some ships kiting in, getting tackled, stuff like that, getting shot every now and then, so you want to swap your reps around. But yeah, I think at this point, I was actually going to mention, I think the CFI and Loki bans aren't so much for ham rush, but I think it's more to try and remove some strong kiting ships. I think Cyclone Fleet Issue does a better job with heavy missiles kiting around the edge of the arena than it does with hams, as they are still fairly squishy compared to other battle cruisers, but they are very fast and have decent range. So I think Slow Children is just trying to remove any potential kite and force an armor comp or a ham rush from the OnlyFleets side.
Yeah, I think having that Zarm in there as well from the OnlyFleet side kind of removes the Widow comp as well. It's like a 2-for-1 ban, because obviously Widow kind of a taunty boy. You really want to be able to spool on him with your rep. So by removing that Zarm, you kind of hamstring the Widow, or you just don't bring it at all. I see as well that Slow are bringing their flagship Vindicator. I'm sure there's a very happy Australian somewhere in the building. Right,
I think I might have heard him laugh.
I think I might have heard it.
I think I heard it. I was
Yeah.
like,
Wingnut does love his Vindicators so dearly. So let's make him happy and send it to the desk so he can talk all about it.
Hello and welcome back to the desk. Hello and welcome back to the arena. I know where I am. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. We are here to watch a vicious rush attempt to assassinate my colleague Wingnut's favorite ship.
Look at the skin! Look at the skin! It's so beautiful! It's glorious! But it's gonna die. This is a lot of rush. They need to do what Vindicators should never do. Run.
Indeed, and we've seen this before with Rush. We need that. Ericon needs everyone on their team to pile in, screen them off, string them out, try and prevent these ships from getting on top of them. It's going to be a little bit easier than it usually is. You know why? This Rush does not have an Onyx. It does not have a Loki. There is no
Hyena
extra
even,
bonus long-distance way to slow things down. So here we have the Rush streaming over, and we can immediately see that like half their team is webbed.
Yep, and bam, one's gone. They just killed something on the small end there.
Yeah, it's a Nurgle, so one of those
Tackle
nice
ships, yeah.
tackle screening ships out of the way.
Vindicator is webbed. Here we go.
Shield's
Here we
going.
Alrighty, boys. This is a tank moment.
This Vindicator is going to get the gaming of their life moment, get that cap injector running, overheat the rep. Hope you brought a good one.
Yep,
And
yep.
damage coming in on Stoish, meanwhile, trying to trade off as much of that damage as we can. Splitting between the Vindicator and the Draugr right now, actually.
Yeah, try and kill more stuff. They got to kill Stoish fast, then immediately switch where I think Blades is the next one they can go for. He's... No, man, he's not actually that close. They need to switch something else, something nearby that the Vindicator can shoot. Maybe the Drake Navy. They need to just keep it going, keep going, keep going. The Vindicator tanking very good right now, and the Draugr is holding too. Have they maybe managed it, or am I jumping too soon here?
It's tough to say. It's a little bit close to call. Bladescar
Wishful
going down in
thinking.
the Osprey Navy
Come
issue. I
on,
will
come
note
on.
that Americon and the Nighthawk is down, and you can see that these 90% webs are being switched between Americon and Melinda.
Oh,
Back
no,
and
no,
forth,
no, no,
back
no,
and
no,
forth.
no, that's not allowed. Not allowed to do that, no. He's got a cool skin. He's got the cool skin protection.
He's got the cool skin, but he's got 2 Nighthawks and a Caracal Navy, both sitting at 0 right on top of him, piling the missiles in.
No, please.
This
Live.
is a flagship assassination attempt, and I hope that with this, all of Erakon's teammates are going out, trying to spread out, prevent themselves from getting tackled, because they might lose their Vindicator, but they can still win this match.
Might. It's not looking like might. It's looking really bad. They've killed a lot of DPS ships, but there's still too many. Please, Deacon Thalia, save him. Save the boy.
Heat your reps, indeed. Damage coming out of the Caracal Navy. They might be trying to do something a little bit smart here. The
No.
Nighthawks. No, there it goes. My condolences.
He was doing so well. They're still going to win. They're going to get vengeance. Hopefully no one blows up the wreck.
Indeed, indeed. So the Astarte of Phoenix is still in this blob with the Nighthawks, with the Drake Navy issue, but the rest of the team is spread out. The Stratioses are some 30, 37 kilometers away. The Draugrs in a little bit close, trying to keep tackle on that Drake Navy issue. And we can see some tackle on the OnlyFleets logistics, that scalpel pair, trying to prevent them from being able to maneuver around the arena. So these Nighthawks, they're pretty much in one place. Everyone's sort of piled on this this Astarte, and this might still go in favor of the slow team. So no flagship, but maybe they get to continue in the AT. Maybe some more skins for them.
We got to do it for the Vindy boy. We have to honor him. At the moment, they are doing quite well. The Astarte is absolutely tanking. That man, seems even thicker than the Vindicator. Heresy. But they are getting the Drake Navy, which is the last of the squishy ships they can shoot. Then after that, it's going through the disgusting amount of HP that is a Nighthawk.
Indeed, and Wingnut, there's one more reason to leave the Nighthawks for last, and that is because Galente Tech 2 Resists would love to be shot by your kinetic bonus Nighthawks. So
exactly.
The DPS Nighthawks, they do quite a lot of damage. And there's the Draugr. Switch, clear that out.
Fair enough.
But probably going to get traded for the Drake Navy issue, and then again, just these 2 Nighthawks remaining. The Nighthawks are free. They're able to, or were free. They were able to move out a little bit. Melinda is out. Amara's tackled, presumably by that Astarte, which is still right up in Stratios, which is all right up in that original ball.
Stratios. The Stratios, I don't know which one that is, but
Ragequit.
He just burned straight past the Nighthawk, got grabbed. That meant these Stratios have been playing smart, carding the whole time. He's now been caught, and that is a free kill he just handed these Nighthawks. Boo! You're disrespecting the Vindy. You gotta do it right, please. But he's gonna die. But what's next? What can this Astarte kill? Is he gonna go for a Nighthawk? Or is he gonna go playing chasey with the small ships?
I feel like at this point the slow team really needs to take out this logistics. They've lost some damage. I mean, obviously the Vindicator was a huge DPS loss on their side, with presumably the loss of the Stratios. Is not dead yet. Maybe tanking. Maybe there's a reactive.
Look at the Vigilant. Okay, I was about to say the Vigilant's probably the best ship to go murder in a Logi frigate. And the Vigilant is out back, behind the Logi frigate, away from the Nighthawk. He might be able to go in there, grab the web. I know it's not going to be a fancy web, but it's still a Vigilant web. It's not exactly a weak thing.
Yeah, we can see some damage going on to Kato Zaddy and the Scalpel.
There he goes. He got the web. He got the web. And watch this thing just get deleted. There we go. Vigilant there. Beautiful Serpentis superiority.
Indeed. Getting those 90% webs. The Vigilant has been an absolutely key ship in these more medium gun spam type comps. This is the big version of the medium gun spam, perhaps, where we have the Vindicator in here as well.
Medium gun,
extra medium gun, and this Stratios is tanking nicely.
Just like I wear medium shirts, definitely. Not large medium. But Stratios, I'm also surprised Stratios is doing so well. But the damage has now been flipped to a Deacon, and I mean, 2 Nighthawks with a Vigil trying to shoot a Deacon, they're actually applying better than I'd expect them to. The Vigilant is providing paints. There is no webs, I think. There's no webs. Okay, we're good.
We've got it's a little, every time you see me look around, I'm just trying to make sure I don't say anything silly about E-War effects. And indeed, no webs on the Deacon. Deacon comfortably coasting along. Probably a 1MN Deacon, so it's got a low sig as well, just based on that speed.
Yeah. More maneuverable than a 10MN, which is always it's always fun to drive the bus.
Indeed. It's a thrilling experience.
Yep.
Going.
Anyone who's flying over proppers know the feeling. You got to think like 10 seconds ahead of where you're going. But these Deacons, they can just play it smart. Well, Deacon and Thalia. And they are slowly chewing through Nighthawks. They will kill one, which means I think at that point it will be GG. They will have it fully secure because these Nighthawks basically can't do that much. This is why you bring a Loki or an Onyx or a Hyena with your Nighthawks.
Indeed, that Nighthawk not able to reach across the arena and get things, and the only target in the neighborhood of that Nighthawk is the Astarte, which is absolutely not something they want to shoot.
He's just like, come at me, bro. But yeah, Nighthawks do require a little bit of application help. It's why the Loki is preferred to the Onyx, because it gives you the webs, but it lets them keep blooming their Sigma Micro Warp Drive. So it's like, haha, free shooting. One down, one left.
Indeed. Gideon Zendikar in the Vigil, providing those target painters a little bit of extra points, and Gideon Zendikar in the Vigil is actually streaming away from the rest of the fight. This could be another beacon jump attempt. Let's just take a quick look. Oh, no, there's a turn.
No, he went way too fast. He missed it.
Yeah. I see. It's you gotta, these beacons, they have a range of 5 kilometers, and so if you're just going too fast when you approach the beacon,
I can't remember if it actually happened, but I'm swearing I remember a guy that was overpropped who tried to go to the beacon, did not stop beforehand, and just kept burning past the beacon and boundary. Is that my imagination that happened? Please, if someone remembers, let me know, because I remember that being funny. There goes Melinda, and that means there's one Vigil left who was just flying around, having fun, good fights in local, and it was a very good fight. The assassination attempt, it worked.
It worked.
They did lose, and they did quite well for what they did, but they killed a Vindy, therefore they can never be forgiven.
Indeed. Well, fortunately for you, OnlyFleets, this is an elimination match for them. They will be going on to the audience bracket, or the beer and nachos bracket, as I called it when I was playing a lot of Magic the Gathering.
Nice.
Slow children at play, meanwhile, we'll see more of them in the tournament. They can keep going on their skin run through the losers bracket, trying to get some more prizes. Gideon Zendikar here still trying to get that thing. Get that jump. Let's just see. Is it spooling? No. Gideon hanging out at the very edge of the boundary.
I love looking at the local chat. Right? Obviously you can't see it. They're all going go. Like, you can do it. We believe.
For something completely different, as we've mentioned, we are here on site in Reykjavik, Iceland. A beautiful place. Very exciting to be here at the CCP headquarters. One of the most exciting things, though, is this means we get to see the Northern Lights. And with that, there goes Gideon Zendikar. Lights out for them. We're going to send this back to a break and then back to the desk.
Slow children at play taking their first victory in Alliance Tournament 20. They do progress on the deep skin run. They did lose their flagship Vindicator. I was watching it here in this room, and I heard sad Australian noises emanating from somewhere else in the building as that Vindicator went down. We took a quick look at that flagship Vindicator loss smell, and it's modest. Some would say, but I mean, considering Slow Children said this was their first time doing the Alliance tournament, I think it's a relatively well fit one. It's did its job. This is one of those examples where if it was a little bit more expensive, it might have actually survived. Just a bit more tank because it was so close when they were shedding damage from the OnlyFleets side. They were just about on the verge. I think if there's a little bit more bling on this thing, it does survive. So but like we said, 90% loot drop, so they'll be able to have picked up their own wreck and get most of that money back. But obviously they can't dodge more bans now with the Vindicator, so it's a bit of a shame for them. But congratulations on your first win, and you get skins, so definitely more than the value of that Vindicator. So I'm joined on the desk by a new face, Fear Vina. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Excited to be on the desk for the first time for AT.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. We've been enjoying your commentary in the dungeon. Usually it's just, I think it's still got Australians in it. I can't tell if they've been allowed back out.
Yeah, I think we've let them out, yeah. I saw him wander past.
That means there's a rogue Australian in this building there. I don't know where he is. I don't know where to look. So I have to track him down. But yeah, let's talk about that match. Fear, you wanted to talk about some things in particular.
So one thing that I noticed was Loki was banned, and then they still bring this Shield Rush. Typically, when you see Shield Rush, it's brought with a Loki because you want the long-range webs and you want the ham damage and the tankiness that the Loki brings you in that comp, but really it is the long-range webs. If you're chasing after something, especially the smaller ships, these battlecruisers down that were starbursting after the Vindicator was tackled, in a Shield Rush, you need to be able to grab them from a distance because, especially Nighthawks, you're not going to be faster than a lot of these ships. So you see typically a Loki. Loki got banned. You have a couple other options in that in a Shield Rush. We've seen Onyxes this tournament. Back in the Alliance Open, some teams used Frat actually used broadswords, but we had various different options, and instead they brought a shield rush with no tackle. And as we saw that time, and I think Missy is going to talk about, that doesn't really work if you're up against a comp that's going to be able to kite you outside of the one ship.
Yeah, and Misty, let's talk about that. You also wanted to talk about like target priority and like when do you shoot what ships, especially against a rush comp like that.
Yeah, I think the decision to go all in on the Vindicator at the very beginning wasn't necessarily the wrong decision at the time. It was basically a lot of the damage on that slow Children at Play team was focused in the Vindicator. But there was also the Astarte, there's a Vigilant, which is incredibly squishy and still does a decent amount of damage. You had the Stratioses as well. It wasn't so much the target priority for DPS, it's the fact that all of the tackle was centered on basically one or two individuals, which allowed the rest of the team to burn away. Once the Vindicator goes down, you've traded about half your team's worth of damage for that one ship. But the next thing that you then have to contend with is the fact that the other ships that you want to go chasing down have all burned away from you. There's a lot of travel time involved, which means that you're not doing any damage while you're still receiving damage. So yeah, I think Slow played it very well, trying to pull some of their ships back. I know that a Stratios was out of position, which is why we wanted to talk about it. Got tackled by the Nighthawks, but somehow managed to survive, which makes me think that someone may have been a little overzealous with their heat. Don't want to call any Nighthawks out, but I am calling you both out. I think you both maybe burned your missiles at the very end there. I'm not quite sure. So do let us know. But the other thing I wanted to say real quick, just to get a little dig in, OnlyFleets, I think, is the epitome of very experienced small gangers on TQ, not doing so well in the Alliance tournament, right? And we talk about transferable skills and how different it is to be playing in a 10v10 environment versus on TQ. On TQ, you have a lot of other things that you can kind of add in. You've got, your implant sets. You can pimp your ships, and you can also kind of choose your engagements in the 10v10 environment. Just because people are very experienced and very good small gangers doesn't always mean that they're going to be a good team together, or make the right choices when they need to be made, right? And it's about keeping that morale up, keeping that positive mental attitude up, when things start to go wrong, and not just kind of choking and not doing anything towards the end. It's something that they perhaps need to keep in mind. I think they should probably try another run next year. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think this really epitomizes what Spall Gang looks like in the Alliance tournament.
Melinda is one of the pilots on the OnlyFleets side. Very experienced pilot, done a lot of things, a lot of good theory crafting. Super valuable to have in your team. He has done a sort of reverse Alliance tournament career progress, doing worse every year now. From when I think they went second when they were still with Odin's call. I think that was before he left Odin's. But yeah, just slowly getting worse, which is bizarre because he's actually a very talented pilot. All right, so our next match is going to be between two small, relatively unknown alliances. One of them, I think they're called, let me check, is Goonswarm Federation, I believe is what they go by. Another one is Pandemic Horde. So I don't know much about these guys, but I think we have a video from, Goonswarm. We have a video from them to see what they think about themselves.
We're only Goonswarm after all, don't put the hate on them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Brisk Grubal, the spokesman for the Goonswarm Federation's Alliance Tournament team. Now is the time for all the small gangers in the audience to mute their audio and start chirping at me in the chat like they're toddlers when Paw Patrol comes on. Great. Now that we got that out of the way, as you can see, our team is a little bit distracted right now because we're moving. Now, I wasn't expecting the fact that we would be moving the last time we did one of these videos, so we said we lived in Delft. Well, we don't live in Delft anymore, or at least not going to relatively soon. We're going to be living in Tenerife and Impasse and Imencia and all those places in the southeast. Now, I want to say, I hope that in the move, all of the important things, like my scotch, and like all of the abyssals and other mods that we're going to be using in the tournament don't get caught in a jump freighter on the 49 TAC gate. That would suck. Anyway, we did well in the feeders. We're looking forward to some good fights in the finals, assuming that Dirk wakes up on time to actually fly with the team. Finally, I'd like to say good luck to everybody competing except Horde, and we look forward to seeing you all at the tournament.
Goonswarm Federation, and I can't tell if that was Brisk and Frank in the same room at the same time. I've never seen that before, which is interesting. So, who knows? Maybe we can debunk some fake videos. I'm not convinced that is entirely real. All right, we have only a couple minutes before this match, and this one should be an interesting one. Let's just take a look at the bans. So, Goonswarm Federation, they are banning out the Loki, the Abaddon, the Curse, the Armageddon Navy issue, and the Oneros. Meanwhile, Pandemic Horde also banning out the Armageddon, the Abaddon, the Prophecy Navy issue, the EOS, and the Deacon. Fear, what do you think about these bans here?
So, to me, it screams, first of all, you take out the Loki. We don't want to get rushed. That's the key ship for a lot of rushes, as we were discussing. But they also don't want to deal with some of these armor projection setups and some of the new pressure that the Armageddon Navy issue and the Abaddon can bring. And the Curse, no tracking disruption. Honestly, it's kind of a hodgepodge of, we don't want to face generally strong armor ships. Banning the Curse specifically is a little bit weird to me because typically when you see bans targeted towards tracking disruption, you ban multiple of those ships and not just the Curse. So maybe Goons have some particular read on what Pandemic Horde can bring. But other than that, Goons kind of just generally armor bans and they don't want to get rushed.
Yep. And speaking of rushes, Horde are bringing their flagship Vindicator in this match. So unless it's some really bizarre kiting rail Vindicator, which if that's the case, you should feel bad. This probably will be some sort of rush armor control comp. It'll be up to Goonswarm Federation to counter that and see if they can come out with a W. Usually, Goonswarm Federation, plenty of L's in the Alliance tournament, so I'm kind of rooting for them here to hopefully they get a nice solid dub for a change. I don't know if Dirk has woken up. I have not had confirmation for that, but we will find out. So let's hand over to the commentators for this exciting match.
Hello, I am moderator joined by Brett Bart Pirate here for another exciting match between Pandemic Horde and the Goonswarm Federation. Two titans of nullsec block warfare, now 10v10 instead of 1000v1000. So Pandemic Horde has elected to bring their flagship Vindicator piloted by Villy, and they're going to be in a bit of an armor control rush. And walk me through the Goon comp.
So Goonswarm Federation has decided to kind of do something that they're not known for, and they are going to be trying to elite PvP a little bit here with a heavy missile and rapid light setup, cord around a scimitar, and they have some kiting gators, which is a little bit strange, but we will see how it is. Goons have always done their own thing, and the match has started, and right off the bat, we are seeing Goons realize that they should probably not get close to a Vindicator and are heading the other direction.
Yeah, that's understandable. Usually in these missile kite comps, you'll see people run away immediately or they'll go towards a beacon, right? So Villy, again, in the last match, they dealt with a shield kite comp against evasive maneuvering, and unfortunately they lost to that. So right now, what we're seeing is no initial target paint on the Nurgle of Pandemic Horde. It makes a lot of sense to me if you're in this kind of goon comp. You're not going to be able to kill any of the battleships. You'd really have to work through the low end and then maybe the Guardian.
Absolutely. And it does look like that Goons are currently trying to take a Nurgle down, but very, very difficult ship to take down. It is successfully kiting the drones off, and actually the Nurgle is ramming in right now, going for a tackle, and it looks like that we have a Alligator tackled and a Fleet Cyclone tackled, which is not how you want your kiting setup to be starting off at. So a little bit of danger here. Battleships are moving into position very, very quickly here. If Goons cannot clear this tackle, they are about to start losing ships very fast.
I might have missed it. Is it possible that Villy hit a micro jump drive play, or did they just approach on this kiting comp? Because we see everything going on at 110 kilometers off of the very center of the arena. This Nurgle is getting pounded, but Ranchi is continuing to run through all of his ASB charges, and he doesn't have much left.
No, he doesn't. And they did not do an MJD play. They just got rammed. And everybody knows that ramming is the ultimate way to play this game. Ranchi already dropping very, very quickly, now in range of those two battleships. And fortunately for Goons, they forgot that when you're playing kite, you need to actually kite because they are now down one ship, which is not where you want to be. That being said, Goons are taking the Crucifier out, which is probably playing absolute havoc with their ability to do damage.
Yeah, understandable. So the Crucifier and the Arbitrator, right? We've been talking about how these ships can do a lot to mitigate against a kite comp, whether that be missiles, whether or not that be guns, right? And Goons might have been in a bit of a situation where they're like, we can't actually project any damage. We have to get close. And realizing that the Crucifier, maybe they weren't able to kill it, they're now swapping onto Bartek Francis of that Guardian. And meanwhile, Lord Jackson is getting rather low. A lot of spread damage across this comp.
It's kind of what you would expect. What gets tackled is what you're going to be shooting at. Lord Jackson does have a Vindicator that is of the flagship variety hitting him right now. The Guardian does appear to have gotten out of range, and that was mitigating the damage a little bit, though it is very difficult to actually outrange things. But somehow, I'm not actually sure how, but it appears that they have stopped doing DPS to Lord Jackson because apparently the super tackled Vindicator webbed alligator is able to tank. And I think that this Guardian is actually going to go down, and it does before Lord Jackson. So the game kind of just got opened up again.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. So it looked like that the alligator and other things. Oh, the most is boundary violated to 144 kilometers. Not sure quite what happened with that.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing. Sometimes you're just too busy watching the match instead of watching where your ship is going. But again, this alligator, it is probably going to go down, but it lived way longer than it had any right to. Amazing Logi pilot on that end. And I don't know, if Pandemic Horde decides to continue to boundary violate their ships, they might actually have some trouble here. The Confessor goes down, and Goons are actually doing really good target calling. They're wiping out anything that can actually tackle them. And if you noticed, nothing of Goonswarm is tackled now, with the exception, I say that, and then the Scimitar gets grabbed. But the Nurgle also goes down. So the Scimitar is no longer tackled once again. Very, very good play on Goons. They kind of choked a little bit in the beginning there, but now they're just completely wiping the low end out. And this might turn into one of those matches where Goon is just going to kite around for the rest of the match. They don't actually need to kill that much more Pandemic Horde. As this Crucifier goes down, the match is tied 69 and 69, which are absolutely the best numbers to be tied at.
Yeah, I mean, I also have to agree that's pretty nice. So what we're seeing now is that the Scimitar actually has been held down of the Kite Comp, and that looks like a grappler and a heavy web. So something that people don't always think about is that the Vindicator, it doesn't have a bonus to its web range, but if you have a top-tier officer web and you heat it, you can hit in the mid-30s, and that's a 90% web. And when a Scimitar is going 6 meters a second, I'm thinking you got caught by a Vindicator.
Yeah, it is. It did get explodified. We saw it lose half of its shield in a single volley, which is about what you would expect there. And also now we have a Jackdaw that is tied down. So, I feel like Goons were doing a good job kiting, and then they started not doing a good job kiting. Jackdaw dies very, very quickly. This Magus is getting hit quite hard, as well as Pontifex. It's kind of just a little bit crazy. They're sort of just spreading damage and hitting everything they can. This is still very, very close, but I think it's a bit of an uphill battle now for Goons. They were tied up for a bit. Now they're having some trouble. Should take this Pontifex down here in just a second, and as those links drop, things do become a lot harder to kite. Also, they've been slowly damaging this Redeemer down. I don't know, Goons are just they're really stressing them out in a lot of ways. Everyone's taking tons of damage here.
Yeah, so this Vindicator right now is being scrammed by what appears to be the Merlin, of all things, the hero, dropping that. So Goonswarm, I think they're making the right call. They're going for the low end, realizing that punching through the Redeemer when you still have the links is going to be difficult. But now, Pandemic Horde, they're punching through the low end, and with 4 minutes and about 30 seconds, realizing that, okay, if we break through the Redeemer, we kill the Arbitrator, we can just stay away, get away from the Vindicator. We don't have to kill it. We can just outpoint and win.
Yeah, and it definitely does help that it took Vili quite a while to remember that he does, in fact, have 90% webs, which he then applied to the person tackled him and blew him up. One thing, when you screen a Vindicator, they will vindicate you back. Does look like, while the Merlin is down and Vili is free, the Redeemer is also dropping because there's still so much damage. And so now, somehow, as we would kind of expect, we have a very messy match where, Goons have 4 ships left, Pandemic Horde has 2, but one of them is still that flagship Vindicator, which is very, very powerful.
Yeah, so just doing kind of the quick math here, Goonswarm Federation is up 14 points here. So Vili, really what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to probably try to maybe play for a micro jump drive beacon, get on top of something, because he will have the officer micro warp drive, which will speed you up a little bit, but you're not going to be as fast as an Arthurus, right, or a Gator. So you're going to have to try to maybe get to a center beacon or use that officer web or grapple or somehow to slow something down. And we see Grent here doing a really good job in Jackdaw. He's just gone off in propulsion mode, or to long-range targeting mode, rather. He's just pumping damage safely, getting chased down by some light drones.
Yeah, and so Vilius actually, it looks like he's chasing after the Gator of Dirk Sattel, who I believe is the captain or the co-captain of the Goonswarm team. They're very, very close, but I don't think... There was like this brief moment, I swear, he was probably like sitting there mashing the button trying to get it to activate, because I think he was almost in range for a split second there, but Vili has realized that he is not catching the Gator and is now turning around and kind of just looking at, like, he's like, okay, what do I get? And, Goons are kind of playing this perfectly. Grant's Jackdaw probably is going to go down here, though.
So he's doing the perfect thing. So he was getting chased by a cloud of drones, and he was getting a micro jump drive. But the drones killed him before, and if he wasn't in defensive mode, shooting in targeting mode, he would have had less HP. Critically, though, that, was good to get the points on the board, but it's not enough. So Pandemic Horde is probably going to lose their arbitrator in the next couple of minutes, meaning that they'll be down a total of 16 points. So Bellicose won't be enough. You have to catch an Orthrus, have to catch a Gator if you're Villy in the next 2 minutes, and Orthruses are not known for getting caught.
No, I don't think Villy is going to have to either do some amazing piloting, as the arbitrator now goes down, or Pandemic Horde's going to have to massively, not Pandemic Horde, Goonswarm are going to have to massively mess up here, and Goons doing a really good job here. Basically, we have a Vindicator just kind of flailing around helplessly in the middle of the arena, trying to chase something down, slowly going down. There's actually a lot of damage still on field. That flag Vindy could still die.
I look at its defense bar, and yes, it's got some of the drones that are on top of it, but if I'm Goonswarm Federation, what I'm going to do now is I'm trying to put all of my ships on an MJD beacon, get away from that Vindicator, and as soon as it tries to get close to me, I'm going to try to jump. Again, this Orthrus, though, is getting rather close. I hope he's not entirely kind of capped out. You should be able to outrun. We see the Orthrus is going around 700-800 kilometers a second faster.
Yeah, I don't think the Vindicator catches it. I think actually Villy, and it might be too late because they only have a minute left, but Villy needs to get onto an MJD beacon, and instead we're seeing the classic battleshippery where they're helplessly chasing ships that are much faster than them.
Oh no, Villy! You know what? Looking at the trajectory he's going, I think he's approaching.
Yeah.
And what you need to do in this kind of situation is you need to anticipate where you think the ship is going to be and try to chase. But Villy, well, I don't know if his prop has been burnt out because he's not going anywhere now.
This could be hands could be off the keyboard right now. But the prop has been cut. I don't know if he burnt it. I don't know if he just decided to turn it off. I don't know if he has given up hope. I could kind of understand it with 30 seconds left in the match. But I was going to say he's kind of dropping low, but then he just repped up. Big magical flagship reps. Crazy match. That's about what we expected. Something wild?
Yeah, I expected something absolutely messy, and we got a very, very messy match. But Goonswarm Federation proving that, at least on Tranquility, they are the better block when it comes to maybe not blob warfare. That's to be determined, but better in the 10v10 arena than Pandemic Horde.
That's fair. We already knew that, though. Let's be real.
I don't know if we did, but we do now, and we'll send it to a break and to the desk to break that one down.
Goonswarm Federation, they get it. They get a W. They win. They beat Pandemic Horde, knocking Pandemic Horde out of Alliance Tournament 20. Horde do at least keep their flagship Vindicator. I assume that it would be relatively pricey coming from a man of such resources as Villy. Almost certainly it would be a very spicy meatball. Fear, talk to me about that match. What happened? What did Horde do wrong?
So what Horde did was they saw the Abaddon was banned by Goons, and they replaced the Abaddon in their comp from yesterday with the Redeemer. And then what Goons did was say, Horde is not going to bring a different comp than yesterday, and they lost HMLKite yesterday, so we're going to bring HMLKite into Horde. And so what we saw was a repeat of yesterday with worse execution than what Evasive maneuvering did, but still a repeat of yesterday, exploiting the exact same weaknesses that Horde had in the comp and in the actual gameplay yesterday, and coming out with a W.
Yeah, and Goons are on the lower bracket tear now, straight to the grand finals. Let's go. I'm all about that now. Mystical Might, your thoughts on that match?
I just wish Nalani flew as well as he drank. I met him in Vegas. He convinced me that they were going to deliberately go into the losers bracket for the skin run, and then I just watched the man boundary. So, buddy, come on, what is that? We're going to need to work on this for next year. But yeah, no, it was sad to see at the very end. I think Villy may have burned his prop mod. Started crawling around at like 155 meters a second, thereabouts. And then the Orthrus also seemed to slow down almost immediately afterwards. But sadly, just due to the distances involved, Villy wasn't able to capitalize. Unsure if the Orthrus burned their prop mod out. But if they did, then had Villy still had his prop mod, I think Horde would have won that match. So it came down to fine margins. And like Fizz said, I think the execution was a bit shaky from Goons. They brought a kite comp and then proceeded to not kite at the very beginning. Got tackled a bunch, which made it a lot closer than it really should have been.
Yeah, there was a lot of ships that shouldn't be getting Vindicator webbed that were getting Vindicator webbed in that match. I was watching the Scimitar as the Vindicator just closed in on it, and its speed dropped all the way down to, I think it was 6 ms before it died. Once you get into the range of a Vindicator, there's very little chance you're getting out of it. It's a pretty bad spot to be in general. But, you know, like we say, Goons take the win. We'll see them again. That's it for Horde. They can go back to spinning Ishtars and Havens, I guess. I guess that's what they do. I don't know. We haven't heard from them for a while. But yeah, so I think we can move on to the next match, which I think is also going to be an interesting one. It's actually going to be Snuffed Out versus Ronin Reloaded. And I'm told that we can hear from Snuffed Out directly as we have one of their spokespeople on the line. Let's hear them there.
Hello, I am Wally Martz, and I am the spokesperson for Snuffed Out, who are competing in the Alliance tournament. Snuffed Out is a low-sec PvP alliance based out of Black Rise. We've competed in the Alliance tournament for a total of 6 times. We have some teams in the Alliance tournament that we are very excited to fly against, namely Genshin Impact, who are close friends with our Snuffed Out team. If Snuffed Out doesn't make it to the finals, I anticipate either Genshin Impact or Kalsif coming out on top. Both teams have a collection of pilots that are far above the skill level of the others. If you see us in a match for the AT, I would bet channel points on us because of our team's ability to adapt. We have come out on top in Anger Games and AT matches in the past with the odds stacked against us. Whether it be a counter comp or a team that historically does very well, we won't quit. Our team captain is Nuke Michael. He has a lot of experience in both the Anger Games and the AT and expects the best from our pilots. I hope you enjoy watching our team compete as much as I will.
And there we have it. So that is Snuffed Out, letting us know what they do in EVE Online, except sit in on gates with expensive ships and just kind of farm kill mills. They like to do that as well. All right, so let's take a look at the bans. Not sure if we have the bans available yet, actually. No, we don't, so we'll come back to those in a little bit. Mystical Might, talk to me about Snuffed Out. We talked about them a bit yesterday. They can be a very sort of like, when it works, and when it doesn't, it really doesn't team. They showed a lot of potential in the feeders. They executed really well, brought some smart comps, and other times they've brought just kind of garbage and done really poorly. So it's kind of which version of Snuff are we going to get? They did lose yesterday. Was it they just got beaten, or are they not a good team this year?
Well, remind me, did they bring Flumpists yesterday?
They brought Flumpists.
Terrible. Terrible choices. I'm not a fan of the Tempest Fleet issue, so I do think that with a bit more theory crafting, they had so many options available to them that I think that bringing the Tempest Fleet wasn't the ideal choice. But I do think that they are able to execute fairly well. We've seen them do really well with some of the shield kite setups, or at least like medium gun spam, but with a shield fit, using their range advantage to win out matches in the feeders. So I think that they should kind of just resort back to some of the things that they're comfortable with. Maybe just drop the Flampists, pick anything else.
Demoses.
No, not again.
Yes. 4 Demoses, please. Hey, medium gun spam.
Yep.
It will work.
Yep.
It will work. Shield Demoses, please.
Oh, God. Please do not listen to what he says. All right, let's take a look at the bans. Snuffed Out versus Ronin Reloaded. So Snuffed Out banning out the Eos, the Orthrus, the Loki, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Meanwhile, Ronin are banning out the Oneirus, the Abaddon, the Keres, and the Mollis. Fear, what do you think about these bans here?
So, Snuffed Out, once again banning that Loki, don't want to get rushed. Meanwhile, they ban out Orthrus, which is just generally strong for Missile Kite, and then Eos is very common for armor links, and then get a Navy issue is just get a Navy issue. Meanwhile, Ronin Reloaded, again, it's just kind of general armor bans. You ban the Keres, you ban the Mollis, so they don't want to get damped, but things like the Celestis are still up on the table if they want to do that. But they also ban the Oneirus, so they don't want to face any sort of T2 armor logi and don't want to be dealing with any sort of medium gun spam comp.
Yeah, and you can see a nice little sneak preview here of the new Keres model. It's gaining some girth. Misty, any further thoughts on?
I was going to say that Keres was looking mighty like a turkey. I don't know. It's not the Keres I'm used to, but I'm looking forward to some changes.
It's the new model.
Yeah, it looks good. No, I think it should be an interesting match. I'm hoping that Snuff have made some revisions to their comps, because I do think that they have the ability to make a fairly decent run. It will just come down to whether they actually bring a good setup, really, for me.
Okay, so I mean, we haven't done it yet today because we've been too busy yapping on about other stuff, but let's do some predictions. Fear, what's your prediction in this match? Snuffed Out or Ronin Reloaded?
I'm going to go with Snuffed Out here. Ronin Reloaded, relatively new team to the Alliance tournament. Snuffed Out has some veteran members and have actually added some members of XPL teams on their roster. So despite their performance yesterday, I think they probably have the experience advantage here and should be able to win this one out.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. You pointed out some very experienced members from PL have joined the Snuff team. So hopefully we get to see a solid Snuff performance here. Mystical Might, do you agree, or do you think Ronin could take this?
I'm going to predict that whichever team wins is the one that I'm going to pick. And I'm going to wait until after the match to tell you which team I'm supporting.
Okay.
I have no idea.
But you've locked it in your head,
Yes,
right?
yes.
You wouldn't possibly change that?
Yeah, for sure, definitely, yeah.
Okay, good to know that we can trust you like that. I see Twitch chat, you guys are also predicting with your channel points. You should definitely gambit all of them. Snuffed Out is the favourites though, 1.2 million to 800,000. So it's not a heavy favourite, but it's still a favourite. So let's head over to the arena and see who's going to win between Snuffed Out and Ronin Reloaded.
Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament, where we have Snuffed Out versus Ronin Reloaded, where, as the commentators predicted, it seems that we have the other Snuffed Out this time, as they have decided to bring a shield medium gun setup that is very reminiscent of what they stomped in the feeders that made us all think, oh, this is Snuffed Out's good, this is going to be great. And here they are again, and they're going to be going up against Ronin Reloaded, who brought something that Moderator was kind of about.
Yeah, so Ronin Reloaded has seen that, oh, hey, so Geddon Navy is banned. We're just going to bring the regular Geddon, but crucially that these are going to be no hard points. So what that means is no rapid heavy, no cruise missiles. So they're all going to be newts on top. So they have 2 giant curses supported by a Zarm and double arbitrator that if those have tracking disruption, and we'll see here in a minute, could play havoc with Snuff. If I'm Snuff, I probably need to get a lot of damage very early, get on top of these Ronin support ships, and there's a lot of tracking disruption going on.
There is a lot of tracking disruption. Snuff almost sniped the Pontifex right off the bat. So that was actually, that could have been the game right there. If you lose the links that fast, it is absolutely horrible. A little bit of damage spread going out. Snuff is extremely tracking disrupted right now. At least 5 or 6 tracking disruptors, potentially more. I think that Ronin maybe read them a little bit here, but that being said, the trick with tracking disruptors is you can do the greatest strategy of all time in EVE Online, the video game, which is ram in and press F1 on a single target. So if Snuff decides to brawl out, the nice thing about the Ronin Reloaded team for Snuffed is that they don't actually have that much damage.
Yeah, so the Ronin Reloaded team is actually giving chase with these Geddons. They're trying to close. Meanwhile, the Snuffed Out team is approaching one of these MJD beacons at the very bottom of the map. We see some chip damage with drones being assigned across the board. Snuff trying to maybe harass a little bit in the back line with some of that, but neither side really committing all that much. So Snuffed Out, their attack bar being rather low. Again, that's going to be a lot of this tracking disruption really just not being committed. And Ronin Reloaded, again, double Armageddon, double Arbitrator, Magus, Pontifex, and 2 Vexors. Not a lot of damage, but a lot of control. And they are applying these newts to the Scimitar, to the Navy Ferox, trying to just really whittle down the capacitor. I mean, the longer you go against these medium battleship hulls with heavy newts, the worse. But meanwhile, look at the snap to the Magus.
Yeah, they did almost take it down. It does appear to have been catching reps. One of the things about this is that, though, again, Navy Ferox is tackled by Forlorn, not a great thing, but that isn't actually that bad because we have Scimitar reps, which are fantastic versus a very, very low amount of damage. It does look like Snuff's kind of just trying to do a little bit of positioning fight here. They are going to basically... They've kind of balled up around the Navy Ferox. They've been like, okay, well, you know what, you tackled him. They're spreading out. Snuffed is actually kind of rushing a little bit around. I think they might be about to go for the back line here.
So Snuffed, what actually they've done here, we can see that the damage is going on to Razor. They've swapped to Antimatter. They're going to close and try to just punch through that Armageddon before the Zarmzad of Bed to Boss can get a full spool. And with this much damage off these shield chips, I think they might just be able to do it. Meanwhile, throwing some drones on to harass the Confessor, really force a split rep situation, which is very good against Zarm.
It is, and the thing is too, is that they're switching. They might break the Armageddon. I feel like it's going to be one of those ones. Will the reps spool up enough in time for them to actually do it? But even if they don't, they're in perfect position to snap to the other one. So we're going to see what happens. This is very, very tight. It looks like it's about to start bleeding structure here. But again, as these reps slowly spool up, there's a chance that we might see it go completely the other direction, and then Snuffed is going to have to target call. That being said, Forlorn is starting to break the newts and the drone damage, starting to make it very, very difficult to tank it. But the structure is beginning to bleed of Razor's Armageddon.
So I really what Snuff is doing here, what they've done is they spread out a lot of damage between Kira and on that Pontifex and the Magus, and maybe realizing, okay, maybe we don't break Razor here, but we're going to break a Pontifex, we're going to break a Magus. You're not going to be able to spool, to save some of these smaller ships. And if you break the links, eventually you can come back and say, hey, now we're going to kill your Geddon.
They can do that, but it does look like the Geddon is actually catching the power of those spooling reps, and hopefully, I think Snuff might have left it a little bit late here to do a target swap, because if you're not breaking it through those reps, you are never going to break it. It does look like they are swapping over to the Magus, and the Magus is very, very low, and the Magus goes down, and that is absolutely massive here. Those are the skirmish links. Those potentially are some armor links. That is really huge. That being said, Forlorn is starting to finally bleed into armor, but we're really seeing the anemic DPS of these drone comps. It does look like we did just lose a Skybreaker, just kind of out of nowhere, just got slapped by drones. Happens.
Yeah.
And we are about to also lose this Ferox Navy issue.
Yeah, so, they're going to kill a Ferox Navy issue, and we do see damage onto the Scimitar, but it's taken them 4 minutes to kill a single battleship, or battle cruiser, rather. Meanwhile, Snuffed really needs to figure out what they're going to do with a lot of their damage. They're going after, looks like Midnight Advent in the Confessor, and maybe now trying to go onto the Armageddon. We see more damage. Realizing that, hey, maybe with the spool having dropped off the Geddon to try to save that, Magus earlier, that the spool might not be fully there. But Snuff's Scimitar is rather low at the moment and dipping down into armor. That said, we do see an ASB. 2 Vexers, though, in the backline are just chilling on top of the Scimitar. Fury and Slave Matt doing a really, really good job there of just completely isolating and neutralizing the Scimitar.
Yeah, it's not in a great spot, and this is kind of a big deal. The Scimitar is very, very far away. The Confessor does finally drop here, which they've been kind of, like you said, but the thing about this is right, you have a tackled Scimitar, it's too far away from anything. I don't know what the damage from, it seems like Ronin is kind of spreading their DPS here, where I think at any point in time, they can just send drones and kill the Scimitar, because they're slowly feeding some of these ships. Both their link ships are down now. That being said, Scimitar is starting to drop, but every time those big ASB charges are going to keep it up for probably at least another minute or two. And I've been watching the snuffed out ships. They really have never stopped shooting the Geddon. Even when they stop shooting the Geddon, they just kind of switch back and okay, maybe we should shoot the Geddon again. That does look like they're doing some damage to the Zarm, though.
Critically, the Zarm is taking a lot of damage from medium range guns, and this Skybreaker of the Quartermaster is approaching and rather much ramming. Okay, so the Skybreaker does get Scram Web on top of the Zarm. We see a cloud of drones hitting that Zarm. If they punch through the Zarm here, it's Snuff. Their Scimitar is getting low. Destoy is about to die, but just in points, if you kill a Zarm and you can eventually punch through a Geddon, you're going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think they should get this Zarm. It's very tackled, and just the drones alone will probably get it. But again, Snuff is kind of... They're being weird here, right? If you look at the position, a lot of their ships are very spread out. When I think that they're untackled, they're spread out, and they have an opportunity to really push in there, because the only thing that's actually kind of tackled is a Phantasm with a Grappler. Snuff can basically be free. Their Scimitar's tackled off in the middle of nowhere. Snuff can pull everybody off and go blow up the Zarm right now, and they're not doing that, and I don't know why.
Well, some of the trouble they might be having is that their Phantasm has been grappled down. That Phantasm has been doing actually a pretty good job previously of holding down the Armageddon of, looks like Poya, Filba in the kind of the back line, but that's kind of given up. At this point, Snuff is trying to get damage onto the Zarm and maybe trying to get onto the Arbitrator here as well, but it's kind of anemic damage.
It is. They're starting to get in there, and you do have to remember, there are 2 Arbitrators that are probably tracking, disrupting them into utter oblivion. Now that some of the ships have gotten a lot closer, we have Phantasms that are basically on top of the Zarm at this point, they're being able to kill it. Looks like this Moa is actually dropping very, very quickly. Moa's weirdly not that tanky in the Alliance tournament. So Ronin has realized that maybe they should actually start killing things. The Moa drops, and it looks like the Scimitar is finally out of ASB charges at about the time we would expect it. But they are probably going to go do a Logi trade here. That Zarm is getting very, very low. Incredibly tanky Logi ship, but it's not going to survive all that long. The question is, does Snuff still have enough DPS left to do anything off this?
Yeah, so just kind of looking at the point calculations, so Snuff really has to kill the Zarm, and then they have to kill an Armageddon, but they have to do it in the span of 2 minutes. And what I'm looking at is a lot of Republic fleet warriors that are on top of the Zarm, and meanwhile, the Phantasm of Ergodon is getting rather low. They can't lose a Phantasm at this point and, kill a Zarm and a Geddon. It's not going to be enough points.
No, it's not. And, I think one of the things, too, that's really, really just hurting them right now, like, those tracking disruptors are insane. And I think that as we're seeing the Zarm actually start to claw back here a little bit, I think that what happened is now that so many ships on the Snuff's team are dead, there's only 3 real turret ships. Okay, sorry. 2 real turret ships as the Phantasm drops, and they're able to focus so many of those Arbitrator tracking disruptors on it that they can't even hit a Zarm, even though they're basically on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, look how fast this Arbitrator is dying, though. I feel like if Snuff had really, instead of gone all in for the Zarm and realized that, yeah, we've got this Zarm kind of tackled in Narnia, we can commit to the Arbitrator. The Zarm's probably not even ranged to rep it, and we can really break the Arbitrator. Snuff members now giving a GF in local. Unfortunately, this will be the end of the road for Snuffed out.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty messy win, I would say, on Ronin's team. But at the end of the day, they still have their entire core. It maybe took a little longer than it needed to, but Snuff is starting to lose their last few ships here. The Vulture standing strong and Dragon disrupted into oblivion. Arbitrators, I mean, it's kind of the unsung ship almost. Like they've been doing so much work this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have talked about how some teams have committed, 30 points of Arbitrators like Fraternity did, and it was completely ineffectual. But there are other times where not only are they just good, they just outright carry the match for you. And this is one of those cases where they just shut down so many points, and Ronin did a good enough job with the Vexers, a good enough job with the Confessor of really screening things out and dragging it out long enough where Snuffed Out maybe didn't even have the damage or capacitor really to even activate their guns. I mean, you have to think with 2 Geddons, battlecruiser, capacitor is not that good at the end of the day.
No, and they are shield battle cruisers as well. So generally, you do have to make an actual conscious decision of, do I want to be able to deal with newts, or do I want to be able to deal with taking damage? And at the end of the day, I'm not sure if Snuffed was completely neuted out or if they just didn't have the ability to attack anything. But Ronin Reloaded does win 164 points to 34, kicking Snuffed out of the tournament and back to low sec where they belong. And we will send this back to the desk.
Snuffed out, being snuffed out once again from Alliance Tournament 20. They can go home, they can go back to low sec and start dropping faxes on things all the time with all their marshals again. Plenty of time for that now. Mystical Might, what happened in that match there? Because it really, I mean, I know I just kind of memed a little bit on Snuff, but just to be clear, they went down fighting. Like, it was a pretty solid performance in the situation that they were in. They did not just get wiped, they actually did, gave it a really good run, and it could have gone either way at one point, but break it down a little bit more for me.
Yeah, okay. So, true to my word, I was actually betting on Snuff winning here. I thought that they actually did have a chance when they ended up bringing the exact comp that I was suggesting that they just go back to. It did have a real chance at winning. The Geddon actually piloted really well, flying away from the medium gun spam while ensuring that the Navy Feroxes were neutered out. So it makes it very hard to chase when you can't turn your prop mod on every single cycle. You can get a burst in here or there, but eventually you're going to have to slow down. Being able to pull away while also being Zarm repped meant that the Geddon caught in about 90-95% structure. Did trade a Magus for it, but it meant that the Snuff team had burned through a bunch of cap boosters, were wildly out of position, unable to really capitalize on anything, and the tracking disruptors from the arbitrators meant that they weren't able to reach out and kill the Magus and the Pontifex at the very beginning. So the Geddons had links the entire time, which is a huge increase to the effective hit points and the repping power that the team can put out. So I'd say, and I think Fear's going to want to expand on this a little bit, but the arbitrators were definitely one of the key parts of the comp against Snuff. But I also think that Snuff should have just kind of brought in. They did a good job pulling away and trying to draw the team out in a line, but I think they should have turned sooner and committed more, especially the Skybreakers, to keep the Armageddon tackled. And I think it's the lack of tackle that really clinched the loss for Snuff here. If they'd been able to pin down the Armageddon at the very beginning and finish it off, I think they would have won.
Yeah, honestly, I think I agree with you. We saw some really good individual piloting. That Scimitar survived for way longer than he had any right to survive on. So, excellent job. I'm pretty sure he managed to get at least one reload, maybe even 2 reloads of his ASB in there, which is good heat management, good skills. Fear, these arbitrators, like Misty said, they're probably quite an important part of that comp. Tell me about them.
So one thing that we saw there when the match started, and I commented about this when we were watching the match from here on the desk, is that the arbitrators go out, and typically when you have 2 arbitrators in a team comp, you're going to make a split of tracking disruption and missile guidance disruption. That is not what we saw. We saw 5 tracking disruptors go out all over the Snuffed Out team, which means that Ronin Reloaded had the read that Snuffed Out was probably going to do some form of medium gun spam against them. And with those tracking disruptors, grant you, as Misty said, they wanted to brawl in eventually and make that commitment as a result of these arbitrators being there. But it does make it more difficult to have the exact range control that you want as a medium gun spam when you have 5, maybe 6 tracking disruptors on the enemy team and all of your ships have guns.
Yep. So that was the last of our losers bracket matches for now. We're going to go back into the winners bracket. Winners only for the next while. And I have something to show you guys. It's quite heavy, so give me a second. Let me see if I can actually get this thing up onto... There we are. There we are. So this is what you're competing for, ladies and gentlemen. Ignore the actual plaque on the back. There's a laser tag trophy. But this is Alliance Tournament 20. The trophy. This is it. It's solid gold. It's really heavy. Oh, hey, look at that camera angle. Where's the focus? There it is. Yeah, so this is, I know it made it look like it was light there, but that is just my pure strength. It is, in fact, extremely heavy. Solid gold. This is like black gold, so that's pretty cool. But this is what we're competing for. And our next match, in the winners bracket, between Exodus until Doomsday. Till Doomsday, you're familiar with, Misty, because they knocked your team into the lower bracket.
Yeah.
So they're already in a great position. Exodus are a very experienced team, we know that. And in fact, we can hear from Exodus right now. So let's go to their spokesperson video.
Hey, man. Pass me some more of those sweet leaves. And, what was your name again?
Marcus Drazen, dude.
Right on. From Exodunks, right? Or Exodus? You guys live in...
Floater, dude. We're just a group of small gangers that live in low sec. A lot of gas huffing and test bong action going on in 413 out there, man. Busy times. Drop by sometime.
Cool, man. And they're in the Garrissa's tourney this year, huh?
Yeah, buddy. This is their 11th tournament. Over 100 years experience in the team.
Well, I'm still not betting my Twitch points on you. I saw a few of your past AT commercials, and you guys are weird.
Thanks, bro. We were CCP Rise's preferred tournament alliance. A bunch of hosers, bud, with a couple Americans and an Australian guy named Mr. Falcon.
And what did you mean when you said the Thunderchild meta?
Guy, chill. Open channel. We're hoping the other teams haven't figured out this year's meta yet.
Cool story, bro.
My guy. We've got the number 2 EVE Online player in Quebec, Wassa QC, as our captain this year. Sir Axel Nightblade, one of our previous captains, he's backing him up. He taught me everything there was to know about baby metal. And Vitone, he's our alliance leader, man. He bankrolls the dudes, makes sure they've got some fresh mods. Guy's a straight-up gangster. Bit of new blood on the team this year, too.
Well, right on, man. And good luck this year. But I'm gonna roll out to BWF. Thanks for not warping your scepters in.
For sure, dude. I was waiting for you to decloak your Loki. Blaze it.
There you are. That is Exodus, and this is, again, as we say, what you're all competing for. Some expenses have been spared in the production of this tournament, but not this one. This is, as I mentioned, gold.
Did the Gristas steal that?
They probably did. They probably did steal that. That's what they would do. Yeah. All right, let's look at the bans for Till Doomsday versus Exodus. This is going to be an interesting set of bans. We have a Mollis and a Curse from Till Doomsday, as well as the Deacon and the Widow. So Widow threat removed. Exodus banning out the Loki, the Crucifier, the Zarmalade, and the Oneros. Mystical Might, what are your quick thoughts on these bans here?
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting to see the Zarm and Oneros ban in the second phase from Exodus. The Crucify and the Curse kind of make sense. The Curse is a spooky ship in the sense that not only does it bring tracking disruptors, but it also has the medium newts, which is why we often see the curse banned, but we also see like Pilgrim left open because it's a weaker version of the curse. Typically, it's going to be armor fit instead of shield fit, so there's more restrictions on when you can bring a Pilgrim for it to be truly effective. But yeah, I think these are pretty... I'm sad to see the Widow ban. I want to see more Widows in the tournament. I think Widows are fairly cool. We've seen them used effectively once or twice. I'd like to see more Widows, please.
More Widows. All right, you heard the man. Widows, please. All right, so we're going to go ahead into the arena for this match between Till, Doomsday, and Exodus. Exodus are bringing a flagship Armageddon Navy issue, so they are committing, and they're going to try and take a win and make themselves into top 16. Whoever wins this match guarantees some prize ships, including a prize battleship. This is where the prizes start to become legitimate. Like, you win this, you have one prize ship. So let's head into the arena and see if they can do that.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my good colleague Brett Bart Pirate and Black Bart Pirate even, not Brett Thomas. We have a Kingslayer composition, so 3 rapid heavy battleships and the flagship ANI of Sabotage going up against a drone comp. Interestingly, Exodus has a pair of bombers. Maybe not going to do a ton against the drone comp.
It could. It'd be really cool if it does. We will find out. Exodus, yes, they are bringing a King Killer. They brought their flagship. We're kind of seeing an old school drone comp here with some EOSs and the often talked shit about Stratios, but the match has started. Both teams are at the maximum range of the warp in, so I think they were a little bit scared of engaging too much here. Probably favors the Exodus team a bit here because they have the ability to, basically shoot from wherever they want. Massive cloud of drones out already. So many heavy drones and some light drones and some medium drones rushing straight at Exodus. Not sure what they're about to hit yet, but it does look like they're probably, I would expect to go for the bombers, right?
Yeah, I would think so. You would want to do that, and it looks like that or the Inquisitors. We see some drone damage that looks like it's heading towards the Inquisitor, kind of on the back line of Vitone here. Meanwhile, battle has been joined. The Typhoon Fleet issues and the Armageddon Navy issue are just duking it out in the very center of the arena with the EOS. And I like that. If I'm Exodus, even if you guidance disrupt me, right, and they have been guidance disrupted heavily, if you're on an EOS at 0, it's not really going to matter too much if your guidance disrupted.
No, and we're seeing that the EOS, which is generally considered to be probably one of the tankiest ships in the Alliance tournament, is actually dropping quite low. But once again, we are seeing these Triglavian reppy boys, and especially against rapid heavy missile launchers, very, very powerful because they will have to stop shooting at some point when they have to reload for 30 seconds or so. But that being said, the Hound actually gets blown up by a boundary.
The Hound and the Hyena. Oh, this was a debate. So the Hyena was chasing after this Inquisitor, and they both boundaried. However, if I lose an Inquisitor for a Hyena, I'm happy with that. That Hyena is going to be doing a good job at keeping away the Exodus core. But both teams that should know better, inting key ships. However, speaking of inting, that EOS is getting rather low. Meanwhile, the Magus does drop as well for the side of Exodus.
Yeah, that's really bad. Like, inting an Inquisitor because you were trying to kite basically means the second Inquisitor is going to die at some point because now half of your reps are gone. They can't rep each other. We thought the EOS was going to die, but it actually did exactly what we thought was going to happen, or what I predicted, and the battleships have clipped. And now the EOS is going to get repped all the way back up to full. And, this is rough. Like, this is the problem with the setup that Exodus brought, is that if this specific situation happens and you have wasted so much time, now you're just getting picked apart. We have lost the Hound, we've lost the Magus, we've lost the Inquisitor. They're slowly losing ships here until Doomsday is very, very ahead. Like you said, one Hyena for an Inquisitor. Who cares?
So one thing I really don't like here with what's going on with Exodus is, okay, it looks like they've reloaded or are starting to reload. I would like to see some split neutralization between the two EOSs and the Rodiva. So the Rodiva will have its cap being pressured, which will matter a lot on this upcoming reload. Meanwhile, I would like to also see the EOS, right, just grind them out over time on the capacitor, right? You have a core of Fleet Typhoons and Navy Armageddon. Really, if you're on top of these ships at 0, you're about to lose your Pontifex, you're about to lose your Lynx, you're about to lose a lot of tankiness, but just try to make sure that the EOSs just don't have any resist mods.
No, that's a very good idea. But you know what is not a good idea is after you fail to kill an EOS that is being repped by a Triglavian reppy boy, you then attempt to do it again while the reps are still spooled up. It does look like Exodus realized that was a bad idea and have hard swapped the Prophecy, which they should be able to kill. And I think that they actually might have I think the Rediva was not able to rep it. I don't think the Rediva repped it at all.
Yeah, I was just looking at kind of the bar here. The rep is on the EOS, not the Prophecy at all. Maybe a complete misplay, or the Rediva was completely out of capacitor. But that Prophecy does break. Meanwhile, Mo in the Purifier is going to drop. So really, the only ships left for Exodus are going to be their heavy point core. But I mean, if that Rodiva is still capped out, if that EOS is capped out, Exodus could be in an okay position. Zeraxel, meanwhile, though, is taking a lot of damage from the drone cloud.
Yeah, so really interestingly, the Ashimu of WasaQC almost got tackle on the Rodiva, which would have been really bad. It does have a web on it, but it has been screened by a Stratios, so we're seeing some counterplay with the cruisers in the back that is maybe a little bit hard to see compared to the crazy action going on right here. The Rodiva is very, very, very far away right now, and it is still in rep range barely, but I think they're in trouble here. This Typhoon fleet issue is entering kind of middle to lowish armor right here. Nothing is happening to this EOS. They're trying to kill it again, which, maybe, definition of insanity, try 3 times and...
Yeah, meanwhile, again, the Rodiva's had the reps on top of this EOS the entire time. Exodus isn't about to break it. Zeraxel Nightblade, however, is about to break. Maybe try for a Stratios, try for an Arbitrator, try for literally anything else. But I don't know if Exodus can even project because... their Fleet Typhoons, their Navy Armageddon are completely held down at this point, and their TD, they probably can't shoot more than 15 kilometers at most.
No, they got countered a little bit here. Like, Arbitrator, again, hey, would you look at that? The Arbitrators are doing really, really good. There's a couple moments I think Exodus had here. They are going to lose this Fleet Typhoon. Now, that being said, one of the Fleet Typhoons isn't tackled, and it looks like a Fleet Typhoon of Aaron is actually burning away right now, trying to grab something else to get and kill here. And I say that and it gets tackled again. But they're trying to do stuff. Tackle by a Mollis Navy issue. I do think you're right. Like, you're up against a Triangle Boy reppy ship. Spread your DPS some, right? Like, do something here. Get your drones out. I don't know really what they're doing besides feeding right now.
Yeah, right now till Doomsday on their Rodiva, they're just kind of spreading things out. Meanwhile, the issue that Exodus has right now is that their Typhoon Fleet issue is kind of out in Narnia relative to the Armageddon Navy issue, so they can't really support each other and concentrate damage on anything. Meanwhile, the Rodiva is just happy to kind of split reps across the board. Yes, it is finally getting some newt pressure. It looks like from, the one of the battleships at long range, so deep in follow. So this Rodiva, though, is playing basically perfectly, staying at the very, very edge of optimal. It doesn't matter in a Rodiva if you're at 2 kilometers or, if you're at the very edge. You still do the same amount, and Aaron E. Vega is about to drop.
Yeah, and you got to do a really huge shout out the Rodiva, the Arbitrators, and honestly the Stratios, as much as people don't like to kind of say mean things about it. Fantastic screening and just avoiding and not getting tackled and killed, because while they are tracking Disrupted into oblivion, they still would do quite a bit of damage, and it does look like the Typhoon fleet issue is slowly starting to drop here, breaking into structure. It really does show that some of these drone setups don't really do all that much damage, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because if you're able to prevent yourself from going down, you're going to do fine. And the EOS, actually kind of got wrecked a little bit. Those flagship rapid heavies, we were just looking at them, they do a lot of damage, but again, like, you're not going to kill it. You've tried, 4 times now?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I would have thought that Till Doomsday might have tried to kill the Navy Geddon at this point, maybe not the Fleet Typhoon, because they've already won the match, and maybe there's an opportunity because you're playing against Exodus, right, that you can upgrade some of the loot. Exodus is not poor. They will have, a good web, good launchers, right, good micro warp drive, probably a very good damage control as well. But I don't know if in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds they'll be able to kill that Navy Armageddon. Exodus, though, interestingly enough, they brought a Purifier and a Hound, which is what they did last match. I feel like Till Doomsday kind of countercomped them, and Exodus was maybe showing a little bit too much by bringing the same setup twice in a row.
Yeah, you got to be really careful about that. Like, every single match is public. Obviously, you guys are watching it right now at home or wherever it is you are. You can see what the teams are bringing, and you can look and be like, they brought this. Well, clearly there was a lot of guidance disruptors here. I don't know if they all end it. That's generally a little bit dangerous, but Exodus got pretty much neutered here. Like, they killed the hyena because it killed itself dying to the Inquisitor, which was perfect. Like, great. They got the prophecy. I think that might have been a little bit of a piloting error on the Rodiva's fault, but other than that, I mean, here we are. Now, you said that they might not have enough time, but it actually does look like they are kind of eating through this Navy-Geddon. I bet you that it is having some, I don't know, maybe he gave up, maybe he burned something, or maybe they trolled and did doing a little bit of a parse strat. He put all of his low slots as damage modules to try and do something, but I think they might actually be losing their Geddon here.
No, I think they are. I mean, people kind of say that, the Eoses don't do a ton of damage, but really, I mean, look at the attack bar that Till Doomsday has. It's not nothing, right? Like, we see that there is an active rep amount in the defense bar in purple, and that's going to be those X-type, reps that are going to be doing an excellent job at keeping Sabotage up, right? He's been doing his, level best, but this Ashimu of Wasa is just eventually going to fall, and
they shouldn't kill the
Doomsday.
They shouldn't kill the Ashimu.
They're going to kill both of them, right?
Don't kill the Ashimu. Stop on the Ashimu so you can loot the Navy-Geddon, because if you blow it up too late, because now they're going to kill the flagship, they're not going to be able to loot it, because as soon as that Navy-Geddon dies, that's it.
Well, in fairness, the Eoses are on top of this Navy-Geddon at 0. They're going to loot it. The desk is probably going to be able to give us some insight into how shiny of a kill mail that is, because I'm expecting, top-tier meta officer launchers and, defensive, offensive mods. Very well played by Till Doomsday, countercomped, and again, who thought that these Frenchies would go, 2-0 in the winner's side?
Yeah. Back to the desk.
Getting knocked down into the lower bracket now and losing their flagship. We'll check out that kill mail when it comes through. A bit of an upset there. I think everyone, Twitch chat, you guys all seem to mostly predict Exodus would win. I thought Exodus would win. They're a very experienced team. Kind of a bit of a surprise to see them go out. But Till Doomsday have turned up and shown that they are to be taken seriously. They come in, first match of Alliance Tournament 20. They take on the defending champions and they knock them into the lower bracket. Then they go up against Exodus, one of the most experienced teams in the tournament ever, and they win, sending them into the lower bracket and taking out their flagship as well. So Till Doomsday are making a really good showing so far, and they are the first prize ship enjoyers of Alliance Tournament 20. They have now confirmed some prize ships, which is awesome. They get a battleship, they get 2 frigates and 2 cruisers. Incredible. What an amazing return so far for them. I'm joined by CCP Aurora and Ali Aras. How are you guys doing today, CCP Aurora?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. Back again.
Yeah. Tell me about that match. Like, that was an exciting match to watch. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was quite interesting. I think that the Exodus team was expecting a comp that wasn't brought. So they had 2 bombers, which would have been really good if the other side had brought some sort of battleship core. But what they saw instead were 2 EOSs, a lot of drones, and a lot of control. Their low end was picked off really fast, and they just weren't able to hold it through the end of the match. I think they basically lost in comp selection.
I think I agree with that as well. Now, Ali, it has been mentioned once or twice, this particular ship, but let's talk a bit about the Arbitrator. It's, again, rearing its head and showing why it can be so devastating in the right hands. What happened there with that?
So, in this case, the Till Doomsday team brought 2 Arbitrators, and this time they split their disruptor matchups. They had enough missile guidance disruptors to really impact the missiles of the Kingslayer, and impacting those missiles is going to mean that those rapid heavy ships, they can't reach as far as they normally would. We saw the Rodiva was never targeted by the Till Doomsday core. If there weren't for the Arbitrators there, that Logi probably would have been dead.
Yeah, and I agree. Now, I've just had a look at the kill mail for this Armageddon Navy issue of Exodus, and I believe it's our most expensive one thus far in the tournament. Over 100 bill on Z Killboard. Full rack of Estimel's Rapid Heavies in the highs, and they dropped, of course, 90% loot drop event going on right now, which is excellent if you happen to kill a flagship. So I'm hoping Till Doomsday managed to scoop that all up. But yeah, those launchers alone are about 67 billion. You then have a pretty good web, 22 billion there, and a pretty decent damage control. So that is a heckin' pricey flagship, CSP Aurora.
It is. I want to point out one thing, though. They went up against a drone comp, and they have no smart bombs on this ship. So if they had had smart bombs, it would have been potentially a really clutch pick. They would have been able to clear some of those drone swarms. They might not have lost their flagship at the end of the day. If they had been able to get on top of the enemy fleet, they could have cleared rep bots from other ships. The choice of neutralizers in that flagship is a very particular one that very much says to me they weren't expecting this drone comp, and yeah.
Yeah. So again, wanted to call it out. Well done till Doomsday. That was a solid win against a very experienced team with really good access to some heckin' expensive modules for their ship. So well done. We'll see them. I think next weekend now. They can rest for the week when they're not scrimming. Of course, they should be practicing straight to the gulag. And yeah. So let's move on to our next winners bracket match. It's going to be Platinum Sensitivity versus We Form Volta. And we can hear from Platinum Sensitivity's spokesman about what they do on Tranquility.
Hello, my name is Lowstone, spokesperson of Platinum Sensitivity. We are living in North Ecstatic Wormhole, poking around New Eden to have good fights. The usual end up against the odds, but we have won. And honestly, at this point, we don't remember how many times we've competed in Alliance Tournament. Our route dates back to roughly 10 years ago. Back then it was more tight, but nowadays it's just a bunch of old friends. And our captain is Kent Larkus, who also has 10 years of experience in small-scale PvPs. Well, he used to be a beast, but I think he's kind of washed up now. Let's see if Mark Bledges and new faces can carry him. And lastly, we would like to extend this message to express our gratitude for all the players around the universe, especially teams that have fought practice matches and tournament matches with us. And that's it.
Is Platinum Sensitivity telling us a little bit about their alliance. So this matchup is going to be an exciting one. Again, you win this, you get ships. We're in the winners bracket. This is like, if you get through this, you can go into next week, comfortable that you're at least top 16 and try and make a deep run further into the tournament, get more of those exciting ships. Let's look at the bans for this matchup. So Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Mollusk, the Crucifier, the Sentinel, the Loki, and the Jackdaw. Meanwhile, We Form Volta are choosing to ban out the Arbitrator, the Crucifier, the Sentinel, the Loki, and the Curse. So all of this sort of guidance disruption, tracking disruption that's been so effective in the last couple of matches, a lot of it has been banned now, Ali.
Yeah, so again, we've been seeing it all weekend. Whenever it's unbanned, it shows up on field. This guidance disruption, tracking disruption, it really impairs your ability to bring one of those gun spam comps. It impairs your ability to bring maybe a Kingslayer. We've seen a lot of that. It's just really effective at disrupting what other teams want to do. And so by banning all of this, with the exception of the Pilgrim's still open, Volta is opening themselves up to be able, maybe they're going to bring a medium gun spam, maybe they're going to bring a Kingslayer, maybe this will let them bring their Barghest flagship if nobody will be able to cut that down. Meanwhile, Platinum Sensitivity, a little bit more of a mixed bag of bans, and we'll see what that ends up coming for them.
Yeah, and CSP Aurora, is there anything you see in these bans?
Yeah, I mean, when you leave this stuff unbanned, it really limits the field of what are the potential applicable comps, very much as I was saying. That's part of the reason that we saw that drone comp in the last match, because those drones aren't so affected by all of this sort of E-war. They just kind of get on the target. It doesn't matter if you've been tracking disrupted or guidance disrupted. It's very much a hedge against all of that control. By banning it out, it means that all of those control comps are off the table, and so there's a lot more that they can bring. We could see medium gun spam. That seems very open at this point. It seems like a very good choice for both teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a medium gun spam matchup on both sides, or one side could bring a rush versus medium gun spam on the other side. I think this will be a little bit more of a bloody match given these bans.
Yeah, and I was just having a quick look in the history books. This matchup has happened before. We have seen Platinum Sensitivity versus We Form Volta in an Alliance Tournament winners bracket before. Last year, Alliance Tournament 19, where Platinum Sensitivity took the win. So this is a kind of a revenge comeback tour potentially for Volta, or maybe they get knocked down twice. Like it can be sort of. This is when the moments where you start to double guess yourself, because you've done this before against the same team, and you lost. And it's like, okay, well, do we just kind of execute what we think we can do well, or do we try and now play into the fact that we've played them once or twice before? There are, of course, flagships available for both teams. I don't know if anyone's bringing one yet. I have not heard any confirmation either way. But either way, I think this is going to be an exciting match. These are two very experienced teams with great individual pilots on both sides. The logistics pilots from the Volta side. Last time we saw Planet 6 and Outlawed No Pro in logistics frigates. They're very experienced pilots doing that. Over in Platinum Sensitivity, you have Mark Bridges. He's been running with teams for a long time. Again, super experienced. So this is going to be a good one, I think. So let's head over to the arena now for Platinum Sensitivity versus WeForm Volta.
Okay, might be it.
Oh. Hey, welcome to the arena already. We're still warping in at the moment, so we're not quite ready, but I'm just keeping an eye out. Is that a flag, Barguest? I see a Barguest.
There is a Barguest on grid.
Is it on your team?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see in local if it gets announced in local. It is.
That's the flag,
flagship.
mate. I can see the sweat already building on this lad. He's like, oh no, here we go.
So obviously, Platinum Sensitivity versus WeForm Volta. Volta bringing their flagship Barguest with a lovely Cyclone Fleet issues on their side as well. A bit of kiting going on, I think, for them.
I love the triple Squall.
Triple Squall. So
Yes.
a lot of kiting. But what have Platinum Sensitivity brought?
Planet Sensitivity have brought, by the looks of it, medium gun spam.
Yeah.
I am perfectly fine with that. They've gone for triple Mauler. Unlike the double Mauler Omen versions we've seen, this is triple Mauler. So they've gone for the thickest T1 cruiser they can get their hands on.
So what do you think? Well, Volta...
Oh, wait, there's no Nomad there. See, there's one at the bottom.
The Volta need to probably get rid of the lower ends and stuff, or they could just try and burst through maybe a battle cruiser, one of the two faction battle cruisers. But I think more likely we might see maybe the Omen or the Deacons.
It depends
going
what
down.
gets into range first, right? But my first target would be the original Omen.
Yeah.
Omen first. From there, you got to vary a bit. And the good thing is teams like Volta, they can adapt really quickly. They know what to do.
And as we see, TP's on the Omen immediately, Volta burning away. This is going to be literally a chasing game for Platinum Sensitivity. They're going to have to get in close, get the damage on quickly, because Volta do have a bit of
Look at
advantage
the Omen.
on the range.
First target is the Omen.
Omen should go down, plenty
Pretty
of damage.
quickly,
Yeah. I mean, do you think the Platinum Sensitivity need to go for... They're going for a Squall right now. Do you think they should probably go for anything bigger, or do you think Squall's a good call?
Squall's an okay call. It's kind of like the Omen of their comp.
Yeah.
If you can get your hands on it, the Hyena. But if you've got Hyena Vigil, you've gone double on the paint and web strength. Mostly paint strength.
As the Squall does go down, the Mauler taking a lot of damage, and your Omen as well. So maybe just switching targets, going for the Maulers now.
Yeah.
Mauler into low armor. Now the second Squall down for Volta. They need to get some points on the board at this point.
I think the Omen pulled out a bit of range, whereas now they're going for the Mauler. Mauler's going to die pretty quick. Yeah. Maulers are pretty tanky, but, you know, this is a lot of damage coming in. This cop is attempting to kite for its life. No one's tackled, so which is perfect.
Yeah, I think Volta need to just get some stuff down. They need to go for a second Squall goes down for Supreme Leader Mao. They need to be careful now because they're going to be...
Third Squall. That's the third Squall down.
The third Squall, sorry. They're going to get close to the boundary now, and this is kind of the problems of the kiting comp. So if you go too close to the boundaries, you're risking getting, pushed up against the wall.
Oh, yeah. I would not want to be the pilot in a flag bug attempting to avoid the boundary.
I know, and right now it is not looking too good for Volta. I'm starting to sweat a bit here,
Oh,
guys.
mate.
I mean,
Hyena's tackled now. That's one of their best application ships. They're about to die. They're going for a Deacon, try and maybe kill the Logi before everything goes poor. Hyena down.
Hyena down.
It's starting to fall apart.
It's not looking too good for the Volta guys. Vigil is only application left. The Deacon is now taking a lot of damage, going into their armor. If they get the Deacon off, it can still happen.
It can definitely. And honestly, even if they don't, their ships are going to be very, very, very hard to catch. And all these battle cruisers, they're pretty fast, but a Barguest with an extendo scram could hopefully keep going click, 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 and constantly slow them down.
Could definitely try and keep things away, but the Deacon is still alive.
He's trying their best to kill him. I think he's a heavy missile cyclone fleet, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, right now the priority for Volta is to get a Deacon down and get the reps off. But Planet 6, Rylode in the Scimitar, taking a lot of damage. He's not long for this run,
no.
and now they're trying to just go for the battle cruisers, which I think probably is a good call. Just trying, big sig,
Kill something.
easy to get through.
Kill something. And they've gone for the Navy Harp, probably the least tank of them. Pretty good damage. Tracking bonus is pretty nice. Get rid of it, hopefully, maybe. Also, I think these maulers, let's take a double check. These are beam maulers, right? I'm not crazy?
Yeah, I mean...
Yes, they are.
You see the damage right now on the Hard Navy issue. I mean, I just go to think, if they did that at the beginning...
Would it matter? Yeah, exactly.
I think they would have broken
the damage
through.
they wasted on the Deacon, if that was in the Harp Navy, but then again, they probably thought they can break the Deacon. It's one of those... You think this is going to work? Oh, crap, it doesn't work. React. And these guys did react quick enough. They didn't take like a minute to go, oh, shit.
I mean, Platinum City performing really well here and just defanging basically Volta's kiting comp. They're still trying to go for the Hard Navy issue, but he should stabilize with 2 Deacons on him. I mean, and now Stiggy now is taking a bit of damage. This is such a hard game for Volta to come back from.
This is painful.
There is a flag Barghest on grid. We have to, you know, it's probably a very expensive flag Barghest.
The Scimitar is only being hit by drones. Now they're switching to the Cyclone Fleet. So some Plastics got away. Maybe he can get a reload off, even by being pressured by drones, maybe. I don't know. That's a pretty risky play with a ship chasing. He's got a Omen that is... The Omen they tried to kill is hunting him down.
It's a risky play, but it's the only thing he's got. He's going into structure, I think.
Yep. Mola now being shot as well. The damage is starting to spread. Cyclone Fleet gets boundaried.
He gets
Cyclone Fleet boundaried. Yeah, look. Stiggy.
Oh, dear. Guys, come on.
This poor man. Like,
it looks like Thurmf and Annie just left. Annie, the captain, and the Barghest. I mean, at this point, I think it's time to just not die.
Yeah. Okay, Annie, it's time to play Beacon Bounce. Just keep running.
He should be able to. As the L is coming into the commentating studio, the game's not finished yet.
No. Put it on. Give it to him. There we go. Put the L on.
I'll have to, how do I do that? I'll just do
that'll
that.
do, yeah, kind of.
Wait, is that working?
Not really,
No,
but it's still very amusing.
There we go. I'll just hold it.
Yeah, it's very amusing. He's got to
hold it whilst I'm
He's got to hold
commentating.
the L.
Thurmf is still, he's about to go down, but I believe in Annie. Annie Gardet can take it to the end. Come on.
My friend, I think we need to take you somewhere for delusions.
Annie's now on his own. I mean, he can probably stay alive. Potentially.
If he plays the game of bouncing beacons, and then, hey, if they're about to kill him, aim that MJD the other direction and be like, you're not getting my stuff!
Oh, the Omen's trying to go for him as well. I mean,
of course he is, yeah. The Omen that probably would have wished was dead at the start of the match. Honestly, we've been kind of, no, I wouldn't say shitting, but we've been hitting Volta on this match, but Platinum played really well.
Yeah, I mean...
Honestly, we were kind of giving Volta a bit of trash for this, but Platinum did it very well. The Omen pulled away, the ships kept each other alive, they got the whole rush is still alive.
I'm sorry, Annie's about to go down.
Oh,
he's gonna go down. Do you know what? It should be a good lost mail, I think. So
yeah, but we're gonna say that, right? You're gonna say it's a good lost mail. It's gonna be good. It's not gonna hurt the kill board.
It's gonna be a good one. I mean, well played. I think Platinum City doing really well this match.
Exactly. Biggest respect to Platinum. Well done. Flag, bark, down. And with that, we're gonna get back to the studio, and I'm gonna deal with Starfleet here. You're all good, buddy.
They're knocking WeForm Volta down into the lower bracket and also taking out the flagship fielded by Annie Gardet, the flag Barghest. The L is now being handed to me on the desk. I think someone forgot that I'm not in Volta anymore, but I will leave it here because I do stand Volta. There are some good pilots. What went wrong, CCP Aurora, for Volta in that match?
What went wrong was mostly the comp selection. So they banned out all of the control. Leaving open that medium gun spam comp that we've seen a lot of so far over this weekend. That medium gun spam comp is strong. It has incredibly good range. And they brought a kiting comp, which isn't going to outrange the medium gun spam comp. So I'm not quite sure what they were hoping would happen in that matchup. Perhaps they were really hoping that Platinum Sensitivity were going to bring something else. But what they faced was not a good counter, not a good setup for what they actually brought.
Yeah, and I think we did see some good experience piloting, obviously from both sides, but sometimes when you come up in a match like that, you saw Volta realize what their win condition was. So usually we talk about when you come in, okay, this thing needs to happen for us to win the match. And they recognized pretty quickly that their win condition was to kill the Deacons. And they had the Hyena and they had the Vigil. And the Deacons at one point got split up a little bit. They were about 30 or 40 kilometers away from each other, and Volta dove in. They just suicided in that Hyena to try and lock it down and just try and kill it before his buddy could get into range. It didn't work, unfortunately, for them, but those sort of decisions are what kind of separates the top tier teams from the lower tier teams, being able to sort of recognize and then execute on something. Sometimes it doesn't work. Ali, what else could they have done differently, do you think?
So, I mean, as CCP Aurora said, there was really a draft problem here. One of the things that Volta did, one of the things that Platinum Sensitivity did really well, piloting-wise, you talk about CCP Overload, you talk about the way that people recognize what has to happen in a match. They did a really good job of, as soon as somebody got shot, they ran away. Yes, if your Mauler runs away, if your Omen runs away, that ship isn't doing damage anymore, and your overall DPS is lowered for a little bit, but your total DPS is larger for more of the match because the ship is still there to come back later. So really good job on that. In terms of other things Volta could have done, mostly just trying to get those fast target swips. Honestly, this is two really experienced teams. Volta needed Platinum Sensitivity to make a mistake, and Platinum Sensitivity was too good to do that.
Yeah, and I just looked at the kill mill for the flagship Barghest. It's definitely the most expensive one we've seen so far. Zkill's listing it around 167 billion of your finest internet spaceship ISK. Again, full rack of Estimals in the high. Most of it dropped, even though 90% loot drop is in place. A bunch of expensive stuff didn't actually drop this time. So Loot Fairy firmly said maybe this time. So because two of those launchers did not drop, and those two launchers alone are 26 billion. Like, these are expensive launchers. But then everything in the mids dropped, including a Tobias, Scram, and a nice Estimel's large shield booster. And then back down into the low slots, we get some more expensive stuff with Estimel's modified ballistic control systems, all of which dropped, all three. That's 40 billion, and of course a very fancy damage control. So these prices are sort of like estimates, because there's not a huge amount of these things in existence, and they don't really get traded very much on like the open market. They kind of go through like private sales. So this could be anywhere from about 167 to maybe even 300 billion ISK. CCP Aurora flagships. We talked about a little bit about them yesterday, but what would you pick as your flagship if you had to captain a team?
Ooh, that is a tricky one. I would probably do as Volta did here and pick the Barghest. It is a very flexible ship. You can kind of slot it into a bunch of different comps and have it work really well. You can shield fit it. You can armor fit it, technically. There's a lot that you can do with it. It puts out an insane amount of damage. It has decent speed for a battleship. It is just a very solid pick all around that gives you a lot of flexibility. One of the things that you can see with a lot of flagship choices is that they can kind of lock you into a very specific team comp, which other people can plan against, which the Barghest helps to avoid. So particularly if you were to say instead that you picked a Leshak, for example, especially with all of the control that we're seeing right now, we saw a flag Leshak yesterday struggle under those scenarios because they knew they could bring it, and they brought exactly what would counter it, and it's a lot harder to do that to a ship that's just generally good.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I like the Barghest. I like the flexibility. I'm pretty sure a team like Volta is either going to have two of them, one armor and one shield, or they just refit depending on some of these expensive modules might be moved around between the two of them. But it's still a lot of money into flagships. And of course, Volta are not out. They will be back in the lower bracket, but not having their flagship going forward from weekend one is going to be a bit of a pain. They can no longer dodge the bans. They don't have that flexibility of the extra strength of all of these like really fancy modules. That's going to hurt them later. Sometimes, I'm pretty sure, obviously they would prefer to, if they're going to lose, not lose the flagship, but there was no way with 5 minutes left that Annie was going to be able to kite around with the amount of platinum sensitivity still on the field. Ali, any thoughts on more on this match?
So it was a really good match. It was really interesting to see those two teams playing again really, really well. One of the things that we saw is both good execution, good logi piloting, and just one of the interesting things with these kinds of matches is whenever you're going into the arena, you have to know what level to be on. And so we talked about Volta losing in draft. One of the things that might have happened here is a little bit of I know that you know that I know that gun spam is open. So it's possible that they said, yes, well, we banned like we were going to bring gun spam. So now nobody's going to bring gun spam, and we can just kite them out. And maybe they got a little bit leveled there. So kudos to Platinum Sensitivity for finding the right lane.
Yep. This is going to, I'm sure, tilt a bunch of the Volta members, because this is the second year in a row that they've been knocked down by Platinum Sensitivity. So congratulations to Platinum Sensitivity. Before we move on, though, I want to take a quick look at Annie Gardet. He was the pilot in the Barghest there. He's a very experienced Alliance tournament pilot. You can see how many matches he's played in over the years. It goes way back. I'm pretty sure he was part of, you can see their Verge of Collapse when they won Alliance Tournament 10 or 11. He flies the Barghest a lot, and usually the flagship Barghest. We've seen it in the Grand Finals in Alliance Tournament 17. Annie flew the flagship Barghest against Hydra Reloaded. Hydra took that particular Alliance Tournament, and Volta were second. But yeah, Annie Gardet, extremely experienced pilot, one of the best in the business for sure, especially in those flagship bar guests. All right, let's move on to our next match now, which is another great one. Like, these matches are now just bangers for the next little while, by the way, because now we have Truth on a Light versus White Squall. Now, White Squall have, as I said earlier on, they're doing this like pacifist run, I think, right now, because they have killed nothing, literally killed nothing so far in the Alliance tournament. But yet here they are in the upper bracket with a win, thanks to a 1-0 win the other day. The bans are up on the screen. Let's take a quick look at them. So it's Jackdaw, Curse, Armageddon, and Armageddon Navy issue from Truth on a Light, and then White Squall choosing to ban out the Eos, the Blackbird, the Loki, and the Crucifier. So these are two, again, very experienced teams going up against each other. I'm pretty sure the Truth on a Light and White Squall are practice partners as well. So these are the matches where you start to get really cookie setups, because you're going up against the people that you know best, essentially, in these matches, in this particular tournament as well. So you know what they think is good, they know what you think is good, and then you get into this like death spiral of trying to outthink yourself. CCP Aurora, what do you think about these bans here?
Yeah, so when we talk about teams that are this good, you actually have to think a lot more about what the bans... When you're trying to make a ban against a good team, you're not saying, what do I not want to play against, which is what most people think a ban is. What you're actually saying is, what do I want them to think I don't want to play against? And the better the teams are and the closer they are as practice partners, the more that 40 chess just kind of spirals. I think we know from past Alliance tournaments that trying to figure out what Truth on a Light is going to bring based on their bans is a fruitless effort. They're actually really good at obfuscating and kind of like hiding their intention by giving fairly generic bans. And I think that's kind of what we see here. They banned out the Armageddon Navy issue, just kind of solid armor, like Kingslayer comp type battleships with decent control and decent damage. The Curse is just kind of a good all-around ban. The Jackdaw vaguely signals like, maybe we want to fly something kitey, don't pick us off. But it's hard to say. I would caution anyone from reading too much into THL bans at any point in time.
And I think Truth on a Light are one of those teams that are likely to not bring the best stuff on weekend one if they can avoid it, because we've seen this time and time again. It happened in the last tournament 17, happened in the last tournament 18. They turned up on the second weekend and brought something completely different that up until that point nobody had really theory-crafted against. And suddenly the meta just shifted, and now there's no time to react. So whether it becoming the sort of strange pseudo-tinker that won Alliance Tournament 17, or things like bringing Phantasms with medium gun spam, that kind of just all appeared all of a sudden. So it'll be interesting to find out if White Squall versus Truth on a Light is going to be some sort of indication of where this is going, or whether they think people are going to think that and they're going to bring something kind of a bit more crazy in the other direction. Like, this is the mind games. This is when we start to like cook and come up with just nonsense, and then this is when you end up with like those meme matches where somebody brings a maelstrom and tries to convince everyone it's good. It's not. I honestly don't know who to predict in this one. I know Truth on a Light have the pedigree. I mean, let me just check Twitch chat to see what you guys think. I know what you're going to think, but I'm going to check it anyway. Yep. So Truth on a Light, you guys are predicting nearly 4 million channel points. They have an opportunity right now to get so many channel points if they just lose this match. It would be great. Like, it depends what you value more: Alliance tournament prize ships or channel points.
Or channel points, anyway.
Channel points, 100%. Yeah.
One of the things that I notice about those bans is that the armor gun spam is still open. So if this is a hide your good comps, it's just going to be gun spam. We're just going straight back to the feeders. You got your gun spam. You've got most of the rush options still available. Let's just see some good old classic Eve.
You have the potential for counters here too. There's a lot of those tracking disruption ships that are also still open. So this is where the mind games come in. Like, we've left that open. Are we going to bring that? That's a classic. Maybe we'll bring the counter to that. Maybe we'll bring a rush. Who knows?
It would be kind of funny if both teams brought essentially ineffective counters of each other's comp, and we got another like 1-0 victory. Like, I would be extremely pleased if a team managed to get into the top 16 and win prize ships, achieving literally nothing else than just arriving there, like no kills, just sort of coasted in. That would be...
It is theoretically possible to win the Alliance tournament while killing nothing, I guess, technically.
Make it happen. Make it happen, guys. That has to happen. All right. Let's just go to the arena. This is going to be a fantastic match. Truth on a Light versus White Squall.
Welcome back to the arena. We have Truth on a Light versus White Squall. And on the grid right now, we've got some interesting comps.
I saw the Hyperion. I was like, oh, hello.
Damage.
That comp is very interesting. Like, the Hyperion is the one thing I'm looking at going, Okay.
And like, truthful, I'm like bringing 2 Abandons and a Hyperion as their core with 2 Sentinels, so a lot of tracking disruption.
Exactly, yeah.
Paired with some Logifrigs as well. And what have White Skull got?
White Skull have brought the Redeemer Tempest setup, but they've got a Pilgrim as their backup control ship, and they're nearest for that the best reps possible. And they also brought a very eclectic but pretty effective small wing.
Yeah, and also, so both teams have different types of logistics, don't they? They've got, THL have the sort of close range T2, Logifrigs, and then obviously White Skull have the Aneros for that bit more of a projecting Logi.
Yeah.
So do you think that gives them a bit of an edge?
It's going to be like a game of what are they going to do against these Abaddons. The Abaddon's going to apply. There's not much to stop them applying. Like, they can shoot at range. There's not really any tracking disruption to stop them.
Yeah.
So the Abaddons will be shooting.
I'm also
And look at that. Look at that. There'll be TDs on both sides. My apologies. I think I missed it.
There's some TDs on both sides. There's
Pilgrim, right, yeah. Duh. My brain entirely forgot Pilgrim does that. I'm used to it just nuding me.
Pilgrim's definitely the core for the E-War for White Skull.
Exactly.
Lots of some bots. I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of bots here.
Oh, yeah.
Bots are going to come out.
It's one of the best things about the Hyperion. The drone bay is thick. The Abaddon's drone bays aren't bad as well.
So Control Freak taking a bit of damage right now, and the Sweeple for Tom. But I think we're going to start to see, when things start getting locked down, we're going to start seeing the damage coming. Now, I think the Redeemer should be the primary for Skull.
And I'm just looking. Dema should be tackled. Yeah, Dema is hard tackle. Here we go. Hyperion with blasters at 0. Oh my, this is my favorite place to be.
I mean, if you're Squall and you're looking at this comp, you're kind of thinking every battleship here is really tanky.
I'm probably looking at it going, oh god, OF, oh god, OF.
I mean, probably the right call to go for the Hyperion, I think. Just based on, you can try and get some newts on him. He's gonna have a big local tank as well.
You can break through a Hyperion. You cannot break through an Abaddon with a resist getting better and better because of the reactives. At least in my opinion. The Abaddon you can maybe grind through, but the Hyperion you can maybe, once he runs out of reps, push and break.
It's going to be I think it's for Skull, it's going to be a bit tough.
Oh, yeah. However, they do have a lot of small wing. They've got Swivel Confessor.
Yeah.
They should be able to go around and start murdering the backline.
Yeah, and also they've got a little Purify as well. Just a bit,
little bit
of extra DPS. People always forget about, I think.
Oh, we've seen a few bombers this year, which have been very good, because bombers used to be one of the things you saw almost every comp, like Kingslayer styles and all stuff, just deleting big ships. We've seen them a bit here, and they've not been as picked as expected, nor killed as much as expected.
The Redeemer, though, taking a lot of damage from
THL.
I mean, and there's not much return damage going on. The Media Dark Space is not really taking any damage right now.
I also want to give respect to the Hype, who looks like he's control-spaced, or kind of. They've actually stopped moving, thankfully.
There's just a big melee going on right now, which is
many battleship parts that keep like orbiting or burning away. It's the hardest thing to get a player who's probably been flying frigates their entire life to sit still.
I think we're going to have First Blood going to THL as the Redeemer.
Oh, look at the Smart Bomb as well. I just saw a Smart Bomb. There we go. Smart Bombing off the rep drones, off of the Deema. This triple comp, this is beautiful.
But the Deema goes down.
High?
But the Deema goes down.
Exactly.
The Purifier is about to go down as well. I think that's a good move from THL. Just
exactly.
Get that
free kill. Yep.
Get that damage, because it is one of those ships that can linger on the game and still has
look at
around.
The reps. This on you is like, I could do something.
The reps are landing fast, but I just don't think. I think the advantage right now is for THL. They just have a stronger core.
Oh, wow. I'm just looking. The Pontifex, I believe, has got the Pilgrim tackled. Yeah, Ponty went out and tackled the Pilgrim. And look at the battleships running in for it. Respect. Who's the Ponty part's name? Hold on. I need to find him. Hold on.
Tigger.
No, is it Tigger? Tigger, well done, mate. That's beautiful. He tackled right at the time the ship died.
I mean, the THL team has a lot of seasons pilots.
Because for a lot of pilots, they go, oh, I'm a tackle ship. I tackle things. But no, you need to tackle at the right time. He tackled the moment it was time to move to a new target. So he didn't basically give attention to himself. He was quiet, sneaky, tackle, and here we go. They were all coming for the kill.
I also think White Skull, if they're going to have a chance to take this down, they've got to get the TU2 Logifrigs down. I think this is such an uphill battle for White Skull. They still have the rest of their team contact together right now, but obviously the Pilgrim will be the next target, which I think is a good call, get the TDs off. But I don't think there's any real immediate danger to any of the battleships.
They have to murder the small end. Like White Skull has the tools, they've got Triple Confessor, they've got a Skybreaker to start deleting drones. They need to start killing the low end as quickly as they can, because in a brawl against battleships, they will not win. They'll lose it.
And also in these sort of matches, if you right now it's 3-1 battleships.
Oh, I just know something. The Tempest fleet has decided to hug the Hyperion. You should be the other side of the arena, sir. You have projection. You don't need to be within 0. Why did you go towards it?
Most likely,
praying with hail.
The Hyperion, probably Amelia Danceman, probably just is on top of him, scamming him, which he is, and probably was his target call for the start. And as soon as the Redeemer died, he probably just went straight to him.
So I mean, he's going to try and go for the kill. I get he's probably loaded Hail. You need to control space, Tempest, bro. I guess he's trying to go for the kill here, but my man, you could have been like 40k away shooting him. You didn't need to be at 0, my boy.
I think, I mean, right now the damage is going across the board on Squall. I think THL are kind of splitting their damage to try and confuse maybe the Aeneas or something. The Pilgrim is in low armor right now. I mean, Amelia Darkspan is taking a lot of armor damage, but he's not in any trouble, I don't think. Like, he's got a local tank, he's got still the reps from the Logifrigs. The Purifier's taking a bit of damage. I think what THL need to do, get the Pilgrim down, that basically frees up their guns, the abandons can then apply.
Also, a quick mention as well. The Logi frigates for Truth on Alarm. I just seen where they are. They are close to the Hyperion, but they are away from the Tempest fleet and other targets. They are at the perfect spot. Rep your friend and not get caught.
I mean, Logi frig piloting is actually really hard.
Honestly, I'm glad I don't try to do it because it's like you have to know the entire grid and know your own range. It's like a dance, right? It's an art. You got to get just right.
And you need to know your partner because in the Logi frigs, usually you're afterburner, which means you can go really fast in one direction, but turning can be a bit of a nightmare.
Tempest fleet, stop moving. Control space. Just control space. Stop trying to move. Control space and just shoot him, please. I just saw him move in, like semi-bump the Hyperion again, and I'm not gonna lie, it's mildly triggering.
Purifier is about to go down. He's getting a bit of reps. The Aeneas is doing a fantastic job for White Squall. I mean, we can't write them off that quickly right now.
They've paid good money for the Aeneas and the Pilgrim, and they've done pretty well with those parts. I just feel like they're kind of lacking the oomph to really start getting some damage. However, I was kind of joking on the Tempest fleet. The Hyperion's starting to tick down.
He's taking a bit of damage, and also the Thalia's taking damage. The Deacon's got a bit of damage. The Purifier is about to go down, but he's not. He's a sliver of structure. He does go down, so a lot of damage going off the grid for Squall. They're very cheap, and they have about 500 DPS using Torps, I think.
Oh yeah, and they're basically battleship killers. Look at the Abaddon just fly in and just ram the Tempest fleet. He's probably going to ruin his tracking for a little while. That was beautiful. He just came in and just bumped him. It's probably actually going to help Tempest fleet because you'll get him off of 0 on the Hyperion.
I think THL probably switching to the Tempest just because I think maybe the pressure on the Hyperion, he may be feeling it. He might be running out of pace or something, and they just like get it down. He's right next to him anyway. You can just start shooting him.
Yeah. I just realized one of the moments where I realized I'm kind of silly.
What?
They've got 2 Sentinels.
Yeah, there's
a reason why the Tempest fleet is at 0.
Yeah,
he's trying to get as close as he can.
And also, like, he's going to get locked down anyway by the Hyperion. So it doesn't really matter what he
does. So honestly,
now
that I remember that, like, yeah, fair enough. He's probably getting to 0 to try and get Hail to actually apply.
Yeah, I mean,
whoops, my bad.
There's a lot of damage going across the field on THL right now. I think White Squall just trying to. I mean, the Deacon and the Thalia need to sort of bounce around the grid to try and keep things up.
Yeah.
And the Sentinels are probably pretty far away from them right now, which they are. I think Gadesh Priestess has actually
Sentinel's being pressured by something. What is he being shot by? Is that the
a bunch of warriors? Yeah, a bunch of warriors on him right now, but he has come back to his Logifrigs.
I'm honestly amazed. Like these Sentinels should be free pickings for like 2 tactical destroyers and a bunch of drones, and they're still chilling on grid.
The Feeples looks to be locked down in the center. The Thalia's taking a lot of damage as well. I mean, this is a real dance. We've only seen like 2 ships die, but it's very close. Everything is so low in armor, especially on THL. I mean, the Magus.
The Hyperion is getting so low, my man. I'm getting scared. Magus getting pounded down.
The Magus is going to go down, which is huge. Links going off the grid for Squall. They still have the Ponty links as well, but Amelia Darkspan in the Hyperion is getting low. But that being said, the Tempest fleet issue I think is going to go down soon.
I think even if the Hyperion goes down now, there's got 2 Abaddons that are basically sitting perfectly at 0 with no movement, just deleting him. So I think even the Hyperion goes down, which will be a true shame to lose a Hyperion.
I mean,
they're still going to get the win.
The fact of the matter is, like, the fact that the Tempest fleet issue is still holding on after all this time and managing to. Well, they haven't killed anything yet, but everything's come a bit close. We've got to low structure on a low armor and a lot of things, but I mean the Logifrigs, Lucas Kwan and Tin are doing a fantastic job keeping everybody up. As well, Hillary in the Aeneas, I think the Logipilots on both sides doing a good job. Obviously, Hillary's got a bit of a harder job because there's a lot more damage coming out from the THL team, and probably there's a lot of pressure right now on the Tempest.
Oh, exactly that. I'm also wondering, I think the Oneros might be getting like turbo nuded out by the Sentinels.
Potentially.
One of them, I believe, is on top of him. Yes.
Is he on top? Yeah, I think
there is. There we go. Yep. One is definitely nuding out. So that Oneros has been suffering cap issues.
Yeah.
He's been suffering a lot of damage. So honestly, big respect to Hillary for the good logi work here. You've managed to keep this team up together when Honestly, I didn't think it would last this long.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see now Snorbert going into low structure, about to go down hit with the last hope of the Squall team, and there's only 41 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
THL not losing anything this game.
A clean sweep. It's very beautiful. 2 ships go down in a second there. Well
Two
done.
ships go down. I think that is it now for Squall. I mean, fantastically well played by THL, and also I think
the Hyperion survives.
And the Hyperion survives. Amelia survives in the Hyperion, and also. I think THL got 200-0 in the last match.
Oh,
so
wow.
I don't think they've lost a ship yet, I believe.
The only thing they've spent in these tournaments is ammo.
That's it, just the ammo. We see some people saying that someone DC'd or something in local, but
well, that's
just part of the experience.
It's tournaments, man. Things happen.
Things happen, and you can't control them.
Yep, well, there's the timer there. Thank you so much. Truth on a Light, well played. I love the Hyperion. And with that, we'll take a break and go back to the studio.
On a Light taking the victory over White Squall, but most importantly, the White Squall pacifist run is still alive. Unfortunately for them, they didn't actually manage to kill a ship in that matchup right there. But boy, did they make it difficult for Truth on a Light. Shout out the Logi pilot on White Squall. Yesterday, he basically put the team on his back and carried them into that 1-0 victory by keeping everybody alive. Today, he made it really hard for Truth on the Light to break some of them. Like, that Purifier lived for ages, like way longer than he had any right to do so. And honestly, at one point, that Hyperion was like pretty close to breaking. It was just, if the Purifier was still alive, then perhaps that would have happened. But Ali, let's talk about the Sentinel. It's a vicious ship in these type of matchups.
Getting flashbacks from every single time I've been in an Alliance tournament match, and in this situation like that on Euros, and hearing the capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty. So the Sentinel has small newts and a NOS, and it cycles very quickly. So once that Sentinel drains a ship's capacitor, it can just leave the NOS on, turn a newt on occasionally, and it makes it very hard to get advantage from your cap boosters. So even though you can boost through against large newts, usually you can boost, activate your modules, have like 5 seconds of time to do anything. Against a Sentinel, really there's not any time.
Yeah, and you mentioned it briefly, but I just want to hit on it. A lot of people with things like Sentinels, with noses and newts, they will just slap everything on the target that they are newting and nosing. Obviously, the nos lets them keep their own capacitor up. But if you pay attention and see that you're getting nothing back from the energy nos, you can just turn off the newts because you know that it is dead in cap, and you don't have to waste your own cap running an extra newt as well. So we did see a couple of times the newt went off the Oneros, and then a little while later it came back on again, because this is like sort of high-level piloting where every little bit of capacitor counts. So you're going to be turning it off, managing it. CCP Aurora, do you think that there was a path to victory for White Squall in that particular matchup?
I think they had a rough matchup just based on the ships that hit the field. So White Squall had brought a lot of ships that could be used for screening on their low end, kind of anticipating a very positional game with Truth Honor Light, which is a smart move given your opponent. But Truth Honor Light didn't quite go that way. They weren't going for things that were very range dependent. They brought 3 super thick battleships. Anybody who has played the game is roughly familiar that the Abaddons and the Hyperions, they just have a ton of tank. And so they're really just kind of bricks. And the way that you defend them instead of screening and positional gameplay, at least for Truth Honor Light's comp, was to just flood them with control. So during that match, you saw basically the control bar for almost every ship on the other side was just utterly full. It was very much a dance of trying to get things on and off. What they really needed to do was try and get at some of those smaller support ships on the Truth Honor Light side, and they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, but again, just wanted to shout out that that's a tough matchup for any team. Truth Honor Light, multiple Alliance tournament winning team, basically made up of champions. Essentially, just some of the best individual pilots in the game. Amelia is also one of the current CSM members. CSM elections are open right now, by the way. Go and vote. It's super good. And then you have people like Control Freak. He used to be in the Volta team. There was plenty of people from Hydra Reloaded. There's a couple of PL guys in there. tons of medals over the years from this team. So one of the most individually experienced teams. And of course, Kadesh, he is one of the best 3D crafters the Team Online's probably ever seen, and the maintainer of Pyfa. So I like that too. Thank you very much. We like Pyfa here. But yeah, that was an awesome one. Let's look at our next matchups. This one is going to be Paper Numbers versus Rote Kapelle. And before we get to the bands, no one pushed the button yet, I believe we have a spokesperson video for Rote Kapelle. So let's see what Rote Kapelle have to say about themselves.
Space friends, my name is Rui Hoshino, and I'm a member of Rote Kapelle. Rote was formed in 2008 as a PvP-focused alliance, and we've been all over the galaxy looking for fights, from Syndicate to Providence to Aquarius to Great Wildlands to Tribute to Pontryvin, and now back to Great Wildlands. We go where the small gang action is, and where there isn't any, we make more. Rote first competed in Alliance Tournament 7, but our founding members were part of the Star Fraction team that beat Band of Brothers with the 10 Thorax charge in AT4. Since then, we've been in it most every year, winning some spectacular matches and losing some heartbreakers. It's not easy balancing tournament practice with PvP on Tranquility, but our team is dedicated and we make it work. You should cheer for whoever brings you joy this tournament. Aside from my own team, I always cheer for Templars. They've won it all before, they're always fun to watch, and they're just a good bunch of dudes. But if you do choose to cheer for Rote Kapelle, make sure to spam those mademoiselles.
There you are. That is Rote Kapelle. I see plenty of mademoiselles being spammed in chat. I always appreciate a good mademoiselle spamming. All right, let's look at the bans for Paper Numbers versus Rote Kapelle. And these are interesting ones. The Sentinel, the one we just talked about, they're like, yep, GTFO. Don't want to face that. Just get that right out. Curse, Crucifier, Arbitrator as well. And then Rote Kapelle banning out the Nighthawk, the Loki, so getting rid of that Ham Rush, the Arthurs, and of course the Zarmalade. What do you make of this?
So Paper Numbers are doing some bans that we've seen a lot through this tournament. This is the I want to fly ships and not deal with that pesky, very effective control comp. We've seen Arbitrators, we've talked about Sentinels. None of those. Get them out of there. Meanwhile, the Rote Kapelle bans are shutting out a lot of the most effective shield comps. So no Rush, the Orthrus is often a key ship in the Missile Kite, and the Zarmalade, in case you plan to bring armor control anyway, think again, get a worse Logi ship.
Yep, and CCP Aurora, any comments on these bans here?
Like we said in previous matches, when you ban out all of this, these control ships like the Sentinel, the Curse, the Crucifier, the Arbitrator, it is opening up the number of comps that we can field. I think most notably is the medium gun spam that we've seen so much of this weekend. It's very likely we could see additional implementations of that in this match. Those haven't been hit so much. There is still a lot open that could be interesting. Given these bans, it was just very specifically that particular those particular control comps are very limiting, and so this gives the teams a little bit more room to kind of like outmaneuver and outthink each other in the comp selection, I think.
One thing I think that is worth also adding on is that both teams have their flagships available. We've seen some flagship assassination squads so far. Rote Kapelle, they've banned the flagship assassination squad.
Oh, that's rude. That's very rude of them. But I mean, with this Zarmalade band, we've seen another team bring a Rediva into that. What are your quick thoughts on that? Bringing Rediva instead.
Both those ships have very strong repping abilities based on that scaling rep. It's just like the Triglavian damage. You spool the rep up to max, and then it reps fantastic amount at fantastic ranges. The Zarm is much better even than the Oneros or other T2 armor Logi ships. The Rediva, it's a little bit less survivable, but honestly, it's still more survivable than its T1 equivalent. So it's better than the Augur. It's much better than the Executor, which we barely ever see on the grid. So if there is a comp that could take the Zarmalade, it might take the Rediva instead.
Awesome. Well, let's find out. So let's head over to the arena for Paper Numbers versus Rote Kapelle.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to the arena. I'm, of course, Wigner, and we've got a beautiful match of one of my favourite teams versus Rote Kapelle, who's also kind of one of my favourite teams. What are you looking at here, Snuffy?
Right now, Rote Kapelle, Armageddon, EOS, 2 Pilgrims, Vex Navy, She Pontifex with a Nurgon, 2 Logifrigs. I mean, is there a flag on grid?
There is a flag on grid, and it's flown by quite literally my favourite pilot in the Arts tournament, Riferson. However, I believe he had some issues, and the flag got put to 0.
Which is good. It could be good or bad.
Well, I would say that, except if you look what's the closest ship next to him, it's a Nurgle.
I mean, yeah.
This is about to be a very, very painful day.
It's always the number one rule never to go at 0 anyway, because you don't know what you're going to be up against. So, being at range is good. So the Armageddon might have to burn away and try and get away.
He's going to have to burn
but
away as fast as he can.
The Nurgles might go in and tackle him. But I do like the paper numbers team. I think the Armageddon on the Rote team and the EOS are good.
Here comes the tackle. Here comes the tackle. And Nurgle's going straight in.
I mean, drones out. We've got plenty of Hornets. We've got Valkyries. We've got Acolytes. We've got Praetors out. So looks like the.
Oh wait, hold on. Did he not get? Did he get away with that? No, okay, no. He's been webbed. He's been scrapped. Okay, fair enough. I think they just neutered Nurgle out for a cycle there. So he is tackled. The flag is tackled straight away.
The flag is tackled straight away, which I don't think could be the good choice here. Khan in the Vex Navy, she will be paper numbers primary, which I think is a good primary T1 faction cruiser.
However, it does get that very, very sexy rep bonus. So it's one of the tankiest T1 cruisers to try and kill.
He's not tackled right now. He should be able to. Oh, he is tackled. Sorry, he's got a web and he's got TP on, so he's he'll definitely go down. I think that's a really good call. Get him off the grid, and I think maybe they should try and go for the Pilgrims. I think.
Wait, hold on. That's Khan Passo. Wasn't the Khan Passo in the Rote flag last match they were in? Which is very funny because he's currently being targeted by a flag, so it's like one of those beautiful turnarounds. But
and as I said, they came off the Armageddon Navy sheet. Not a good choice for that. I think he's gonna be, if he's fit correctly, he's gonna have a lower tank.
Exactly.
So I think. Go for the Deacons, much better. Get the reps down first. Khan goes down the Vex Navy. She first bob to paper numbers. I think paper numbers really need to capitalise on this right now because their Deacon does go down. So time will run out for them
Exactly,
soon.
yeah. And man, going up against double Pilgrim, that is pain. Look at the amount of guidance disruptors. They went heavy on the guidance disruptors on this comp. So they are just absolutely suffering right now.
There's a lot of control on food, a lot of evil going on, a lot of webs. And I think they're going for the Deacon again, which I think is a good move.
Finish it off. Finish the problem.
Yeah, get rid of the reps and just focus on. They probably go for battleships afterwards.
Yes, I would suspect they would definitely go for a TFI there. However, there is a certain little Purify that might want to be deleted first.
I think, get the damage off the grid, but they could put a couple of drones on him and he
Don't forget the Squall.
And the Squall. We mustn't forget the Squall.
The armor Squall.
Who is actually piloting really well and is really far away from the fight right now.
Yeah, exactly that. He's just free missiles.
But the damage right now from paper numbers is not really landing anywhere.
They are going for the Vexor. They are trying to break through him, which, to be fair, T1 tank is kind of hopeful to kill him off.
But I think he's just a bit too far away. He's only got a TP on him, and I don't think he'll die.
I think he's too far away simply because of the guidance disruptors that is ruining all of these triple battleships at the moment.
Yeah, I think that the Pilgrims are really doing a number. The Deacon goes down, so that is a reps gone for paper numbers.
No, this is not good.
It's not looking too good for Iverson in the Armageddon Navy issue.
My boys! My boys! I don't want to know what that flag is and how shiny it is, but they're looking poor at the moment.
Purify about to go down as well, and the Ponty in a bit of armor. Purify, a good call, get the damage off.
It's free.
It's free, it's easy to kill, get it off the grid, get some points on. But paper numbers, guys, you need to lock down something and go for it, but the Pilgrims are doing their work, aren't they?
Oh yeah, and I don't think they can lock down anything at the moment. They're like being double webbed down by something. I'm trying to figure out exactly which target is webbing though.
Well, right now, Rotan looks to be the primary. Oh, no, the Deacon's about to go down. Well, paper numbers now going to go for the Deacon from Rote, which is... I mean, if they can get him down, that is a huge win. He is grappled. He is TP'd. He is now normal webbed as well.
He's starting to pull away. He's trying to get range. The other guys come in for the reps as well.
And he's down.
He saved. They killed him anyway. Well done.
Absolutely
Well done.
A huge win from paper numbers. Get the Thalia down. They still have 3 battleships left. A lot of EHP, a lot of damage, and a lot of utility in those top-end ships. And I think Rote have now realised this and thought, we need to get the battleships down.
Yep. And I just noticed as well that at the moment, the Armageddon Navy is slightly free to do what he wants. And he doesn't get strong newts, but he does get the extra range, which is kind of useful. They are beating down the Thalia now as well.
I really think paper numbers getting the Thalia down here, and I think they should just go for the Geddon immediately after this.
Yes.
Don't waste time on anything else. I mean, there are Pilgrims on grid, but I think if they get the Armageddon down, I think they're safe.
Actually, honestly, I'll probably say Vexor first, then Armageddon, but yes, I do agree.
I mean,
kill it
right
quick.
now, paper numbers are in the lead.
I don't know. That's such a hard...
Think so.
I think that's honestly a hard call. I kind of get what you're saying, but like, the more the match goes on, the more ships die, the more those Pilgrims become utterly ruinous.
I mean, but they've got 3 battleships on grid. Yeah, they're completely tackled, and
they're not going anywhere.
They're not going anywhere, but they have a lot more HP than the Rote team. The Vex is about to go down as well. The reps are all gone for both teams. I do favour paper numbers here. They just need to start really applying their damage as best as they can with the Pilgrims. They're never going to get the Pilgrims. They're too far away.
Leave them alone, yeah.
They are too far away. There's no point in going for them. They've got to make it work.
I think you got to go for the Geddon. I wouldn't even go for the EOS. That's also a very annoyingly tanky ship sometimes.
I think get the Vexors down and now go for whatever's next to you and just try and get them down. The Geddon is in... Well, everything's really close. The EOS is really in the centre.
Another option is maybe cheekily try and volley off the Nurgle, who is right next to the Typhon Fleet, which means he's perfectly in grapple range. So maybe try and quickly kill it, but I think go big.
Paper numbers need to focus now on a primary,
big,
and
yeah,
it
go
looks like they're going for the EOS, which I think is a good call. Trying to get him down. He's the closest to all the battleships, which is.
However, I wonder how many missiles they got left in this clip before they go reload. I think they are rapid heavies. I didn't actually check.
I mean, even
They're rapid
so,
heavies, yeah. How many missiles they got left before they clip out? Can they kill them in time?
even so, I think they will. Even if they don't finish the clip, I think they've got plenty of time. I mean, look how slow Jal and the Typhon Fleet she's dying.
Yeah, he is wrapping up himself with what I believe is an Ansil. And when that runs out,
he'll still have some rep.
He's got a lot of drone. I mean, look at the drone ball on him. He's not going to be entirely left alone, but when it starts to get really bad really quick, you think you're good, and all of a sudden the answer runs out, and you're like, oh no.
He's still got a lot of drones on him. He's a lot of Hornets and Vespers on him right now. But if they traded him for an EOS, that's massive. That's a really good trade.
I agree. If they trade him for the EOS entirely, that's honestly an absolute win, because they can now just focus down the Geddon. That's the last real damage on the comp.
And also,
look at the Nurgle just got deleted. I don't know what killed it. The Nurgle just died.
I think there's a couple of drones that got him or something.
Yeah, actually, hold on, let me just check. Yeah, that was a bunch of drones, I believe. Well done. EOS goes down. Honestly, hell yeah to paper numbers. I was worried, but you were right.
I mean, they are so back. Paper numbers.
They're so back. This is like the first match you had. We're done. Ah, we're back.
And this is one of the real pros of having like a 3 battleship top heavy core, because then you can still sacrifice your Logifigs and you trade well, and at the end, like a game like this, you're on top.
Yeah.
You have more HP, more damage, and you can just outlast the other team. Look, I mean, Jal is now in structure. He should be able to potentially rep up. I think the Geddon might be able to get him down, but look how fast the Geddon's going down now.
I don't know if he'll be able to rep up. At the very least, he will take so long to die now. I think he may not even die at all.
No,
he's going to take a long time to get there.
I think he's going to survive for the rest of it. And also to note, there is a flag Armageddon Navy issue, which is,
Rifleson, exactly,
which is basically, I'd say, like a Armageddon Navy issue and a half, or potentially 2. So it's like, they have like 3.5 battleships basically.
Yeah, stick extra half on the ship, and exactly.
Yeah, essentially in terms of tank and damage and things.
Yeah, I think actually, they with the situation as it is, they've got it well done. I honestly was really worried that the Pilgrims looked very scary.
I know. I mean, at the beginning, you saw there like Paper was kind of faltering a bit, not really too sure what to do, but they just got through those. As soon as the 2 Logifigs from Rote went down, they thought, we've got this now. Because that was the barrier. That was the only barrier.
Oh, yeah,
because the Pilgrims can just track and disrupt or GD everything, and then just sit back and make waiting game. But they managed to get through the Deacons, and there you go.
I like watching the small end constantly dying, by the way. Like another Maul is just about to go down. They killed I think it was the Ponty. A little bit earlier than that, they are just murdering the small end, but the big end just died. So it's like, well, you killed a few small ships, but you did kind of lose the last big damage you got.
Geddon going down, but Rote still trying to kill some stuff, which I really rate it when teams don't just give up and they just keep killing.
Keep finding more stuff to
Keep fighting till the end.
Exactly.
2 Pilgrims left and a Ponty for Rote Kapelle. I mean, fantastic win for Paper Numbers.
I'm so happy for my boys, Paper Numbers. Like I said, again, Rifleson is one of my favorite parts. He didn't do the usual Rifleson thing, MJDing absolutely everywhere.
Well, he got put at 0.
Yeah, he got put at 0 and got tackled. So yeah,
which kind of worked out because they went for him at the beginning, and then we're like, oh no.
Was it 4D bait?
I don't know. I know.
Probably not.
It's in the rules that if you miss your warp window,
you get put to 0.
You get
exactly.
put to 0. But I mean, he played it well. I mean, he did burn back to get back to his team, and I think
his always team moved forward as well to kind of like match and get together. But I wonder if that was I'm now wondering if that was 4D chess. They're like, oh no, I've been put to 0. Now you guys will shoot me.
I think Rote though, they should have just gone past him and ignored him. Don't even bother shooting him. There's no point.
It's such a hard thing to say though, because again, the main part of this comp is 3 battleships. You kind of have to deal with them at some point. It's one of those like you're kind of damned if you do, games if you don't. You got to find the right way through the path. But hey, bravo, well done to both teams.
I mean, looking at Iskandar in the last Pilgrim about to go down. You're happy for your boys, aren't you?
Yes. There we go, mate. Thank you very much, Paper Numbers. Thank you very much, Rote Kapelle. And with that, we'll take a break and then go back to the studio.
Paper Numbers taking the victory and moving one step deeper into the upper bracket. They will go forward to face Truth, Honor, Light in their next matchup. That will be next Saturday. Our other moving forward into the upper bracket teams are Till Doomsday, who will play Platinum Sensitivity. We have a couple more upper bracket matches to go through today to get the whole top 8 sorted for next time. And our next match, which we'll get to in a little bit, will be one of those as well. So, Fear, Welcome back, Fear and Bart. Fart, or maybe Bart and Fear. Beer, that's probably better. Let's go with beer.
Yeah, I think we'll go with the second one. Second one's better.
Yeah, definitely a better one. What do you think about that match, Fear?
You know, there's one of these things, right? You ban out every single Tracking Disruptor ship except one, right? You leave the Pilgrim up. Other team brings a Pilgrim. What happens? So typically we've seen teams ban the Tracking Disruption when they've wanted to take something like a medium gun spam. This time around, it's a very generic set of bans as well. They decide to go with Rapid Heavies and with their flagship. So when the Pilgrims come in, they have 3 Guidance Disruptors, and those Guidance Disruptors go on top of the Rapid Heavy ships, and that works out perfectly fine for them. However, those Rapid Heavy ships only have 1 Guidance Disruptor on each of them. It's not like it's cheesed or anything like that, so you have everything split out, and you're able to actually apply 2 things. As we saw, the Rapid Heavies plus a couple of paints from a Squall and another source, we're able to take down these Logi, despite the fact that they're heavy missiles up against afterburning Logi frigates, and from there they just kind of were able to snowball and work around these Guidance Disruption in a more effective way than we've seen a lot of other teams deal with the same type of ships.
Yeah, and Bart, any other hard-hitting analysis of that particular matchup there?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a Kingslayer setup. They apply very, very well. They did not bring enough Guidance Disruptors. I think also the positioning was just not there. At the end of the day, like, why are your Deacons close enough to get blown? Like, why are your logistic ships ever close enough to a Guidance Disrupted battleship to take damage from it, right? You know, it is what it is. There was a chance. I actually, when the match first started, I looked in and was like, okay, well, you know, I had to really quickly run off and, you know, get some M&Ms as one does, and I was like, I see, well, I know who wins this one. I came back and you're like, oh, they Logi traded, and then it went horribly wrong. So, you know, it is what it is. I think there was maybe a little bit of positioning error there that did not have to happen, but it did. Not talking about, you know, the battleship that was mysteriously in the middle of the arena, but, you know, that was not. I guess that kind of was a positioning error.
Yes, that was a skill error essentially. So if you've never played in an alliance tournament before, the way it works is you sit in a station wherever you want to be. Jita is pretty common. You sit there, you get your boys together in the fleet, and when the match is about to start, the referees basically teleport the whole team into different beacons. You can't see the other team, you can't descan them, they're way out of range, and you're like in a really nice line. All the ships are kind of one by one by one. It's very aesthetic. It's where you take the screenshots. When this happens, you are locked. Like, you can't do anything, you can't move, and then the warping is unlocked. Everyone then warps to the arena. It's locked again. So the idea being that you can't like send someone really fast and then wait to see what's coming in on descan and then tell the rest of your buddies to warp in after you. You need to be in warp before that as possible. If you don't, then you get teleported to 0 for basically breaking the rules. Now, in that last match, the flagship Armageddon Navy issue, he forgot to warp. He just forgot. He went through his checklist. He was like, drones, check. Ammo, check. Preheated everything, check. Right, I am ready. And at that point, he realized the rest of his team was gone. So he was teleported to 0. So bit of a positioning error. They luckily managed to recover it. He managed to pull back, and they obviously took the dub.
You know, I think it kind of might have worked out for them, actually.
Yeah, I want Bart on this one.
Yeah, like, I think it's one of the it's a happy accident. You know, there's you know, no mistakes, just happy little accidents, like getting teleported at 0 and the other team not having a comp. Because imagine if you get teleported at 0 and they have a shield rush. You're like, ooh, yeah, my flagship's dead. Ooh, that's bad. But in this case, it actually was kind of like, oh, there's a little bait ship there. They now have to play around the fact that they're already closer than they would be expected. So it worked out. You know, Rifeson's a very good pilot. He's done the AT a lot. Him getting teleported to 0, it's like, he's probably like, well, yeah, you know what, we could work with this.
Well, well, the other thing, right, is that they're up against a guidance disruption setup. So you're teleported to 0, your guidance disruption is actually less effective because you're going to be closer to the enemy team than what you initially thought with the guidance disruption. So, as you mentioned, happy little accident.
Yep. All right, let's move on to our next match. This is another upper bracket one, and the last one before the break. So the Tuskers Co versus Ragequit Cancel Sub. And before we talk about the bans, let's have the Tuskers spokesperson tell us a little bit about their alliance.
I'm Curse Lion. I am the spokesperson of the Alliance of the Tuskers. For this year, we live predominantly in wormholes, but we do not discriminate. We PvP mainly nano gank and solo PvP all over New Eden, factional warfare, nullsec, you're going to find us everywhere. We love nano-ganking versus much larger numbers than us, so if you see 5 dudes kiting 50 dudes, that's probably us. How many times we've competed? I think it must be over 15, with various levels of success all over them, even winning ones. Yes, there are some teams that are definitely in our eyesights, like Fraternity, for example, definitely are in our eyesights. Hydra, as always, with all their teams. Why should people cheer for our team? Well, we're always polite, and we play by the rules, and we love a non-toxic environment. So, you know, if you believe in our tenets and our core values of being modest and being polite, definitely cheer for us. We're always a safe bet for your points. Like, we win most of the matches, so there you go. My message to the other teams: go have fun. If you're a new team or if you're an old team, that's all that matters. Go have fun. The captain of our team is our esteemed Mirror Chief, and I do have a message for the Alliance members. Go out there, do your thing. You're the best, you know it. And Wex is sex. Thank you very much, and let's hope we all have a good tournament. Bye-bye.
Awesome. That is the Tuskers Co., a very experienced team. They've been around in Tranquility for a very long time. They won Alliance Tournament 14. They came second last year, so a lot of experienced people in over years in that alliance. Let's take a quick look at the bans for this upcoming match between the Tuskers Co. and Ragequit Cancel Sub. The Tuskers banning out the Zarmazard this time, the Scimitar, the Crucifier, and the Pilgrim. I think the Zarmazard is a variation of the Zarmalade. I think it's like the faction version. And then Ragequit Cancel Sub banning out the Eos, the Astarte, the Oneros, and the Mauler. Bart, what do you think of these bans here?
Yeah, this is a Ragequit Cancel Sub is targeting exactly what Tuskers brought in their last match, and I think they looked at it and they're like, oh, we can't beat that, because the Tuskers flagship, we're going to have to assume, I mean, they are rich. They made a lot of money last tournament. So I think Ragequit Cancel Sub basically was like, oh no, we have no way of beating that, so they're banning out. That comp is, I would say it's pretty banned out, except that at the end of the day, you know, when you have Mirror Chief's massively wrinkly brain on the desk, you know, he's doing the planning, he's probably like, you think you can stop me? No. So we'll see what happens on that one. Tuskers bans are just kind of like, you know, we don't want to be track and disrupted. We want scimitars. We don't want was it the Zarmazard?
Zarmazard, yes, the faction Zarmalade.
The faction Zarmalade. So it happens.
Yeah. All right, well, let's head over to the arena for this match between the Tuskers Co. and Ragequit Cancel Sub.
Welcome back to the arena. We have Tuskers versus Ragequit Cancel Sub, and yes, on your screen you are seeing a Guardian with Fleet Cyclones and Cyclones.
Welcome to the mad mind of Mirashiv, my
What's
man.
going on? Interesting. What have Ragequit got right now?
I'm looking, just double check. I believe this is a full Mimitar Rush, but I'm also just making sure I'm not crazy and there's like artillery. But no, those are autocannons. This is a Mimitar Rush with broadswords.
And Ragequit Cancel Sub went at 0 completely with everything at 0.
Of course
so
they did.
They're going to completely rush in and try and get Tuskers. Tuskers going to have to kite away. I actually do
There's
like.
a kite away in a Guardian. That does not sound like a fun experience.
I actually do like the Tuskers setup. I think it's really interesting. I mean, they've got the Huggin, which is going to be, and the Bellicose as well. So the Huggin being a key part of the Tuskers team. VOD has got a job on his hands in this game. They're going to be able to apply really easy. I think they're definitely going to go for the Ruptures maybe first. They're probably the easiest.
Yeah, Ruptures are the free kill. The Raptor will probably charge in right at the start, which means it'll be an instant kill, but that'll be Rupture.
You've got the Raptor, the Moa, and the Rupture, and they're going to be the first ones
There
out.
we go. Match starts. Let's see what the Raptor does. No, the Raptor went the other way. Well done, my man. Well done.
But as expected, though, the rest of the core going in, webbed across the board from VOD, really good screening, but some will get through,
Here's the webs. Look at the webs immediately. The Hugin being a real pain, double broadswords being both webbed, as well as the Rupture. So this team is going to struggle to get in. Sleipnir webbed as well. They are really stretching out those webs.
Tuskers priming the Moa of Loud. I think good call. He's still coming out front. I think what they've done, they've webbed everything else and let the Moa come towards him, which is a fantastic, really good piloting from VOD.
Exactly, and the Moa's about to die. That's honestly very well done. The Raptor, I just noticed, is being shot. Did he try and sneak in? Yeah, the Raptor turned around and tried to rush in, and he's... Yeah, exactly, mate. Like I know what you were trying to do. It was never going to work.
It's difficult for the Raptor. As soon as he comes back in, they're going to switch into
Yeah,
him.
exactly. You're going to be targeted. You need to wait and wait your turn. But yeah, Moa gets deleted as well. Has this comp grabbed something? No is the answer.
Right now, Tuskers doing a fantastic job of just
Yeah.
kiting away. VOD really good in the hugging, keeping everything back right now. They're in a really good position right now. Raptors down, Moa's down. So
Oh,
two
the webs
ships.
and the scalpel now, and painters. I suspect they're about to try and delete the scalpel. We'll see if that actually
I
happens.
see damage coming onto Rupture right now. I think they can just burst through the T1 Rupture quite easily.
Oh,
but
easily,
the
yeah.
Scalpel now, you're right, next to him looks to be the primary right now.
It makes the life so much easier. If the Logi goes, you can just take your time.
Yeah, pretty much. I think if they get the Scalpel down, I think that's pretty much over for the Ragequit team. But VOD taking a bit of damage. Kerry's taking a bit of damage as well. But probably just a little bit of, in fall off, sorry.
Or maybe even drones, actually. I'm looking, I think that might be some drones up there. Yeah, there's a bunch of acolytes up there, so it looks like there's some drone damage coming in. Tusk is here. This is a masterclass in controlling your opponent team. This is a rush comp. And they have it so gimped that they can't even really shoot. Like, they've got the Hugin that is just reaching out and webbing everything. And then the Maulises are damping them while they're there. They can't even fire a barrage.
The two Maulises combined with the Carries as well, and the Hugin, loads of damps, loads of webs. Most of these, probably the Sleipnirs can't even shoot, can't even use barrage at all. The Rupture about to go down. I mean, the oppressive nature of the Tusker setup is immense, and it must be really frustrating.
A Carries did get caught. It will not be a clean sweep, unless the Carries get saved, which, to be fair, the Guardian's got nothing else to do with this time.
No, I think the Carries will definitely die, but I mean the Scalpels are still holding on. As I say that, Nexum just goes down.
You just cursed the poor man. He's like, I'm doing great. Look at me, Dad.
And immediately dies. I mean, with him going down, I mean the chances of Ragequit getting anything, I think, have basically gone out of it.
They're basically zero. Unless that Hugin manages to boundary or maybe DC, this team is perfectly controlled from now until Doomsday. Now, can they do anything? They can maybe try and pull back, go for MJD plays or do something else, but chasing will be a zero-sum game for them. There's just going to be no chance of victory.
Second Scalpel goes down. Kerry does die. He was the only thing that was tackled, but right now they're not looking too good. I think VOD is going to be the less ships on grid.
Look at it. They're literally us webbing every single ship.
So, I mean, with the armor comp right now, with VOD and a Hugging its armor, he's going to have a bunch of webs.
Oh, yeah. He's got a full set of mids.
So, he's probably got a decent, probably 2 or 3 webs, I would assume, in his mid slots, probably with a Mark Walk Drive or something as well. And so he can definitely lock down a bunch of targets quite easily. I mean,
I'm wondering what's in the mids of the Cyclone Fleets now. I wonder if they've maybe got a cheeky XLSP or if it's full like missile guidance and stuff like that. Just to get extra range.
Probably on something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm expecting is that. But this is the thing. This is a Tuskers team with Mirror in it. I expect the weird stuff to come out, but this looks like a very just full-on competent kite comp.
Yeah, you want to probably maximize your damage as much as possible and increase your range because you're going to be fighting. You want to be projecting as far away as possible. The broadsword goes down as well. I mean, Sleipnir, Hurricane Fleet issue, of Lucius is about to go down as well.
And it makes things worse too because with another ship dead, the webs now go to the next ship.
And this is the one. It's a catalyst that happens.
Oh yeah.
Same with the damps. Like as soon as one ship goes down, you start switching the damps around, and they get more oppressive. The more it's like it gets worse and worse and worse.
It's like the old ECM thing. When once one ship dies to the ECM, it just gets worse. But yeah, I'm willing to bet Missy is somewhere in the background, probably like going, "This is how you do it. This is how you fly this thing."
I mean, a really creative comp from Tuskers. The first we've seen of this, I think this AT. The concept's been around, I think, for other ATs, but in this one, really well piloted as well. The carries did get caught.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
Kill?
Sorry?
Pity kill?
It doesn't. It doesn't really matter though. I mean, the linchpin of this is the hugging.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I've got to say, this is probably the first kiting guardian I've seen.
Yeah.
Maybe ever in my time.
Combined with a kiting comp.
Yeah, exactly. A kiting like an actual kiting guardian. They're not guardians staying away. It's literally the guardian that's trying to run away. It's something very weird and unique. And honestly, biggest respect for Tuskers for just making a weird but unique but good comp.
I think this is a really strong comp as well. I mean, it could have a bit of problems with some other comps.
Oh yeah, double arbitrator would immediately be a real painful day.
But you got the damps as well. This is a very evil heavy comp.
True.
Lucian of the broadsword just gets annihilated off the grid. Lucian and Hurricane Fleet is still holding on really far away from everybody.
He left the postcode.
He's 105 kilometers from the.
I don't think he's particularly going anywhere particularly as well. He's just kind of running.
He's
not even going for the boundary. He's going around the edge, going towards the beacon, maybe?
He's going around the edge right now. They're switching to Lily and the Sleipnir. Good fights in local. The Hurricane Fleet issue does die.
Oh, wow, he did get shot. That range. Hold on a minute. That is a lot of range.
I mean, they've definitely got some
missile guidance.
In the mids, just to
yeah.
amplify the range, so they can really project out.
That's like that almost feels like cruise range from that distance. That looked about like 80 to 100k, but I'm probably exaggerating. That's insane.
I think that's some good banter in local right now. I came here to Ragequit, cancel sub.
Mission accomplished.
Love it. They're good fight. It's good. It was all good banter in local.
Exactly,
I love it.
And it was a very good fight from both teams. Like the Ragequit, they did kind of just get fully controlled. I don't know how much most teams could really react to this.
I think
a lot of teams would kind of get stuck. This is the whole thing. You get stuck chasing the Kaiders, right?
I think Ragequit up against the wall in this one. This comp was kind of designed to beat this. Really
hey, you're going to bring a rush, are you? Well,
yeah.
Perfect. We've got the exact tools required.
Got webs and damps. You're going to shoot anything. Plus a little purifier again as well. Don't forget the purifier on Tuskers' team. Glassy in the purifier.
Are we going to come back to the old days where there was a bomber sprinkled in every comp?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously MVP goes to VOD. Obviously, a stressful role for him to keep everything away. But overall, a fantastic parting from Tuskers.
That. He's now webbing his own team.
He's webbing his own team. He's so happy. He's so good. He's getting confused now.
Yeah.
He's in the zone so much. He just needs webbed ships that are moving.
Maybe he's multi-boxing the guy. He's looking for his friends.
He's probably just a debug, still holding on, and VOD now AWOXing his entire. And then,
yeah, that's. I just love watching like a little bit of shenanigans. What about your friends? What's the Sleipnir doing? Is he? He is dying too. There's a lot of drones, by the way. They never went for a single rep drone, by the looks of it. At least not many. They went for almost full DPS drones.
And the Sleipnir going into structure. Fantastic play by Tuskers. And I think we're going to go straight back to the deaths, I believe.
Yes.
Tuskers, they're taking the victory in that exciting matchup. A classic match. Minotaur rush. We don't see that very often. Unfortunately, it did not rush hard enough in this particular instance, and they dropped down into the lower bracket. We're going to go on a short break for about half an hour or so. And in the meantime, we have an awesome in-focus video with CCPB, CCP Nomad, and CCP Nikon. We'll leave you with that, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm CCPB and I'm joined by two fantastic senior game designers. First of all, CCP Nikon, welcome.
Hello.
And we also have CCP Nomad, welcome.
Hello.
This is the first out of two segments we're going to do for the Revenant expansion, which is coming on the 12th of November. We are showing this this is a pre-recorded segment we decided to do and show in the AT break. Today should be Sunday when you're seeing this. The thing that we're going to talk about is the stronger goals and projects that came out. We had a blog come out earlier this week. We also had a video with both of you featuring in it. And we're also going to talk about the updates coming to Skinner. And we're going to dive into the exact parts of that. We have expanded feature parameters is one of them. I know that's one of your favorites. Is that correct?
Yeah, expanded project parameters.
Sorry.
Yeah. It is definitely my favorite because it allows creating much more complex projects or manifesting much more complex corporation goals and showing them to the members and allowing them to contribute.
Perfect. We'll dive it in just a second, but we also have project deadlines, something that's been requested to be able to actually put an end to a project and not to run it indefinitely. We also have participation limit. So explain to us what that is.
So participation limit allows the project creator to set a limit on how much an individual can contribute to a project. So for example, a project is to bring 10 caracals, but the limit is 2 caracals per member. So each member in the corp can bring only up to 2 caracals, and those will be counted as contributions. This allows essentially to spread out the participation among more members, allowing more members to participate in the projects. So if in your corp you have someone who just does a lot in the corporation and brings all the stuff, usually a person like that would just block other people from contributing. So
it's to basically stop someone from just hogging all of the core projects and just doing them all before the rest can actually start digging at it as well, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Of course, for some projects, it is beneficial to have people like that because you just want the project itself to be completed and that's the goal. But in other instances, you want actually engagement from your members and you want that engagement to be across all members. So in that case, that particular feature is very useful.
Also, if you want to incentivize them with something really valuable, maybe you don't want one person taking all the rewards. It makes a lot of sense. And then we also have ship insurance, which is an improvement on the existing feature, which we called ship loss, which came with Equinox. Is that correct?
That is correct. So ship loss was just following the pattern or the framework of core projects that we established so far. So it was pretty limited in functionality, as in it required the corporation to create multiple projects, one per each ship type that the corporation would want to compensate for, and just assign fixed ISK value as a reward for contributing, in quotes, to that project. This time around, we are releasing ship insurance, which is a dynamic contribution method. What it means is that every time I lose a ship, for example, and I'm a member of a corp that has this project running, then that project evaluates the kill mail that I received, or particularly the value of the loss, which includes the ship and the cargo and the fitting. So the value of the loss in ISK becomes my, quote, contribution to the project. So this is the amount that I will get compensated for. So this is automatic in this case and allows one project to handle multiple types of ships and multiple types of fittings, like multiple variations of the ships in the doctrine, because each loss is evaluated individually and automatically. At the same time, it allows the project creator to set up the ratio at which the loss is covered. So for example, I can set it to 100%, so the compensation will be exactly the amount displayed on the kill mail as the value of the loss. But I can set it also to 50% or 150% if I want to pay less or more per loss, depending on what the fitting might be or what my intentions are, essentially. So project deadlines, the name itself should be self-explanatory, but also it sounds quite dystopian, right? Like we're bringing like corporate deadlines into EVE. So what it does is essentially enables you, the project creator, to create an end date for a project at which it will just automatically expire. As simple as that. Before, you had to manually tend to your project to cancel the ones that you don't want to be running anymore before they got completed. In this case, you can set the end date in advance. So for example, if we go with deliver item project, we want some item delivered, let that be Rifter as per usual. We can select the destination and the number of items to be delivered. Okay, so this is like my test server is not the fastest. We want like 28 Rifters, and we can set end date. We have few presets that are just handy. So I want this project to be running for 1 month, for example, and this is adjusted to that date. I can change it further. I can set like specific day of the month or even an hour in the day. It will confirm the actual duration here. So 30 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. If I then
It seems really, really useful. So since Equinox, my interaction with corp goals like this has been magmatic gas, and that's something that I know the person was tending to getting outsourcing the getting of a bunch of magmatic gas. He had to tend to it every day, every week, because the prices were fluctuating so much. With something like this, you could say, I will pay this for magmatic gas for 4 days.
Yeah.
And then I'll reevaluate, see if the market has changed, if I'm underpaying, overpaying. This seems really, really useful.
Yeah, exactly. And then the project expires, and you can easily just just clone it from this menu, right? After it expires, you can find it in history, and just clone the project again, and it will have the same preset for days which you can change, but you don't have to if you want to do this every 4 days, for example.
It sounds very useful. Looking at the participation limit, I saw there was a ticker there above the end date one. Is that the one where you select how often you can contribute to it?
It's not necessarily how often, but it is how much one corp member can provide to this particular project. So if the whole project needs 28 rifters, for example, and I limit this to 5 rifters per member, so each individual can bring only up to 5 for the total amount of up to 28. Then it tells me I need at least six members in my corp to be contributing to this project fully for the project to be completed. Like if there's less people than that contributing, then the project can never be completed because of this limit. So this is useful to know. Like I can know how many people in my corp can actually provide some input to this project. So this is how I can set this limit for it to be realistic. Right?
That's really cool. Ship insurance, I know it kind of ties into the expanded feature as well, but let's talk about ship insurance and how that works.
So we cannot show ship insurance yet. It's still in production.
Okay.
So it's not ready for.
That's all right.
Yeah.
But how would it work when it comes out?
So as described before, every time someone loses a ship in the corporation, it just takes the kill mail ISK value of the ship and assigns that as a compensation. So it's fully automated and covers all types of ships, of course, with the limitations of which ships you have added. But maybe let's talk about expanded project parameters and how that can play with ship insurance in the future. So expanded project parameters is like today, let me take this project for example. So today you can only specify one value per each parameter in a project. So for example, this project, destroy Capsulier's ship, which is essentially just kill another Capsulier. Today you can input here only one name, be that name of a Capsulier or a corporation or an alliance or a faction if you are targeting FW militia. But after November, you will be able to include multiple names. So for example, I want to target like Minmatar Republic militia and Galente militia at the same time. And I can also target a particular corp, right? Like this one, I can target a particular character. So I can add up to 10 values per, like in this field. And those are, the relationship between the values is OR. As in, it can be, the target can be from Minmatar Republic or Galente Federation or from this corp or this particular character. So this is very powerful way to set up projects that are quite complex. And I can do that not only in this field, Capsuliers or organizations, but I can do this for ship types. So for example, which ship types we want to target. Of course, we don't like rifters, so we target these. But I can also target groups of ships, like all battleships.
So it's essentially taking what was one value per parameter for these goals and expanding it to just multi value per parameter, much more complex goals than you could do with the feature before.
Exactly, and the same goes for locations.
Does it work with every project that currently exists?
No, we're adding this functionality, the expanded project parameters functionality specifically, to 4 existing contribution methods, which is destroy Capsulier ships, damage Capsulier, earn loyalty points, and mine materials. So these 4 contribution methods will get this treatment on the release day, and over time we'll be adding it to all contribution methods.
Awesome. So you could have it like earn this LP or this LP or this LP, and then of course you could be taxing that as the corp owner.
Precisely. Yes. Just last thing about the locations. This field now will support not only solar systems, but also constellations and regions. So that's new, and that should be very useful for some project types.
Interesting. You could be gank all haulers in this region in HiSec type of thing.
Yeah.
And then here's your free catalyst back. Nice.
Wink. Yes.
Wink, wink, indeed.
Yeah.
Those are the 4 different features that are coming. This is really taking what core projects. I know you added more things, or you guys added more things to them in the Aquanex expansion, which was being built on the Havoc editions before that. This is now becoming a more and more robust version of Corp Goals every time. How much further do you think we're going to build this feature?
Yes. That's the answer. Like, you can still see there are limits to it, and we want to expand it because our aim is for organizations to use it to keep their members engaged. Essentially, like we have some login rewards, for example, incentivizing players to log in to take their reward and hopefully stay in the game for longer and engage with it. This has similar aim, as in every time I log in, there is stuff for me to do as a corp member.
There's
right?
a mission. There's something that you know
Exactly.
that the group you're in needs doing, and this is how they want to pay you to do it. And
Exactly
it doesn't take a
that,
person
yeah.
to tell you. You can just log in and see it on a list.
Yes, like I open the corp window and I can see all the things that I could contribute to. So now there's a reason for me to do stuff for the corp and get paid for it, but also to feel valuable for the organization, right? Because the managers can see who contributes to projects and to what extent, and they may offer some extras for it. Of course, this is not part of the system yet. They will do it on their own. But in the future, why not? Why we shouldn't allow like corporations to give automatically medals, for example, for participation or some extra rewards. So we have a lot of things on our list, wish list, when it comes to this feature and how we want to expand it. But of course, reality will dictate what we'll do next.
I think it's awesome what you built with it so far. And I mean, expanding the ship loss into ship insurance, this is, like you said, going to include the fit of the ship, even the modules in the cargo. And you can decide to pay higher for logistic ships that are being lost than mainline DPS ships. So you can be paying like 150 and incentivizing that you're paying them 150% of the Logi ship's worth because you need more Logi pilots. It's things
Absolutely.
like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, if you put it too high, then you may make it so that it's just unreasonable to fly Logi rather than just lose them in the first minute and then fly another one, right? Because you're just making money
Gotta be
doing
careful.
so. Yeah,
but it does it with a trusting group. It opens up like the automating of SRPing. You know, you could have highly, doctrine ships with things in cargo that they need, refits or, other things. And this would cover all of that in certain scenarios.
Yeah. And most importantly, it's just enough to have one project and it will proportionally cover the losses to what the loss amount was, right? Rather than having to create multiple projects, one per each ship type. So this is pretty powerful.
It is. It's a little scary too as an FC if everyone starts looting the grid and then dying. You're like, oh no.
You see real time how the corp wallet shrinks. Yeah.
I think this is fantastic. I think this has really gotten to a point where I know people have been using this a bunch in the last year. I know they started using it more after Equinox. And the kind of feedback we were getting from players, it seems to be building on those things. They were asking for multiple parameters. They were asking for a timed corp goal so they wouldn't have to manually do all the work of turning them off and making new ones like that. This is becoming a really cool feature.
Yes, like all the additions that we are making, we're getting them mostly from player feedback, but at the same time, it just matches what we wanted to do anyway. So it's just beautiful to provide the features that we wanted to do, but also that we hear from the players, from you, of what you want. So all the expanded project parameters, or like the limit per contributor, specifically, this was asked by CSM, but also I saw it on Reddit, similar with end date. Like, you want this stuff? There you go.
It's fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to hop over to CCP Nikon now. We're going to look at the updates coming to the Skinner. But if you see anything, feel free to chime in as well, Mr. Nomad.
Thank you.
So, CCP Nikon. Let's actually talk
Hello.
about Skinner now. And let's talk about where that's going
Sure.
with the update that's coming.
Yeah.
So,
So,
first of all, we have targeted listings, which is at the very top of my list here.
yeah.
It's probably the most requested feature. Is that correct?
Here, it might be easier for me to just show you as
Absolutely.
well. If I go into my collection, I have a skin here that I can sell.
That
And
looks
then,
good, by the way. But yeah.
thank you. In the availability, you can choose to make it public, which is available for everyone.
And then it
You
just
can
goes
list-
on the Paragon hub, correct?
Yeah.
Like it has been since Equinox.
Exactly. And then you could also select it just for your corporation. So anyone in your corporation can then buy it, and it's locked to only your corporation, so no one else can see it. You can also do the same with your alliance through the My Alliance option. And same thing, locked only to your alliance, and anyone in your alliance can purchase it at that point. Or you can put in specific, and you can type in anything that you want. So, like, and if it searches, oh,
Lady name.
there we go. Yeah, lady name. So I could sell it directly to that person, and no one else would be able to buy it at that point. So it's very cool, very powerful in that sense. So corporations will be able to distribute skins so everyone can fly the same colors. If you're making skins as a new job for your character, you can sell them directly to someone if you've worked out a deal with them. And you can list it for any price that you want. One of the big things, though, is if you're selling for your corporation, to your corporation or to your alliance, and you're a brand manager, if you have the brand manager role, when you sell it, you won't get dinged with any hub vendor fees or hub listing fees.
So you're able to put certain people in charge of being the brand manager of the corp.
Yes.
And those can then make skins just like we've been doing since Equinox.
Yep.
And then they can list those skins only to their corp and charge them. There's no market fees, nothing like that, if they want to sell it for zero risk, hypothetically.
Yep, they could do that. So they can just they can sell it for free if they want. There's no fees, no taxes or anything like that. The way that that kind of works, the way that we had to even it out, is there will be a small Evermark charge now, and that is based on the tier of the skin that's being sold.
For those who don't remember the tiers, the more complex a skin gets, the higher in tier it goes. So if it only like a couple of colors, then it would be a lower tier. Like you can see the number above there.
Yeah.
And I remember when we were playing around with this tool before June, it wasn't too hard to make a super cool looking skin at tier 3, 4, 5. We didn't have to go all the way to the max to make them look cool. And honestly, most of the skins that I've made have just been a couple of googly eyes and something like that you could easily distribute to your entire group if you wanted to.
Oh, for sure. So I have a couple listings here. When you're selling to your corporation or alliance, when you go into the Paragon Hub, you'll see a couple new sections. There's a section just for corporation skins, and a section just for alliance skins, and then also a section for skins that are targeted directly at you. When it's from a brand manager, you'll have a different colored background in the card here. And when you hover over it, it will tell you how many Evermarks you're going to be charged when you purchase that skin. Whereas if it's just from anyone else, it won't have that. So that's one way you can tell if it's a branded skin, is what we're calling it, or not.
Will it
And
always cost Evermarks on top if you're selling it to your corp, even if
yes,
you're charging for it?
yes. So that's to help counteract the zero taxes and zero fees.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, brand managers can sell it for zero, so they can make it extremely easy for everyone. The way that the Evermarks are balanced is we looked at how many Evermarks you can claim a day from doing Paragon missions, and then looked at what the most popular tier skin is, and we kind of equalized it that way. And then the lowest amount of Evermarks that you can make a day, or for like a tier 1 skin, and the absolute maximum you can make a day is for a tier 20, and then it just kind of distributed it in between that. So yeah.
The tier list has actually gone up to 20 now, and I would assume that's because we're adding another functionality, which is
Yes.
second pattern slot.
Yeah, so the secondary pattern slot is something that we've played around with a lot here in the studio. We also have 45 new patterns coming out, which is a huge amount. So they'll be all over in loot tables throughout New Eden as well, so you can get those. But yeah, so you can put in one pattern and then you can select a second pattern. They can each have a different nano coating on there. You can move them around separately. You can blend them together with a bunch of different blend modes. Yeah, we've been playing with this nonstop in the team, and everyone just has a blast with it.
You also explained it really well in the video that came out on Friday. You can like subtract them from each other. You can nest them in each other, so you could have like a pattern within a pattern. And do all kinds of really cool things with it.
Yeah, you can mask them. It's really it's kind of tough to explain, but once you actually get in there and start playing around with it, the names of them really make sense. Yeah, we also added another cool little feature, which is randomize. Let's see, yeah, where you can randomize your skin, and it's just a really good starting point for creating your own skin. And yeah.
And will it fill out every slot when you randomize? It'll fill out both patterns and all colors.
Yeah, so it will fill out everything and randomize the position of the patterns, all that. And it does take into account whether or not you have the tick box to show only owned. So if you randomize with stuff that only you own, it will only use those. Or if you want to see what is possible, just tick that off and it will show absolutely everything.
That's really cool.
This is great.
Yeah.
Like, for someone like me who has zero artistic skills,
just a random button is it like
just random, yeah. Love it.
I think it's like you said, a really good way to have a starting point as well for a skin. If you're completely creatively blocked and you're like, I need to make something cool, but I don't know where to start. It's too much choice in some way. You can hit that random button until you see something you really like, and then maybe change that line to gold, that thing to white, and make it kind of tweak it from that first step.
Yeah, exactly. And then to help out everyone, for the first 2 weeks of the expansion, we're actually lowering down the sequencing time, so everyone can get new skins quicker as well. So I believe we're taking 50% off of the time that it takes to normally sequence a skin for the first 2 weeks of the expansion. So trying to play around with some things, make it a bit easier to people to get into the skinner and play around and get new skins in the game.
I think besides adding a second pattern, the biggest ticket thing here is the direct listing and being able to send your alt or friend or a corp mate or someone like just this, hey, I made this for you and it costs 0, or here I'm my entire corp, I want them all to be using this skin. And this is finally going to actually enable it where they, it could be done in a proper manner. Yeah,
it's huge. It's one of the most requested features that we've had ever since Skinner came out. So
I have this vision of a future cinematic shot of some big battle with like 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 people, and you can clearly see like, oh, there go the goons, and there are the brave guys, and you could just like without any overview, you can just tell exactly who's where. I think.
Oh yeah.
Like genuinely, I think the updates coming to Revenant with Skinner are gonna get us closer to that reality.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it would be awesome to just see huge fleet fights with everyone, like just in matching skins. You can really easily tell who's who, and yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun.
And like you said, Evermarks, I think a lot of people have a bunch of that saved up anyway.
Yes.
So I think we might get there quicker than expected, actually. But you still have
on
to
that
make...
note,
Yeah.
I just want to make one note. There's another feature that we announced in the blog a couple of days ago that will be coming after the expansion, which will allow completing daily goals with Evermarks.
Yes.
So don't spend all of them on skins.
Don't spend them all.
Yeah, you have to budget between our two features for sure.
Evermarks went from being something where people like, why do I have this, to like, stonks, so this is the best thing, I need more.
Yeah.
But honestly, this is both of these things, the improvements to goals that are coming and the improvements here to Skinner. The tool, of course, is fantastic, and making skins is super, it's fun, and it's like super unique what you can actually make. Now the actual way of getting them to the people you want is far more real than it was before. This is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's something that we want to continue improving upon, adding new features in, all that fun stuff. So hopefully we can keep doing that.
100%. I think since we are doing this as a pre-recorded segment and the Alliance tournament needs to go on, I think this is going to cut our time basically short, but we managed to cover most of what we wanted to. Do you think we missed anything from either one of you?
I think we got everything on the Skinner side of things.
Yeah, I think we got everything, at least from the things that are officially announced so far.
Yeah.
We covered that.
We also had a blog go out last week or this week, and we had a video with both of you. But I wanted to dive into this. This is something that we've started doing for all the expansions, and it's nice to see you guys play around with the tools as well. But thank you both for your time.
No
and
problem.
I believe the next thing is up is match 30 in the Alliance tournament. Good luck to whoever's competing. And we'll see you guys 1 week from now, next Sunday. I'm going to be interviewing CCP Trash Panda, and we're going to go over the Mercenary Dens, the new Deathless ships, and the all-new damage over time weapon system that's coming. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20. I am still and will continue to be CCP Overload, joined once again by what chat has decided is Fart. We are super excited to have you back. We have more matches to go today, bunch more in the winners bracket before we head down to the elimination matches once again and see some more teams go home. This next match, let's take a quick look at the band. It's going to be between Deteriorated and Post-Pod Clarity. So Deteriorated choosing to ban out the Oneros, the Blackbird, the Pontifex, and the Magoose. Meanwhile, Post-Pod Clarity banning out the Loki, the Armageddon, the Abaddon, and the Nighthawk. Bart, what do you think about these bans?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Loki Nighthawk ban, excellent. It gets rid of the very powerful Shield Rush. Blackbird. Have we seen a Blackbird yet? This
I
AT?
don't think we've seen
I
one.
I don't think we've seen
But we've
one.
seen it banned.
We've seen it banned 2 or 3 times. We haven't seen one yet. Nobody's really flown. Obviously, we saw the Widow ECM setup, but no one's really pulled one out yet. And I would love to see them. I personally love Blackbird matches, and I love talking about Blackbird matches. I know people... I feel like Twitch chat dislikes Blackbird matches and also dislikes talking about Blackbird matches. But I'd love to see one. It won't happen here. Strange band. Maybe they know something that we don't, and they're like, ooh, these guys are ECM players. But yeah, Blackbird band's interesting. It feels kind of wasted with the current meta, but maybe, again, they could know something we don't.
Yeah, I mean, this says to me that maybe like in their practice, they found something that they really don't like with the Blackbird. I mean, most people who get jammed don't particularly enjoy the experience. It's exceptionally frustrating in a tournament situation.
What is the previous Garista's flagship or AT ship says? Some pilots complain that ECM is unfair. jam those ones first and shoot them last.
Exactly, that's exactly what you need to do. All right, so both teams are fielding their flagship Armageddon Navy issues in this match. So let's head over to the arena for Deteriorated versus Post-Pod Clarity.
Hello, I am moderator joined by the wonderful CCP Aurora for this next match of Deteriorated and Post-Pod Clarity. Both teams electing to bring their flagship Navy Armageddon. So Deteriorated going with a bit of a heavy missile comp in the Rapids, and Post-Pod Clarity electing for a combination of control with the Arbitrators and then a bit of a drone comp.
Yes, they have these are quite varied ships. They're not quite the same strong, like triple of some ship that we were seeing before. We're seeing, and with the match start, we've got links going out. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're seeing that both sides, again, are going for the rapid heavy missile, and the Arbitrators are already doing what they do best, and they're tracking, disrupting the Navy Armageddon, wanting to make sure that that incoming damage is mitigated significantly. Meanwhile, the Purifier, or rather the Mollusk, was damping one of the Arbitrators, trying to mitigate that. But right now, we see that the pre-reps of the Zarmzat are going on to the Confessor. That's been something that's been pretty typical. We've seen that Zarms are wanting to pre-lock kind of these weaker ships on the support side, just not trying to get one-tapped by, those rapid heavies from a Fleet Typhoon or Navigeddon.
Yep, it looks like Deteriorated might be trying to pull those reps off of the Confessor, maybe to try and open up that target by primarying the Navy Armageddon. So that Zarm might need to move over and start spooling on him if they don't decide to change targets. But this is a fairly slow match off the start here. We have those Arbitrators applying guidance disruption to the heavy battleships on the Deteriorated side, both sides, just trying to find a good position here to open up, see if they can find something weak and poke it down.
So speaking of positioning, right now we see that Deteriorated has gathered on one of the micro jump drive beacons. Meanwhile, Post-Pod Clarity is full in chase with the Confessor of Vex being in the lead, meanwhile supported by the Eos and the Vexor. So just zooming on these, red battleships in a minute, we're going to see they're starting to align themselves, looking to position off that micro jump drive beacon. And in a moment here, I think they're going to go for the spool, try to pick off something in the backline. Meanwhile, the Vexor is very much trying to close chase, making the most of an opportunity to try to scram anything. And right now, we are seeing a full micro jump drive activation. So in the backline, we're going to see jumps in a second. And the Vexor not quite getting anything just yet.
Yep, they've just jumped over the other team, so this is actually a really quite nice positioning. The Post-Pod Clarity team was trying to push up that screen in order to kind of control the positioning fight. However, they've just maneuvered off to the side. Only that Mollusk and the Thalia are left behind. However, leaving one of their logistic ships on the other side might be a bit of a crippling play. It looks like he's about to get tackled by that Vexor.
Yeah, so this Thalia of Parla unfortunately made a pretty significant misplay, and they were not in position to take the micro jump drive. So we already see Newt's webs. Parla is going to get snapped, and what this does is it's going to force Deteriorated to really heavy to commit. They are on another micro jump drive beacon, and they're going to have to go after a Zarm or something, because once you lose a Thalia, it means your deacons, shortly to follow. The Thalia does drop. Deteriorated is now on the clock. They must commit onto something, or they're just going to lose in a trit without any sort of Logi support.
Yep. First blood is that Thalia goes down. We can see the Mollusk has managed to successfully run away, trying to regroup with its allies for another micro jump drive beacon play here.
And speaking of micro jump drive beacon plays, the Zarmzad has been looking like it's about to get caught by this Bifrost. It is heavy webbed. The Armageddon Navy issue of Zarak is now right in position to deal with that capture that the Bifrost has been able to make. The Zarmzad is taking a significant amount of damage. The entirety of Deteriorated has committed onto the Zarmzad, and if they're able to get it, yeah, you lost your Thalia, but trading a Zarm for a Thalia, I'll make that every single day.
Absolutely, that was an excellent. We saw them use these micro jump drive plays in their first match. They're using them to great effect again. This is another double micro jump drive play to get on the back line of that enemy team, playing around their support and their ability to outposition you. So it's excellent. So if they can get that Zarmaz down, which they have, that is now an incredible trade compared to losing that Thalia.
So now the Arbitrator has dropped. That means that a lot of the tracking disruption that's harassing this Navy Geddon, this Fleet Typhoon, and the Praxis as well, some of that's going to be off the grid, right? And we also see webs on top of the Confessor, right? This Confessor is doing their level best to harass. We see a lot of damage actually on the Deacon as a result. And once this Arbitrator drops, the Confessor drops, that's really the support linchpin, right? You know, you don't want to necessarily have to send your Navy Armageddon and EOS if you're post-pod clarity on top of things, but yes, you did kill the Thalia Deacon, but you're losing too much here with the double Arbitrator and the Confessor soon to follow.
Yeah, they have lost their last logistics support ship, and they are a little bit slow taking down that Confessor. So he manages, it looks like he's managing to hold. He's got some remote repair bots on him at the moment. But it is he's probably not going to last too much longer as he goes into armor. Ooh, the Hyena down as well. Both teams are the Deteriorated team is losing a lot of its low end for positioning control, which might allow post-pod clarity to kind of pull back and reposition once again.
Yeah, the Hyena of Trent had been caught out by Delibria in the Vengeance, and I mean, it was a really good capture by the Vengeance. It's very difficult usually to get on top of the Hyena, but the Vengeance, these Vexers are now trying to make plays to deal with the Bifrost, the Draugr, right? Really getting rid of these command links and making it easier for the Navy Armageddon of Zarak and Lamborghini in the EOS to punch through. But speaking of punching through, you're dealing with flagship rapid heavy missile launchers and newts that are just destroying the EOS, and now that the EOS doesn't have a Zarm, it's getting destroyed. Lamborghini off the grid, and Deteriorated is absolutely demolishing post-pod clarity at this point.
Yep, all they have left is that Navy Armageddon to try and deal some damage, but they don't have those arbitrators to shut down the battleship core that Deteriorated has brought. That Praxis, Navy Armageddon, and Fleet Typhoon are all just open to just give an absolute beating to the post-pod clarity team, and this is going to snowball from here.
I really do like the call of the Draugr from post-pod clarity, trying to get rid of the remaining links that would be on the side of Deteriorated. But so far, I mean, the Draugr has had to get counter-grappled. The Vexer does drop. And then it's going to be a Navy Armageddon of Zarak against the entirety of the world. And in the remaining 4 minutes about that we've got, the gap in points really, Aurora, is just too much. It's going to be nigh impossible for Zarak. Now that, you know, he's grappled, he's neuted, he's painted, he's going to be taking full damage. Unfortunately, not any way for post-pod clarity to come back at this point.
No, that Navy Armageddon does look like he's trying to live. He's trying to pull a little bit of range, but he is facing fairly overwhelming numbers. They also, in addition to that battleship core, also note that they have a purifier. He's slowly getting whittled down by some drones at this point, but that's another like 800 DPS going onto that battleship, fully applying at this point.
Yeah, we see that Delibria has been able to get on top of the purifier basically at zero. Our cameraman and doing a great shot of there. So really good credit to the support core, right? The Vengeance, the Confessor, and the Draugr did what they needed to, you know, in any normal match to really commit. So some maturity and depth there. But unfortunately, you know, without the EOS, without the Zarm kind of getting picked apart, getting jumped on, you know, you needed your top end to perform as well as your kind of your low end. The Fleet Typhoon getting rather low. I mean, that's going to be the flagship, you know, the Officer Rapid Missiles is punching through the Typhoon now that he no longer has links. But, I mean, Zarak down into low armor. Even if the Fleet Typhoon drops, I think it's going to be the end of the world for this Navy Armageddon.
The Navy Armageddon is now going into hull. That Fleet Typhoon, it was looking very close, but he's repairing shields now. They're coming back fairly steadily. I think he will live to the end of this match. And the Navy Armageddon is about to fall as he goes into low hull.
Yeah, the Navy Armageddon, we could see the attack bar completely fall off. He was on a rapid reload anyway, just like you were saying, and now that he's gone, it's just the Vengeance who has been grappled. In local, we're about to see some good fights. And, I mean, really well played by Deteriorated. I mean, earlier on in the tournament yesterday, we saw them bring out a very unique and, I would say, rather impressive Widow composition, and really just handing it to post-pod clarity.
Yep, absolutely. This is incredibly well played. Congratulations to Deteriorated on your perfect 200 win for eliminating the other team. And we'll take it back to the desk.
Clarity there are going to be having a moment of clarity as they've just lost that match. They dropped down into the lower bracket now, so they are down but not out. That was not an elimination match. They just no longer are in the upper bracket, which is where the winners live. And because they are not winners anymore, they must be removed. However, great matchup for Deteriorated. They came in, they played strong. They do be loving those micro jump drives. Ali, talk to me about the micro jump drives plays that we have seen from this team.
So Deteriorated in that match, they jumped away from the oncoming post-pod clarity team, and one of the things that you might have noticed is they jumped away from the team, but their Thalia was unfortunately left behind. And the likely reason for that is when you're making one of those micro jump plays, you really have to commit to the jump before everyone is 100% on the beacon and ready. You have to have your first people activate the beacon and start spooling, because if you don't commit, you will wait too long and you will get caught. This applies if you're running away, this applies if you're jumping in. Really, you have to go on time. So they committed, 9 players made it. The Thalia probably clicked a couple seconds, 1 tick too late, and sadly sacrificed his life. However, another micro jump on top of the Zarmazd sealed the deal, taking away that very important logistic ship.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching it here in the studio, and we saw all the little icons go like tink, tink, tink across, and then one little Talia, we're like, oh no, oh no, look at him, he's by himself.
And now he's grabbed.
I saw the Maulus as well. The Maulus also failed to jump, but decided to just burn straight across the arena. I was like, nope, I don't want to be here.
Wait a minute, I'm fast. I don't need this stupid micro jump unit. If you've never seen it, by the way, the arena has 9 micro jump drive units in it. There's 8 in a cube, and then 1 in the center. So you can, if you're pro gamers, you can like ping around the cube, because they're 100 kilometers away from each other. And if you're like a semi-pro gamer, you can ping off into nowhere and die. So don't do that. But there's also one in the center, which is super useful. Sometimes we see people just go hang out there. And if no one has a scram on you, just leave.
We saw a Redeemer survive in like 5% armor yesterday, I believe, because they just sat on the center beacon and jumped away. And then his friend tried to do the same thing and got tackled. So,
Yeah.
It works once.
And the timing on these micro jump plays can be really, really difficult to get right, because you're like dying at a certain rate, and you're like, this will take me 8 seconds from I hit this button until I am propelled into a new location. You're dying at a certain rate, and then you kind of forget that there's a massive sig bloom. Like you're like, I can easily tank this for at least 10 seconds. That's 2 seconds of spare time. And then you click the button, and all of a sudden you start absolutely eating shit, because your sig just gets bloomed. Suddenly the things that were kind of hitting you now are very, very much definitely hitting you. So you have to remember that when you go in for these MJD plays. But we do see some like fantastic use of MJD drives. We see like the Vargar the other day from Arrival was kind of pinging around a little bit. And speaking of that, Mystical Mind, the new Alliance Tournament cruiser.
Yes. Well, I wanted to buy one cheap, but I guess I can also mention that the cruiser, along with being a force recon that gets, advanced tackle range bonuses, depending on how low your sex status is, also can fit an MJD. So it seems like it's going to be a bit wacky and cool.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of those when they go out. And of course, I'm mentioning that because the teams that are playing now, every time they win, they're getting more and more and more of these ships. Like by getting top 16, you get ships. Like just straight up, you don't have to get to like top 3, top 4 anymore. You can go top 16 and you get some ships, including an Alliance Tournament prize battleship, which is hashtag Poggers. All right, our next match is going to be a good one, I think. It's Barcode versus Evasive Maneuvering. Let us take a quick look at the bans for this particular match. So Barcode, are banning out the Armageddon Navy issue, the Armageddon, the Crucifier, and the Sentinel. Evasive Maneuvering banning out the Talia and the Deacon, the Magus, and the Pontifex. These seem like pretty standard bans to me, Mr. Gomite. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the removal of the Magus Pontifex again, so it's pushing people towards armor battle cruisers if they want to bring a BC core. You can also bring the Draugr. We did see that earlier today when the Magus and Pontifex were banned out. It's a strong ship. It still fulfills the same role. It gives you links, but it's a little bit more pricey. So it's harder to fit into your standard comp. We also saw the, I believe, Crucifier and Sentinel banned as well. Less annoying sometimes than the Arbitrator. The Arbitrators at least are fairly slow, so if your team is mobile, you can kind of jump in, get on top of them, like we saw in the previous match, where they were able to MJD in, catch the Zarm, kill it, and then move on to the Arbitrators. If they jumped in on a Crucifier or Sentinel, the chances are that that Sentinel or Crucifier would be 50 kilometers away from where they were jumping by the time that they land, because they're so mobile, they're so quick. So by just banning them out, you don't have to deal with the hard to hit, hard to track, hard to reach tracking disruptors.
Yeah, I think in that last match, actually, we saw, like you mentioned, some Draugrs. The Magus and the Pontifex were both banned out, so it's quite likely that that practice was subbed in for another Armageddon Navy issue to reduce its points so that they could bring the Draugr instead and still bring that armor. I always forget about the Draugr. It's a great ship. It does a lot of DPS, and sometimes you're in an Alliance Tournament match, right, and you warp in, and there's some small ships, and you're in your Draugr, and you can just be a Draugr gamer. You can just like fly around, just spool on things, and they just go poof and disappear. It's exceptionally fun until the other team remembers you're there, and then you get Draugr gamed. So
that is exactly what happened in one of the matches. We just saw a Scalpel fly across the screen, and then a Draugr flew across the screen as well. And then eventually they were like, we're going to kill this Draugr now because it's just flying around. But yeah, it's a fun time to be either a Draugr or a Nurgle, just going to do your own thing.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we have a short spokesperson video for evasive maneuvering for this one, so we can head over to them and hear about their alliance.
I'm Ragequit, and I'm the spokesperson for evasive maneuvering. We're a multinational team of Russian-speaking players from Russia, Ukraine, Canada, Israel, Poland, and Serbia. We primarily operate out of wormhole space, where we look for small gang fights, mostly flying kitey ships, but once in a blue moon we can press the siege button at 0. This is evasive maneuvering's first time in the Alliance tournament. However, many of us have been tournament endurers for many years, playing on behalf of Darkside in the glory days, and for the past few years as well. Our team captain is Faffy Waffy. For many years, he has been trying to win the Alliance tournament. This year's the one, we can feel it. We'd like to wish the best of luck to Odin's Call and Boundary Experts. May the best team win in our feeder group. The match we're looking forward to the most is when we get to play against a rival, hopefully in the finals. Finally, to any of our Alliance members who are watching the tournament, watch carefully. Your turn on grid is next.
There we are, and that was evasive maneuvering, telling us a little bit about themselves on Tranquility. Now, we have about 2 minutes until this match kicks off, but during that video, Ali, you pointed something interesting about the bans.
Yeah, so both teams banned almost completely different ships than they banned in their previous matches. Barcode previously flew against Goons. They played a very safe comp, that medium gun spam, banning out all the tracking disruption. This time they left a couple more of those ships open. Evasive maneuvering, likewise safe comp. They played a competent kite, did a very good job of evading things, and their bans were completely different than their bans in this match. What does that mean? Well, likely it means that both teams are going to be bringing different setups than they brought before. Notably, both of these teams are very skilled teams. Both of them have gone very far in Alliance tournaments before, and likely we might actually see some good comps out of both of them.
I would hope so. It would be very, very bold, questionable choice to bring a bad comp. Although, you know what? I say that, a lot of teams do it anyway.
Yeah, true.
Just
very true, very true. Well,
rather
good
unfortunate.
and unsafe.
Yeah,
Yes.
bringing Navy Geddon and flankists.
Hey, none of that. All right, let's head over to the arena for this match between Barcode and Evasive Maneuvering.
We currently have Barcode versus Evasive Maneuvering currently landing in the arena, preparing for their next match. Do you want to tell me what you see?
Yeah, so Evasive Maneuvering has chosen to bring medium gun spam, and Barcode has also chosen to bring medium gun spam. So the only real difference between these compositions is that Barcode has interestingly chosen to bring the Rodiva, and Evasive Maneuvering has chosen to bring an Augur. The reason you would go with some of these Tech 1 logistics as opposed to a bit of the Tech 2 is that, in a medium gun spam comp, you expect them to die very quickly. You're just kind of really also wanting to uppoint your backline. And Evasive Maneuvering and Barcode both really warping at very safe ranges of 30 to 50 kilometers. We're going to see a lot of kind of pre-positioning here, then battle being joined. But unfortunately, the Mullis here may not do a ton, except for maybe possibly damps onto the Augur, but actually getting damps onto the Brutix and to the Astarte. Actually, this could be huge. It looks like both sides are going to go for a Logi trade, Evasive Maneuvering, having their Augur being primed immediately, getting down very low. The Rodiva being primed, but not taking a ton of damage. I'm actually very, very happy for my team here because I was about to possibly be worried about holding an L, and killing the Augur before the Rodiva is going to be a very, very good situation for Barcode.
And it looks like that Rodiva is holding out just a little bit longer. I take that back. This looks like it might be an even trade as both ships are going into hull and that Rodiva goes down. That was quite a fast kill. Augur follows quickly behind it. Neither side has Logi at this point. Now it's just going to be effectively a DPS race as they both try to take out key ships on the other side, trying to figure out what's softest, what's within range, and overheat their guns without burning them out.
So right now we've seen that the Barcode side they've gone for the Astarte of Pandy, and they're also getting some damage on the Mauler. Looks like, however, Pandy is just having the drones aside to it for damage, and Barcode has kind of given up on that as a main primary. They're really trying to commit to the Mauler, and really we're going to see a lot of going back and forth as you get primed. The way that you survive in these comps is you just run away. You overheat faster than the opponent. So part of the reason that evasive maneuvering would go for a Navy Brutix is that a Navy Brutix does a lot of damage, but also as a Galenti Tech 2 hull, it doesn't run away very quickly.
One thing to note here, however, is that the Barcode team has brought a Mollis, which is applying some additional power. So every time one of these ships runs away, it pulls into the backline, kind of like we saw the Astarte do. It actually had to stop shooting as it was damped down. It lost range. It wasn't able to apply, giving Barcode just a little bit of extra time to apply some of that damage in between. And with that, the Astarte on the evasive maneuvering side does go down.
Yeah, and critically, I mean, I'm trading a Navy Brutix for an Astarte. I mean, I'm going to make that trade every single day of the week if I'm Barcode. I'm very happy to be in that position. Barcode now choosing to primary the Navy Brutix of Rico Russ, and this Mollis actually doing absolute work. We can see that these damps are actually having a significant effect, actually, really forcing evasive maneuvering to hard commit, right? And that's going to make it very difficult. Barcode does lose a Mauler here, but when you have to hard commit, right, onto these Barcode ships and then Barcode just runs away, and you're being forced to kind of swap targets, it's a very good situation. But that said, I mean, we're still on a knife's edge. Barcode is having their Vigilant of Sid the Kid get primaried. He is webbed down. And so far, the Mauler is not taking a ton of damage. The Navy Harbinger of Skykiller Russ is the primary. We see an absolute cloud of angry drones following as the Astarte runs him down, and the Navy Harbinger of Huey and Ellis.
And it looks like that Navy Harbinger is about to be traded for the Vigilant that Barcode just lost. However, at this point, we still have the Astarte, Navy Prophecy, and Navy Harbinger. That is 3 battleships, or battle cruisers, I'm sorry, compared to the 1 Absolution on the evasive maneuvering side. Ships are taking damage all over the place. We've got a Mauler and Omen. The Omen has just gone down. It looks like the Mauler is soon to follow. The Mauler of Beam Aderon is about to follow after that. Absolute bloodbath. I think Barcode just needs to get down these last couple DPS ships, and they have a lot of HP on their side now. It looks like it's in their favor.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking right now at the attack and defense bars, right, both teams have the same rough amount of kind of buffer remaining, and Barcode is applying just as much, if not slightly less HP. But critically, though, Faffy Waffy is the only remaining link ship, right? Barcode still has an Astarte, Navy Prophecy, Navy Harbinger, and really what that means if you're Barcode is that, your links are going to continue to allow you to go faster, tank harder, and now this last Omen does fall off for Sam Punisher. Tai Lo has been able to kind of get away. Huey Conte now being webbed down, it looks by the Omen, right, of the side of Pacillin 2000. So Pacillin might trade himself out for Navy Harbinger. I'm pretty happy to make that trade if I'm evasive maneuvering, but I mean, look at the defense bar for evasive. It's shrinking faster than Barcode's is, and I'm very happy to be a Barcode member, evasive maneuvering, an absolutely monstrous team. We were kind of afraid of them, and I know the boys are pumped right now as Omen of Pacillin goes down. That's 1 more remaining ship. The Mauler getting low as well. Alice will go down, but I mean, a Astarte Navy Prophecy against a Mauler Absolution. Barcode's got this well in hand.
Yep, and we're now seeing that Absolution start to enter half armor, continuing to go down. It looks like that Mollis, which has been so critical this match, is dealing with, he had 2 drones on him, which have now fallen off. So the ship that had those on him is gone. So it looks like that Mollis might live in below half hull. So congratulations to Striker for being an absolute clutch ship in this match.
So, I mean, CCP Aurora used to be a member of, Brave Newbies, right? And, you have a lot of new players that get into the game, and they are flying things like the Mollis, right? And sometimes you think of, oh, well, I'm just a new person, right? I'm 2 weeks into the game. What kind of impact can I really have? And the answer is, if you're Striker Erica, you just carried that match on your back, forcing evasive maneuvering to have to get into uncomfortable, situations that they couldn't really navigate. And Barcode just being able to not be damped, was able to kind of outmaneuver, outposition, and they have made evasive maneuver right into the low bracket.
Excellent pun. They have. seeing new players being able to fly their ships has always been one of the highlights, I think, of my EVE experience. You can have a 2-week new person who managed to get a clutch jam in the middle of a fight, totally changing the outcome. And when they're in the hands of skilled pilots, like we see on these teams, it's just even scarier monster.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited that Barcode has managed to win this absolute knife fight. We'll send it back to the desk after this short break to really break down what goes on in very high-level mirror matches like this. I'm sure they'll have a lot to say.
Barcode continuing their run in the upper bracket. Last year they managed to cruise into a solid 3rd place, I think, in Lions Tournament, so an extremely competent team, and putting that on display there. Evasive Maneuvering, they're a new name in the tournament, but they're a very experienced team. They're made up of a lot of experienced members from teams like Darkside, Vidra Reloaded. So that was always going to be a hard matchup for anybody. And I think we saw a lot of good piloting on both sides. But Mystical Might, kind of break it down for me a little bit. What happened in that match there to lead to the victory for Barcode?
Yeah, so I turned around to grab a chair and both the Logi died. And then from there, it really just came down to target selection. So I believe the Evasive Maneuvering team, I saw at one point that they began to shoot a Vigil, while the Barcode team just went directly for an Astarte and a Mortar at the same time. Now, the damage split wasn't ideal because it gave Evasive Maneuvering time to change their target priority. They swapped to a Navy Brutix that then proceeded to die very quickly. But yeah, I think that Barcode just had a better idea about what they wanted to be shooting and what they needed to get rid of to make sure that they could win the match. The Vigil really isn't going to do much. You know, you leave that Vigil alive like Barcode did till the very end, changes nothing about the match because you're just trading ships. So I think if Evasive Maneuvering had, you know, decided to shoot the Navy Brutixes or the Navy Harbinger first, they may have had a chance to win, since they did have the 2 Maulers and the 2 Omens. But I don't think that they effectively utilized their comp, really. I think the damage splits from both teams are not what we expect from these teams. We expect these teams to place really high based on their previous performances and who they are. And it's kind of a shame to see the damage splits happening. It may be down to position a little bit, but I would suggest that they move around, get into range of the targets they need to be shooting. But yeah, I mean, we see how target priority can pay off in a match, especially in a mirror.
Yep. And Ali, any comments from you?
Yeah, so I mentioned before the break that I was hoping to see quote-unquote good comps. Of course, those were good comps, but they were also comps we've seen before. We've seen a lot of those gun spam mirrors throughout the feeders. We've also seen some rush, other stuff, and it's a very familiar comp at this point. Both teams had very good setups. The slight decrease in DPS on Barcode, what with the Maulus, feeds into what Misty was just saying. Barcode technically was a little bit behind in that in a gun spam mirror, much like in a rush mirror, the point is to just kill the other ships faster than the other team kills yours. Hence the Logi trade. You kill their Logi, then you kill all the rest of your ships. They kill your Logi, they kill the rest of your ships, and whoever has the most ships standing at the end wins the game. EVE Online, very easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, simply reduce the enemy's hull to 0 prior to yours being reduced to 0, and then you win prize ships.
True, just win.
Just win. Just win. Just win. Just don't be bad. No skill issues. I thought that was a fun match. I always like mirror matchups specifically because there's a lot of times where we see games that are decided in the draft, and that's one amazing way to flex your knowledge, etc. And it's fantastic. Sometimes you see just 2 comps that are very different, and it's an execution match. But mirror matchups I find them quite interesting because the 2 things have the same strengths and weaknesses. And you have to maximize your strengths while minimizing your weaknesses, and your opponents are trying to do the same. So it does change the way you play against a mirror matchup. And of course, this being EVE Online, like a ship is not just a ship, it can be fit thousands of different ways. So although something could look like a mirror matchup, there can actually be little tiny differences here and there, or sometimes even big differences, like completely different weapon selection. They can change the whole way a mirror matchup can play out. Misty, you've been in a couple of teams. What happens when you land on grid and you're de-scanning as you're warping in and you see the same ships? What happens?
It depends on how much you've practiced. Sometimes you'll be punching the air. Sometimes you'll be celebrating. You'll be like, yes, this is great. We know how to play this. It reminds me of Alliance Opens, I believe, where we were doing basically mirror matchups. It was Ham Rush, it was like Nighthawks, Lokis, sometimes Tengus, depending on what was banned. But one team bringing the exact same setup would fit an extra hardener. or something that would really skew it so that you'd be shooting kinetic into a super high kinetic resist. And it means that even though you have the same ships, because you haven't accounted for potential like counterfeiting, because they know your playstyle, you will lose. Even if technically you have an extra DPS ship on grid, just because it reduces the effectiveness of your comp so much. So it's always interesting. And yeah, that comes down to the theory crafting at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think like theory crafting and the meta and the knowledge becomes such an important part of some of these tournaments. Like the people who are playing matches later, they will be watching closely the matches of their future opponents. They will be looking back through what they've brought before. They'll be looking at individual pilots. They'll be trying to like see if they can get a little bit of extra knowledge. And sometimes you see this in the ban stage when there's like a specific ban. It's not normally what that team might choose to ban, but they know that the team that they're playing against like favors a particular ship, and they decide to target it. And this extra kind of knowledge and like the way you do all this kind of really separates the teams. Some teams, and it's fine, come in, just do the best they can do in their own little bubble. And this is a great way to get started in the tournament. And then when you get to like a certain stage, you have to start really like researching and playing it all out. But I think what they aren't accounting for is the power of colors themselves. So it seems to be there's a bit of a strength of being red or blue in the arena when it's random. But I'm looking at this graph here. Red versus blue wins on day 2 so far, and red is dominant. You want to be red. You do not want to be blue. Mystical Might, what does this mean for the meta?
It's a funny shade of blue. Yeah, it's just pick red. Get red. If you don't get red, then don't warp in. Just refuse, I guess. I think it often happens on these weekends where a bunch of good teams will end up on the same side of the sheet, and you're like, okay, this team's red, and then we get stats like this. The colors don't mean anything, is what we want you to think.
Exactly. Do the colors mean something? Who knows? I know who knows. CSP Arcade knows. So you should slide into his DMs on Discord. He says he'll tell the first 50 people to do the secret to red and blue. All right, so our next match in a little bit is one that I've been looking forward to actually for most of the day. It is Odin's Call versus Arrival. So solid teams. We have the Flagvarger, which is the meme, and I'm so happy for it. And Odin's Call, who are kind of like, are they the good Odin's Call this year, or are they not? And we're still kind of, I think they are the good one. So far, they've been the good one, but we'll see if that continues. So let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. So we have the Eos, the Zarm Wrestle, the Orthrus, and the Scalpel for Odin's Call, and Arrival banning out the Arbitrator, Curse, Pilgrim, and Crucifier. Ali, what do you make of these particular bans?
So the Arrival bans are a ban set that we've seen a lot. Take the 4 tracking disruption ships that you like the least and ban those. This is the Arbitrator, Curse, Pilgrim, Crucifier. Sometimes we've seen the Sentinel filled in instead of the Pilgrim. Of course, the Sentinel also has some additional utility, so maybe they want to reserve that one for themselves. Meanwhile, Odin's Call, Scalpel, one of the best shield logi frigates, and they've got that Zarmaz there preventing some different armor control setups from our Zarmaz is both very good armor control ships, and the Orthrus preventing some of the stronger shield kite setups. So again, these bans, it's also interesting. The bans come in, the first ones come in, and then the teams get a chance to think about those and put in the second. So sometimes it's interesting when you have bans that are very different on both sides to think about what was this team reacting to. So we have a bunch of armor removed. Okay, if we can't bring a good armor setup, let's maybe nerf the shield setups as well so we can put ourselves in a slot for success.
Yeah, I find the Scalpel an interesting ban. It just seems to sort of come in on the end. It's like, hello, I'm the Scalpel. And I forgot about you. But yet it's been banned here, which I find super interesting. Meanwhile, Arrival, the people with the Flagvarger are banning every form of tracking disruption they can get their hands on. Mystical Might, do you think maybe they're telegraphing they're going to bring their Flagvarger?
Well, if you wanted to bring a Flagvarger and it shoots out to about 8 kilometers, then tracking disruptors would kind of suck. But I think with the Flagvarger, you're going to want to be on top of whatever you're shooting anyway. So I don't think it really matters that much from the Varga sense, but they usually pair the Varga with gun spam, which it would have an impact on. So removing the tracking disruptors may mean that they want to bring their gunspan with the Varga, but it also might mean that they want to bring, Shield Rush. They've done that before as well with Squalls, and I would say people may not consider, but Squalls don't necessarily have great cap, and you're not going to be using your mids for cap boosters usually, and you do want your hardeners to remain on. Leaving the Sentinel in maybe takes away from that idea a little bit. But yeah, removing newts that are long range is generally a good thing.
What's your opinion on Flarger?
Mine, I love the Flarger. I love in particular the fact that the Flarger gets to fit the local micro jump drive. The Vargers, the Marauders in general, have this fantastic micro jump drive bonus. We saw a lot of this in the Anger Game 6 tournament, where these Vargers would have this local micro jump drive, and they just ping around the arena. There was nowhere that was safe from the Vargar. There was very little way, short of having a scram and actually getting on top of it, to prevent that Vargar from just zipping off wherever they want it to be. So, wonderful ship, very excited, cheering for them, although I have many friends on Odin's Call, so it's a heartbreak moment.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see what you lovely people out in Twitchland think on this one. So Odin's Call are the favourites here by not insignificant margins, but 1.7 million channel points to 1 million for Arrival. And I mean, Twitch chat, you are knowledgeable, you are wise, and you are often wrong. And I think in my opinion, this may be one of the cases that they are wrong. I think this one is on Arrival. They're the most off the wall, I think, so far in this tournament in terms of where they're going with their sort of top end meta with the Flarger. Misty, any sort of further thoughts on that?
I think it's hard to call. Odin's has done well with armor comps into Shield Rush or shield cutting setups before. Arrival likes to fly a shield, so I'm seeing a matchup here that isn't in Arrival's favor. But I also think that Arrival might be the more competent pilots. So I'm going to go with Arrival for this one.
Likewise, it's a little tough. I see that both teams are fielding flagships.
Yep.
According to the screen in front of me, so that's very
it's
exciting.
Flarger time, baby.
Flarger versus Arma Navy.
That's a good point. Which team is red?
Oh, I actually don't know.
I think it's going to be Odin's. All right, Odin's.
Okay,
Odin's it is.
Hot
right.
damn, we might be in trouble now. All right, let's head over to the arena and find out who's going to win. Is it red? Is it blue? We don't know.
Hello, I am moderator, once again joined by CCP Aurora, and we have not one, but we have two flagships. So we see Hansy Babes deciding to go with Arrival, the only team to bring a flag Vargar, and a very similar, if not almost identical composition, just with some actually very minor variations to what they brought last time. And Odin's Call bringing their flag Navy Armageddon and Fleet Typhoons. A bit of a change-up. We've seen mostly Navy Armageddon, but you start to run into some duplicate point issues.
Yeah, seeing these two flagships is really exciting. This Vargar is the only flag Vargar in the entire tournament. They're the only team who signed up to bring these. We've seen a lot of Navy Armageddons. It's a little bit less interesting in some ways, but it's still fun to see them die. So as the match gets started here, both of the teams are kind of rotating around a little bit, trying to get into position. You can see the Vargar's team pulling off here. One team pulling up, one team pulling down. Arrival's kind of poking at Odin's Call low end. They've got a target painter on the Inquisitor of Aethel Incura, hoping to try and score an easy, quick kill. And we can see that Odin's Call has responded with tracking disruption on the Vargar and Navy Ferex, which are the tracking disruption is definitely what that Vargar does not want to see.
No, so the Vargar has very good bonuses to optimal range. Notably, again, in the Alliance Tournament, Bastion module is not allowed because it would be absolutely broken. We had a tournament where that was allowed about 10 years ago and nothing died, and it was awful. So we've changed the rules. That's not allowed. However, what is allowed is for the blue team of Arrival to just chill on this micro jump drive beacon and try to make a bit of a positional play. I like kind of the options you get with that. Then they've jumped into the back line. Some things are maybe not jumping at the same ranges we would expect, but really we're seeing Arrival try to get some picks onto the low end, and if they can get on top of the Sentinel, that'll be incredibly impactful. And they get webs and paints onto that. Once that Sentinel dies, it's going to be TDs off of the Vargar, off of the Navy Ferox.
Yep, with that Sentinel going down, that is huge because it's opening up that Vargar and Navy Ferox to truly wreak the havoc that they were brought for. The Odin's Call team does not have very many ships which have bonuses to those tracking disruptors. We no longer see tracking disruptors on that arrival team. So those Vargar and Ferox instantly unchained, and we can see them making full use of that as they punch that Fleet Typhoon of Colonel Kurtz into low shield.
Okay, so the Jackdaw does get sacrificed, but in exchange they get the Inquisitor. Once the Inquisitor dies, the Purifier is probably going to be very likely the next primary, right? Purifiers have basically 0 HP, but what they do is a ton of torpedo damage, and if you're a Vargar, if you're a Navy Ferox, you don't want to get hit by torpedoes. However, this Navy Ferox is getting absolutely deleted by Rapid Heavies, and as I may have forecasted, the Purifier got deleted. So now Arrival is choosing to go through the low end, right? Kill the Magus, then the Pontifex, then once the links fall off, then you can try to choose to chew through the Typhoon and the Navy Armageddon here.
Yep, that Navy Ferox going into low hull now, that will be a fairly big hit to that Arrival team if it goes down, as it is a decent portion of their damage. However, they have a Fleet Vargar, which is going to be able to push out quite a lot of damage. Not quite the same amount as those Typhoons and Armageddons, however. But it looks like the Odin's Call team is now on rapid reload. Their attack bar has fallen off. There's no damage going out. The Arrival team gets a chance to breathe here for a few moments, trying to pick off a couple extra ships on the low end, leaving almost only those battleships. With their Inquisitors gone, those Fleet Typhoons do not have a chance to rep up in this downtime, which Arrival doesn't really have. You can see damage is just pounding away at that Fleet Typhoon of the Paradine as he starts to dip into armor.
Yeah, so the Vargar, I mean, earlier had just one-tapped this Pontifex, right? I mean, has excellent projection stats on top of it. And these Phantasms of Drentu and Furious, Drentu is going to go down, but what they're doing right now is really getting a good amount of screen on this Fleet Typhoon. And the Hyena is actually pretty critical here because what you really need, right, to hit a Phantasm is you need a web and a paint, because with that 10 MN afterburner that a lot of these Phantasms will have, if you're able to just kind of afterburn, even Rapid Heavies have difficulty hitting you. So this Hyena is getting absolute money right now, webbing down these chips that are being able to get that support and application. Right now, the Hyena is getting neuted. It is getting chased down by a handful of light drones, and eventually the Hyena will probably fall, but the Vargar has gotten webbed. The Bellicose getting one-tapped again by those Rapid Heavies, and Arrival here, yes, you have a Flag Vargar. Yes, it is very good at tanking. I mean, look at that purple, right, that active rep bar. But Odin's Call, their attack bar is absolutely massive, right? It's going to chew through the Stormbringer, then the Stork. Once the links are off, then they're going to try to go for the Vargar. I mean, both of these teams very much understand their win conditions, but Odin's Call is just executing on their slightly better.
Yeah, the Arrival needs to get some of those battleships down on the Odin's Call side. They keep touching on that Fleet Typhoon of the Paradine, but we haven't seen damage go on to him for about a minute at this point, as he's pulled quite far into the back line. He's out of premium optimal at this point, so I think that Vargar's trying to figure out who is his optimal target as he is pulling out. There is a single drone on him, which is not going to do a whole lot to that battleship. We see the Hyena is webbed and neuted. Odin's Call, however, have a very commanding point lead. So even if they can keep those 3 battleships alive, we now see webs going onto the Vargar. If they can put all 3 of those battleships on that Vargar, they might be able to take down that flagship, which would completely secure the match because Arrival has no other ships to deal DPS.
So what the Hyena was doing here is he did a bit of a drive-by scram to try to slow down the Vargar, right? And the Hyena realized that what he's going to be doing is sacrificing himself in order to do this, but it's worth it, right? The Hyena now has been able to kind of get away. The Vargar did get some heavy newts and is throwing Imperial Navy acolytes onto this Hyena. The Hyena is not really moving, right? It's, going 300 kilometers a second. It's pretty much completely captured, but this Vargar, right, has to kill the Hyena. And what Odin's Call is doing is they're recognizing we don't want to get anywhere near an autocannon Vargar, right? They're just going to try to put their ships, I would imagine, as far as possible away because they're ahead on points. They don't need to try to commit to anything. They just need to get away to the best of their ability. And right, what they're doing is painting the Scimitar They're neuting the Scimitar. I really like that call because, again, when they kill it, it's 32 more points off the grid. And a Vargar, it's going to have to kill, a Fleet Typhoon and, one of these other battleships. And with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, I don't think Hansi Babes has time.
He might not. However, that Vargar is still fairly well supported. With that Scimitar to give him reps, it's effectively pointless to try and shoot that Vargar, so they need to deal with him first. Being webbed and neuted is a good start. They've also had target paints on the Stork. They've been poking at him, but really haven't quite managed to scratch the surface. If they could take that Stork down, it would help to remove a decent chunk of the defensibility of that Vargar, hopefully to take advantage. Oh, that's pretty big as the Hyena goes down.
So critically, what the Hyena was doing is it was absolutely chasing down the Scimitar, right? And that's why we saw the web and some of the paint. But now the Scimitar is doing its absolutely level best. We can see, it's going rather quickly. He's heating his prop mod, trying to just get away from the, 60, 70 kilometer range. Right now, we see Howling Wind. Looks like they might have gotten off an ASB reload because he's, ASBing, trying to, push through things. So right now, as it stands, Arrival, if they kill any one of the Fleet Typhoons, they will be in the lead. But if they kill the Navy Armageddon, they will be tied, and then we would go to sudden death.
Oh.
So with Colonel Kurtz getting rather low, this Vargar is going to want to chase something down because, again, killing Colonel Kurtz is a match win at this point.
It looks like the Scimitar has broken range. That Scimitar is a bit faster than those battleships. He's pulled away, and he is currently living. We've got a newt still on him coming from the Armageddon Navy issue, which is probably bonused in long range, so he's not going to be doing a lot of repping. But Colonel Kurtz is now in hull. This Vargar is going to put out a whole bunch of hurt. He's been chasing the battleships that are chasing that Scimitar. They've been almost baited into this position.
So what's going on right now is that the Vargar looks like he's loaded Absolute Barrage, right? And the Vargar is getting neuted out by the Fleet Typhoon, but Colonel Kurtz is also getting counter-neuted. And there's just this tiny little cloud of drones chasing after this Fleet Typhoon. And now it looks like we have drive-by tackle from one of the other Fleet Typhoons in an absolutely clutch play. So what this is going to do, it's going to hold down Hansi Babes. With this, Colonel Kurtz should be able to break range. And that means that the Vargars are going to have to hard commit and switch because if Colonel Kurtz is this low, oh my god, these drones, there's 3 tiny drones on top of it. Colonel Kurtz does not have any active tank, and there's a minute left. If these drones are still in range, Colonel Kurtz could go down, and that would be a match win, but Hansi Babes getting rather low here.
Yeah, Colonel Kurtz now 108 kilometers out, heading towards the edge of the arena. He's probably about 70 kilometers away from this Vargar at this point. The Vargar's going to start going to fall off. He's going to have trouble hitting.
The Vargar goes down! Arrival is going to be out with that. The Colonel Kurtz has managed to survive in 6% structure. Had that not been the case and he had not been able to continue to pump damage onto the Vargar, that Arrival Vargar would have survived. Odin's Call showing an absolute masterclass in a absolutely nail-biting performance. I can hear the analysts outside on the disc absolutely screaming, and they're absolutely right to. This right here is the kind of defining match play that you would expect out of a grand finals match. This is easily one of the most exciting and enjoyable matches that I've been able to commentate. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure to work alongside you, Aurora. And with that, I think we're going to have to send it to a break and then the analysis to pull this one apart.
We still have oh, no, we are at time. So.
Match of the day so far. What an absolute clutch save by Odin's Call. Holy hell, that was awesome. So right at the end, like if you didn't catch it, that was some incredible piloting and decision-making by Odin's Call. You saw there was 2 of those Fleet Typhoons left, and the Flag Vargar was going to have to pick one and go for it. He decided to go for Colonel Kurtz. He was killing Colonel Kurtz. And then if what happened a little bit too early in the match, then it probably wouldn't have worked. But the Paradigm comes barreling in his, because most of the damage has now been put onto the other one. There's not enough time left in the match to swap back over to the Paradigm. So he comes flying in to just bang, punch into that that Vargar and let Colonel Kurtz pull as much range as possible, saving him. So absolute hero move from the Paradigm. 6% structure, I'm told. And it looks like, yep, a spicy flagship Vargar, Hansi Babe. It's listed on Zkill, 76 billion-isk. And it looks like, yeah, lots of modified gyro stabs, some spicy damage controls. But yeah, wow, Mystical Might. That was incredible.
Yeah, I think that was a really exciting match to watch. I thought we were going to end the streak of red teams winning, but, unfortunately not. There were questions that I had around the Arrival team and the decision-making of Howling Wind and the Scimitar. I mentioned, I wasn't quite sure why the Scimitar had decided to not burn back in and try and get reps on the Varga. We saw reps land for a little bit, and we thought that the Varga might hold, just as Hansi was entering structure, and then the reps dropped off again. Now, Ali was right when they said that the Scimitar was forced away from the Varga because the 3 battleships were chasing, and there was a lot of nuke pressure over that time period as well, where the Scimitar would have to be managing cap, burning through cap boosters, probably overheating Might Warp Drive quite a bit to get away. But I don't think that really impacts the high slots that much. Once the Scimitar was out of range, it had the ability to burn around and come back in, especially when they switched attention to the Varga, because the worst thing that could have possibly happened is that they stopped shooting the Varga and they switched back to the Scimitar, which I think would have been a worthwhile trade and a way to run down the clock a little bit more and give that Varga some room to move around and try to finish off the Kolna Kurtz.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's challenging about the Scimitar, and in particular the capacitor on the Scimitar, is the Scimitar doesn't have a lot of cap. Many AT fits are trying to get as much rep out of their highs as they can, and in order to do that, you fit the biggest reppers that you can, the most cap-hungry reppers that you can. Many Scimitars can't actually be flown micro-warp drive all your highs, especially not all your highs overheated. When you're overheating your shield reps, they're cycling faster, you're sucking through cap more often. So if the Scimitar pilot was dry and chewing cap boosters to get out of the heavy newt range, coasts a little bit too far, turns around, and then all of a sudden you have to chew cap boosters just to MWD plus run your highs. You're not running all your highs. You get maybe 3 of them heated. It's kind of a rough time.
Yeah, I see in Twitch chat, Howling Wind saying he ran out of cap boosters. So what a way to lose 75 billion. Howling, why didn't you just bring more of them?
True.
What is this? It's a skill issue. That's what this is.
I'm not defaming you, good sir. I'm flaming you, good sir. There's a big difference.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if you had simply brought more, then, flagship Varga. The Flarga dream is dead. That's the main takeaway from here. I will say to Arrival, I like that they did something different. It's so easy for a lot of teams to just go, yes, the Balgorn, or the Vindicator, or the Armageddon Navy issue. And this is why most of the teams, this is the best variety of flagships we've had for a while in this tournament. I'm super excited about it. The Balgorn is back. We still have a couple of the Shacks kicking around for a couple of people who think we're still in the Alliance Tournament 16. We have a couple of Vindicators for Australians. We have the Armageddon Navy issue, of course, being super popular. And then we have some bar guests for the pro gamers. But then the Varga came along, and I was like, question mark, question mark. And honestly, I was impressed. I think it went quite well. So good job, Arrival, for entertaining us and bringing something interesting and fun to the Alliance Tournament, because that was awesome. All right, our next match. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be Exodus versus Ronin Reloaded. Let's take a quick look at the bans for this one. Exodus banning out... Okay, here we go. I need to lean in for this one. Banning out the Loki and the Zarmazan. And there's an emoji for cheese here. So I'm not sure if it's silent cheese or if I pronounced the cheese. But this is Zarmazan cheese. Also the Armageddon, the Oneros, the Abaddon for Ronin Reloaded, the Armageddon Navy issue, the Scimitar, and the Jackdaw. Ali, have a look at these bands. What do you think?
So Exodus, Ronin Reloaded previously has flown one of those nice drone control setups with the Zarmazan cheese as the seasoning on the top. Very important element. So banning that out means either they don't get to bring that or they're forced to bring the Rodiva. One of the things I noticed with all of these bans is we haven't banned any of those disruption ships. So it's likely that control is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a high likelihood. I mean, Exodus are an extremely experienced team with some extremely experienced pilots in it as well. This is if I'm not mistaken, this is in fact an elimination match as well. That's right, yes? Yes. So these are elimination matches. So teams, if they lose this, they're gone from the Alliance Tournament. The last match we just saw was the last one in the winners bracket. We have now joined the losers. We're back with the losers. So we get to find out who is the most losingest in this particular matchup. Mystical Might, any predictions of what we might see in this match?
Yes. let's think about it.
Okay,
for a
great.
second.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, I'm thinking probably going to be like gun spam again. Gun spam seems like a fairly safe bet, especially for teams where they can focus more on execution. If we were to see, a gun spam mirror match, I'd expect that Exodus would be able to kind of edge out over Ronin, just due to their past experience, but also like execution in general. But you mentioned there's no tracking disruptors. It seems like a safe bet. You could also go shield kite. You could do shield gun spam. You could do triple battleship. Just not with the Armageddon Navy issue, which is fantastic.
Yep. I think the flagships are. I think did Exodus lose their flagship? I can't remember. I feel like I've seen so many matches. So many have been so good that I'm struggling to start to tease them apart in my brain now.
They lost their flagships. Sabotage was flying the flagship, and it had 2 Missouri webs.
Yes, that's right. We talked about that yesterday. Excellent. Okay, so no flagship for Exodus means that they are potentially going to be in the back foot in terms of bans. They don't have that to pull out and to ban dodge. Of course, the additional power that having a flagship will give you. This could be useful for Ronin Reloaded. They know this now, so we might see, like you mentioned, some of this gun spam. There is a lot of EWAR still available. Lots of EWAR. So honestly, these bans, I feel like there's just so much that they didn't ban this time that I really don't know where this is going to go. But we can head to the arena and find out. So let's just do that. Exodus versus Ronin Reloaded now on Alliance Tournament 20.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear Vina, joined by the lovely Starfleet Commander once again, and we are ready to go. Exodus on the red side, Ronin Reloaded on the blue side, and Exodus have brought a drone comp, but unlike all the rest of the drone comps we've seen today and yesterday, not even a drone control comp, it is just drones.
Just loads of drones. They just thought, how many drones can we get in a comp? Let's just get them in. And Ronin Reloaded with the rush right now, Sleipnirs and Claymores and Broadswords at 0. So literally they're gonna bomb it in, aren't they?
Yeah, the Warp at 0 in Rush is always a bit of something that is looked down upon. But also in Rush, typically you all have the same gun systems. This time around you have Sleipnirs and Broadswords, yeah, but you also have a Claymore, Onyx, and Squall. So it's a mix of hams and autocannons. Some of those faster ships like the Broadsword might be able to get something on top of this Exodus squad. But their drones, they can just kite away pretty much infinitely. So we'll see how this gets done. Exodus has to out-execute here if they want to win this.
Oh, definitely. But the Claymore did warp at 50. So I think he's heavy missile. I think he's going to step back with the Squalls at the moment. But obviously, as expected, the Sleipnirs and Onyx going in, those Higgsgrams will be doing everything right now. They're going to try and lock some stuff down. The Broadswords are webbed at the moment, so hopefully they can get through. The Hyena is the linchpin right now of Exodus' a comp. Curators dropped, Wardens dropped, and Bouncers dropped. Some damage coming down on the burst, but hopefully if he's webbed and TP'd, they'll get him down.
Yeah, and those ham boats actually all warped at 50, but I did check. They are hams, so they're running in. Grant you, the Claymore has a range bonus to those heavy assault missiles, so it makes things a bit easier if you want to warp them behind the Sleipnirs. We see Wasa QC and the Hyena dropping very rapidly into armor. That paint, very important for drone comps in order to get application for any of your drones. Wasa QC, though, currently holding under the Deacon Thalia reps.
Ronin realizing and notifying that Wasa QC is the most important ship on their team. He's the linchpin of their entire setup. If they lose him, that is their application gone. And they're also defensive webs completely gone. So he needs to be so careful. Razor and the Sleipnir now the primary for the EOSs. I mean, I think he should go down here. They've only got the burst and the Bantam for reps. Do you think he can break it?
Well, once he's out of XLASB charges, definitely. Razor, pretty low in shields already. I haven't been counting the XLASBs yet, so I haven't seen if it's 9 quite yet, but we see a massive cloud of drones on top of them, lots of various ones, and also these were sentries from the EOSs. Yeah. So sentries in the center of the arena. The Sleipnir does not do what you need to do against sentries, which is burn in and get as close as you can, and since there's no real tackle...
Deacon.
Oh, the Deacon! Hold up!
Gun down, the Deacon down.
For the burst.
For the burst, trading, and that burst completely evaporated. I mean, Exodus need to work quickly here. Yeah, get the Bantam down and start working through that DPS. Vex Navy issue of Sniper is in low armor right now, so the Rush team opting to go straight for the DPS, ignore the other Thalia, and go straight for the damage ships.
Yeah, scrammed by one of those broadswords, and the other broadsword has scrammed the Ishtar of Vitone, so that will be the next target from this Rush setup. Razor now into half armor, but this Vexor Navy issue of Sniper Bros 15 will be the trade for it in low structure right now. Still the Hyena alive, most of the DPS still alive for Exodus. We see Ronin Reloaded still has the higher attack bar, but the control bar for Exodus is much, much greater. That said, the other broadsword found the other Vexor Navy issue, so they're going to move on to this Ishtar and then to the other Vexor Navy. Very good job by these Hick pilots of going and getting continual tackle in a chain so that the Rush can keep on rushing.
The Sleipnir is now the primary. I think Exodus are doing the right call here. Just get rid of the top-end ships while they have the DPS to do it, because if they waste time, they could kill like the Onyx and Broadsword maybe to get the tackle off, but I think if they get the Sleipnir off, I think it might be better in the long run, but they still need to get through the Broadswords and they can lock them down. But they have the Hyena still and a Thalia, so the one Thalia can really come into play later on.
Yeah, I mean, XLSB on the Sleipnir, no other form of Logi for him, so as soon as they get him into armor and he no longer has any XLSB charges, they will kill him. We see this Vexor Navy issue going down. The Thalia staying alive and kind of living to win right now, has not been really tackled by anything. They've got this Hick scram, they've got this web on the Vexor Navy issue. Now Pointed has actually been webbed by the Hyena, so should now go down to the drone blob as the VNI falls.
I mean, they're going to trade that with a Sleipnir. I mean, everything else on the Exodus team isn't tackled right now. They're completely free, which is exactly where they want to be. They still have a Thalia. WazQC and the Hyena still up. So I still think Exodus can take this away.
Yeah, Exodus currently 80 to 71. Now they have to go for either the broadswords or the Claymore or the Onyx. The Onyx, I believe, is actually the most tanky of those by some significant margin, because the Claymore doesn't have the rep bonus that the Tech 1 variant does, whereas the Onyx just has a massive resist bonus, being a Tech 2 Galdari hull. That said, really no damage has come out from Ronin Reloaded onto this Exodus squad. Nothing's tackled down. We see some paints onto this Hyena, a little bit of drone damage at the moment, but if the Thalia can get some back onto the Hyena, it's going to be A-okay for them. And WazQC trying to get away from this drone damage, as Weblocks is the primary from these Eoses and Ishtar.
WazQC burning towards the Thalia to try and get reps. I mean, this is a dance for WazQC and the Thalia. Mr. Falcon has no external reps, so he's very easy to kill, but it's so important to keep Wazza up, as the broadsword is in half armor, half shield, sorry. But I think if Exodus play this correctly, they could keep the lead ahead right now, I think.
So I'm actually a bit interested as to why these are buffer broadswords. Typically, when you think of a broadsword, you typically think of it as an XLASB ship, or at least I do. When I use a broadsword, I typically active rep it. So it's a bit interesting that it's full buffer, especially because you had T1 frigate Logi and you had these self-rep Sleipnirs on your team. Does mean that it's a lot of buffer and it's a lot for these drones to chew through, so it probably was the right call this particular time, but still a bit interesting and fitting. They might go into that on the desk.
I mean, the Thalia is holding on into low armor. The Ishtar now of Aaron about to go into structure. He does go down. I mean, the points that on Ronin Reloaded getting some points now ahead on points, I believe.
90 to 80.
So I think that Exodus really needs to get the broadsword down to get some points back on the board. The Thalia about to go down. Sabotage now primary. I mean, I think Ronin Reloaded are just going to power through.
Yeah, they have this broadsword and the Onyx tackled. One of the EOS's Sabotage has been caught up with. And this is the thing, I think, right? Ronin Reloaded, they're like, okay, you don't want to see Rush because you banned the Loki. We're going to rush you anyway. And we've seen teams bring 2 Hicks. This time, we're going to bring 3. So
you're not getting away.
You're not getting away. And of course, the broadsword is the fastest of the Hicks. Weblocks now into low structure. And these are actually incredibly tanky versus this drone damage because Galente ships, if they have Galente drones out, which I'm looking to see, these are actually a mix of drones.
There's a mix of drones right now.
So Curators, Wardens, so they're doing not the best damage type into Tech 2 Minotaur resists. Typically, you want to be doing kinetic, but this time around, the broadsword, you're kind of hitting into Tech 2 Minotaur happy places.
Yeah, I mean, with WazQC dangerously low now in armor, he's got drones on him. With no Thalia on grid, he's definitely going to go down in a second here. He is pointed as well. Sabotage going down in slow armor. I think Ronin and Odin have got this. I mean, what a grueling match from both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been very difficult for Exodus after that initial start. Ronin Reloaded, as I mentioned, right? They did a very good job with their hicks and coordinating them, and always having a target tackled for the rush to come in and DPS down. This EOS falls. Ronin Reloaded are going to end up taking this match, and this is not a type of comp that we really have seen a whole lot of. Mixed AC and ham rush. What do you make of it?
I think the hicks are the key part of this hit. And also, let's not forget there's 2 Squalls secretly doing damage at the back as well. So there's a lot of little extra damage being applied at range as well. So I think that it would lose to other rush setups, obviously. I think that they kind of read the bans really well, like you said. I think they just thought, hey, they're going to do something, we're going to lock you down. Because the Ishtar, the drone comps want to spread out completely.
Yeah.
Like, to try and mitigate their damage. They don't need to be next to each other anymore. Once the drones are dropped, they can just move away.
Yeah, and on top of that, right, you need to, as you mentioned, do that. You can starburst. You can try to string out a rush. But the thing is, unlike your traditional, what we've seen this tournament with one Nighthawk, 2 Lokis, or some teams have brought 2 Hicks, when you have 3 tackle ships, right, that adds a little bit to the equation, right? You have another tackle ship, you can have a backup tackle ship in case one of them dies. You can continue to string people out. And when you have these things that are starbursted, if you have one of your ships tackled, that's expected at the start of the match. But the second that you have one tackled and then 2 different ships can chase in 2 different directions, right? Then that becomes much more difficult for you to deal with and spread out.
You waste time. That's the whole point when it comes to, if you're in a drone comp, you know, with these EOSs and stuff, you want to waste as much time from the rush team to go from one ship to the other, and whilst you just whittle it all the way down. I mean, unfortunately, I think this is the end of the road for Exodus, which I'm kind of sad, actually.
But Ronin Reloaded, prize ship enjoyers.
I mean, Ronin Reloaded, I thought Exodus was going to have this one, actually. And it's really sad for Waza and the guys to be knocked out of the tournament. But congratulations to Ronin Reloaded. The Maulus is the last ship left on the grid. He is burning around. He's just, look at him go. He's a ways away from the rest of the team.
Edge of glory.
Yeah, get to the monk.
Yeah, you might not get prize ships, but you can try to beat Azur's record. Come on.
I think he could position himself to a micro walk driving start and just jump out the arena. That'd be really good. I mean, Ronin Reloaded, not a team I had. I mean, they're in the losers, but they're powering through against a team that has a massive tournament pedigree.
Yeah, and Ronin Reloaded, these teams these pilots have a bit of tournament experience under the beds. Bedabaz has been a captain of a couple of tournament teams before, so looks good for them. Getting those prize ships, you're guaranteed at least one of the battleship, 2 cruisers, 2 frigates, and that is a significant payday for you and the rest of your team, depending on how you distribute that. We're going to send it to a quick break, and then afterwards the desk will break that game down and bring us into the next match. We will be right back after this.
That Exodus sadly departs Alliance Tournament 20. They dropped the ball a little bit there, but I mean, that was an exciting match to watch. It went back and forward. We saw some excellent displays of individual piloting by pilots on both sides of that match there. We had WasaqC in that Hyena just like doing a great job webbing everything down, keeping a lot of ships controlled with his one. And that team used afterburners to great effect. Obviously, they were up against Hicks, which have a bonus scram, but if you have afterburners, that scram essentially does very little. It does stop you micro jump driving away. It's pretty much the only thing really left to do. But having those afterburners to just kind of keep moving around, we saw the survivability of those ships. The Hyena really did not die for a very long time. Bart, welcome back to the desk.
Oh, thank you.
How was that match for you?
It was pretty good. A little weird seeing, this whole AT has been us seeing these kind of old comps. Like, it's like, we saw Balcor and Battle Cruisers. We've seen, we saw Mir Chief and the Tuskers bring back the same thing they brought for like 4 years and beat people with it again. And now we saw an Ishtar Vexor Navy issue heavy drone comp. And it was like, we haven't seen that for a couple of years. And I mean, there's a reason for it. It's not that good. I don't think that's necessarily why they lost per se was because they brought Ishtar heavy drone comp. I think that just in general, we've seen for a while that heavy drone setups have a lot of trouble versus rushes, because the whole point of that setup is to basically put their drones on something, kill it, and then kind of starburst and spread away. The problem is that if every ship on the enemy team is able to solo your ship, which is kind of how the rushes work, that's what happens. You just keep trying to spread out, and they're like, okay, well, we'll send a guy attack you here, and then we'll just gun you down. So it was okay. I mean, it was a good match. There was really good piloting.
Yeah.
Like, everyone piloted really well. I think the Exodus comp was actually terrible.
Yeah, I mean, Exodus, we say this all the time, and it continues to be true, that they have some really amazingly skilled individual pilots, but they have sometimes stumbled a little bit on the comp selection, the sort of the more meta thing. They do really enjoy more vintage styles of comps. I tend to notice each year that if there's a team that's likely to bring something that was popular X amount of years ago, they would be one to do it, and they will do it well. Like, let's be clear, they'll probably do it quite well as it can be done. Whether or not it's the right comp for the situation, of course, it remains to be seen. Mystical Might, any thoughts?
I was just going to add that I think if they'd been going into anything but the 3 hicks, they may have actually done better. The scripted point on a hick reaches out to about 37.5 with T2, and it stops you from being able to micro jump drive. So if they'd gone up against anything else, they wouldn't have had that issue. The Eoses that were on the beacon would have been able to jump away much sooner, and they may have had a chance at drawing out the match and actually winning. So I think even though we don't often see hicks, people favour usually Navy Caracals, Navy Ospreys, a bunch of battle cruisers, etc. with their ham rushes. In this particular case, they do serve an actual purpose that most other ships in the tournament can't fulfill.
Yeah. All right, so we are still in the elimination bracket, and we have another match coming up in about 5 minutes, and this is going to be an exciting one. This is WeForm Volta versus Goonswarm Federation. Someone has managed to convince Annie to come down from the Eiffel Tower. He's back at his desk, ready to game again. So will they, of course, be able to defeat Goonswarm Federation? Well, that remains to be seen. Let's hear from WeForm Volta's spokesperson, though, about what they do on Tranquility.
Hello there, my name is Reload, aka Planet 6, and I represent the team WeForm Volta. Volta is currently living in Thera to do active PvP in nullsec via wormholes. Volta itself has competed in the tournament about 10 or so times, or a few times also in community game tournaments as well. The last time we won the tournament was Alliance Tournament 10. That was under a different name of Verge of Collapse. And that is actually the only time Volta has won, was the first time we competed.
And that was WeForm Volta, what they do in Tranquility. Thank you for that. All right, let's take a quick look at the bans for this upcoming match. So WeForm Volta banning out the Sentinel, the Curse, the Loki, and the Kieran. So not the Scalpel this time, it's the Kieran. And Goonswarm Federation banning out the Armageddon Navy issue, the Deacon, the Loki, and the Oneros. Misty, or together I guess you could be Bisty.
Not quite as good as the
Why
other name
use
we
two
just
words
coined.
when one word can do?
Huh?
Yes.
I could remind you.
Yes, there are some
Yes,
examples where this does really not work, and two words are by far the superior option.
Yeah.
But I like Bisty. So, Misty of Bisty fame, tell me about these bands.
I'm trying to see them all, but I'm going to step across you a little bit, buddy.
Oh, there we
Yes.
go. On the main screen.
We're back.
We're back. We're gaming now.
Okay. So Sentinel Curse, pretty typical bans. I think they're banning the Sentinel and Curse not because they're necessarily worried about the tracking disruptors alone, but also the pairing of strong newts that will come out of both ships. The Loki, typical ban, and as we can see with the formatting, because both teams banned it towards the end of their ban phase, there are no duplicates, right, for the second round of bans. So, wasted ban, kind of-ish. The Kieran is an interesting one. I value the Kieran more than I do the Scalpel. I think that the additional tank that you get from a Kieran is actually more useful in a match than the reduced signature that the Scalpel has. So it just seems kind of like semi-typical bans. We've seen most of these bans over the course of the last 2 days. The Kieran is really the only thing that stands out here.
Yeah. So it looks like, I'm just looking at Twitch just now, so you guys are predicting as well. WeForm Volta have 3.5 million channel points to 1 million channel points. So people are heavily favoring Volta here. I'm wondering how much of those points that are on Goons are members of WeForm Volta, so that if they lose, they can go, well, at least I got my channel points.
I mean, yeah, they're going to need some like massive amounts of copium if they lose here. Like,
yeah.
I think
Starfleet Commander's in this building.
Yeah,
if
he's somewhere,
if
we'll
they
find him.
lose to Goonswarm Federation right now, I mean, Volta is a self-proclaimed great Alliance tournament team.
Yeah.
Like, in theory, based on our educated opinions, they should win this comfortably. But, you never know. It could be opposite day.
Could be. What color are they?
I was going to say.
Oh, that's a good point. Who knows what color they are?
Yeah,
but,
they're a color. They're
yeah.
one of the two possibilities. And
the winning color or the losing color?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, let's go to the arena and find out. So WeForm Volta versus Goonswarm Federation here on Alliance Tournament 20.
Welcome back to the arena where we have WeForm Volta and Goonswarm Federation. On your screen, WeForm Volta got Dominic's Armageddon with a Zamzag and 2 arbitrators. What have Goonswarm brought?
They brought medium gun spam.
I know.
Pretty much an exact clone of a medium gun spam we saw earlier today with full Navy BCs.
With a Myrmidon.
With Myrmidon. Not the exact same thing, but the full Navy BC Vigilant kind of way. Interestingly enough, also went for an exec. Typically with medium gun span, you see a Tech 2 Logi Cruiser.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to work around the cap and buffer if Volta decide to go for a Logi trade. I'm checking right now to see if these Dominics and Geddon are full neut or if they've got guns and missile launchers on them.
I mean, I think Volta, they need to just... it's going to be a bit of a tough one. Planet 6 in the Zamzag is going to have a bit of a time for him because the damage switching will be quite quick. He's going to have to be really on his toes at this point. As the match runs underway, Goonswarm with 1 point, so Volta... Goonswarm are ahead at the beginning with the 1 point. Drones drop down. No Pro taking the damage right now. Execra looks to be the target for the Volta team. He's going to go really low. Probably a really good call. T1 Logi, get it down quick.
Yeah, and dual RBs from Volta, spreading out their 3 tracking computers across the high end of Goonswarm Federation. I did check. The Armageddon and the Dami are both full neut. So this is fully drones. As far as DPS is concerned for me for Volta, as you see the attack bar is a bit smaller. It should increase as more drones get dropped. But at the same time, this Hyena getting primary by Goonswarm Federation, that's the exact right thing and it's gone!
The Hyena down, Covert 1 down from WeForm Volta and a very important ship off the grid. The application is going to be lackluster now. The Executor is holding on, still got a TP on him right now. Zeb in the Vexor, now the primary. I think Volta need to switch targets right now.
This exec has local reps and they've got drone blob on top of them. We see a lot of bouncers, infiltrators and a couple light armor maintenance spots from Volta. Meanwhile, it's full DPS drones from Goonswarm Federation. They don't have any rep bots for this exec, but the exec is holding on significantly longer than really any Tech 1 Logi Cruiser should have. This Navy Harbinger currently tackled. Lord Jackson webbed. Podrick in the exec staying alive. Meanwhile, Goonswarm hasn't really been able to get on top of anything quite yet. They got this Vexor tackled down, but he was able to get the full spool of his arm reps. So even though Goons have first blood right now, they're struggling to really kill anything from Volta at the present. Yeah, right now this Geddon, a Thorax in the Geddon, is going to be neuting out the Brutix Navy issue and the Harbor Navy issue and the Prophecy as well. So those guns are going to go offline. The longer this goes on for, the worse it is for the Battlecruiser. I can tell you, I've been in that situation. The cap pressure will be immense for them, as the Harbinger Navy issue isn't a half armor. His hardeners are definitely off at this point. So what I will say, even though the Navy Myrmidon is a little bit of a weird ship,
it's a bit strange.
It's very strange for medium gun spam to have a Harb Navy, but the rest of the ships pretty much make sense. I will say, Goonswarm Federation actually did something, did a good thing at the start of the match, which was take out the Hyena. That is how you're supposed to play medium gun spam. So they did execute on medium gun spam at the start of the match, but they're having trouble right now because at the moment they're kind of in an all-out brawl, and they're under the threat of these newts from the full newt Dami and the full newt Geddon and these tracking disruptors as well, and they just haven't been able to kill anything. This Navy Harbinger of Lord Jackson into low structure right now, and even though this Vexor is webbed, they've got nothing else tackled. They pulled the web on the Vexor. The Zarm hasn't even had to rep anything in a while.
No, I think Planet 6 should be okay. I think he should be sitting quite pretty. The tracking disruption is probably doing huge. And now with that Harbinger down, that tracking disruption is going to get even more amplified for the Brutix Navy. I don't think he's going to be hitting much at all this tournament. And also the newts are definitely going to be more stacked as well.
Yeah, and Planet 6 in that Zarm, boating around right now. Not sure if that's AB or MWD fit quite yet, but got webbed. Zarma is still a very tanky ship with its local reps. Very difficult to kill if you don't get on top of it at 0 with these medium guns. At the moment, this Vigilant also in trouble. I assume it's the Vigilant that's got that Zarmast webbed. And the Vigilant going down into low armor already.
No, the Vigilant's being tackled by Annie right now.
Oh,
he's right he's right next to the Planet 6 in the Zarm.
Well, then why are you going after the Zarm if you don't have Vigi webs on it?
The Zarm is actually chilling. He is TP'd and webbed right now, but it's only webbed by the Omen.
Yeah.
But they need to go after the Vigilant goes down. They need to kill the Omen immediately.
They absolutely do, because Planet 6 is in pretty low armor. I understand getting the initial tackle, but I feel like the Vigilant should be the one who's trying to get that tackle on the Zarmast because of the 90% webs. They would have killed the Zarmast already and would have had a much better trade. This time around, they are going to lose Planet 6 in the Zarm.
I think so.
So the points are going to favor Goonswarm ever so slightly. It's actually 2 points for Volta. My mental math was not mathing, but still, Goonswarm, they really, really got to get at 0 on top of people to actually do anything at the moment. And they've only got Taxel on this Vexor.
They're going to go for the Vexor now, but remember the battleships are still going to be applying nuke pressure across all the ships here. So I really think in the long run, I think Goonswarm are going to have a problem applying their DPS. It will only be coming from the Navy Prophecy in the Myrmidon. The Brutix, he's going to be neutered the whole time, and his links are going to go off. But the Ohm Navy, she does go down. Zeba is about to go down in the Vexor. I still think Volta are still in the lead here, I think.
They definitely are, and part of the execution Bart keeps saying with medium gun span is sometimes you just gotta go in. Volta does this, and then Goonswarm tries going in, but they go for the Logi after the Hyena. Do you think Volta potentially should have turned maybe on one of these battleships?
I think that losing Hyena that early on was a big problem for Volta. But are you talking about Goonswarm?
Should Goons have gone for one of these battleships?
I think so.
Yeah,
they should have gone for the battleships now and tried to get them down, because the Maulus is about to go down. The Omen's reload. Maulus goes down. The Omen's are going to structure. Supreme Leader Mal from the last match earlier today held on really long for a long time. So I think if he can just hold on for a long time, wasting as much damage as possible, Omen goes down. I really think the newts are really having a mass. I think the Brutix Navy issue is not doing anything anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the attack bar. Goonswarm Federation started with the larger attack bar. This time around, even though the red part's a bit larger, they're applying a bit more damage at the moment. The gray part, Volta is now firmly in the lead, just purely with drones. We see another ship deleted, and it's this Mauler, this Navy Brutix, this Navy Myrm, this Prophecy, all just having a very rough time of getting on top of any target that is not tackled. I think you're right. They should have gone for these battleships.
I mean, the two arbitrators, Icon and NoPro, they're doing an immense job just removing the... I mean, the Brutix is TD'd out, and they're just focusing the newts on the Myrmidon and the Prophecy Navy issue. Exec are going to structure, and with that, I think that this secures Volta's victory.
Yeah, you can breathe a little bit easier now.
I'm happy about.
You can breathe a little bit easier now. Volta are prize ship enjoyers.
I'm being impartial. Obviously, this is how it is. But there's a part of me that's like, okay, guys, keep it together. We got this.
I mean, there would have been, I think, some questions.
CCPO would have come in here with another L, and I would have got on my forehead. The Brutix, and Steagy about to go down though in the Magus, but the Brutix Navy issue in half armor, he'll be really easy to kill. His hardness are definitely off, but I think Theramph and Annie in the battleships could definitely clean up the rest of the Goonswarm team.
So we already talked about what Goonswarm could have done differently in this match, potentially to make the best out of the situation. Talk a little bit about what Volta has done to capitalize on Goonswarm here.
I actually think that Goonswarm's first choice of target was perfect.
Yes, it was.
Get rid of the hyena, and I was a bit like, that's terrible. That's the worst thing that can happen on the Volta team, because COVID-1 and the hyena, he's the linchpin of the application and the webbing, and also screening as well if they need to. I think if Goonswarm, I mean, it's a bit of a problem really, because you look at the comp and you think lots of nukes, lots of TDs. The longer the game goes on, the worse it's going to be for us. So you have to either get the arbitrators down, just like literally, as you said earlier, just rush in and just kill stuff as fast as possible. I think because they have the more DPS Goonswarm in terms of like immediate damage. So I think if they probably just have to gamble and go in.
Yeah, and we from Volta, I mean, taking advantage of some less practiced Goonswarm members. Obviously, Goonswarm is rather a large alliance, but the tournament team has a lot of turnover.
Yeah, I mean, Goonswarm's still taking down a bunch of ships. I mean, we can't deny that they managed to get the Zarm down. The Omen, basically the MVP for Goonswarm, getting the web on the Zarmzad. I think the Vigilant got hard tackled quite early on, so I think Annie went straight for him. But Annie's still taking still a lot of damage on grid. I mean, the Moment of Navy, she ended up crossing Navy, putting Annie into a bit of armor, but obviously he's got a local tank. But I think Volta doing a good job, like not getting, when you lose ships in the match, you kind of get a bit worried. So I think keeping it, calm and trying to find a break in the Goonswarm setup.
Yeah, just well played by Volta, obviously. And Goonswarm, this is their best showing in the AT in a very long time.
Yeah, really good.
They get a win versus Pandemic Horde, and that, of course, gives them bragging rights on TQ.
That's
but
what matters.
They unfortunately...
bragging rights.
Hey. The side that was on the B2 side of the B2 war took out Pandemic Horde, so we're totally okay with that, right? Right, you and me, we're okay with that.
I think so, yeah. although Volta just took out Goonswarm from the tournament as well.
I mean, yeah, they're no longer blue. It's fine.
That's all good.
But either way, Goons making their best showing in a long time in the tournament. Well played to them. Unfortunately, they will not be prize ship enjoyers. Unfortunately for you, Volta will, of course, be prize ship enjoyers. We'll see them later on in the lower bracket. It took them quite a while to chew through the rest of the Goonswarm comp. 10 seconds left. Hopefully they can get this Navy Prophecy down so the desk has a little bit more time to analyze that. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that match down and bring us into the next match.
We from Volta continues the skin run. I didn't catch the match, and Starfleet Commander told me that it was calm, composed, collected, easy victory, straight from We from Volta. Mr. Nomad, how did you enjoy that match?
I thought it was an excellent match. Sadly, it didn't go the way that I would have wanted it to go. I would have loved to have seen the Bees take out another team. I do actually think that Goons had the win in the bag at one point. I think they fumbled the bag a little bit. Just too much to hold on to. No one was there on the grid telling them what to do, so they were all confused. Bumbling about.
Once the anchor
as it
died,
was.
they were in trouble.
Yes, exactly. Just bumbling around the grid. I think that they should have all ended on the Dominix and then the Armageddon. I think by removing those two ships, you basically remove most of the damage coming out of the other team. Volta would have had a couple Vexers, a couple of Arbitrators left, which isn't really going to be able to burn through the rest of your comp. So if Goons had played it properly, I think that we would see them advancing in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've seen Goons play in a bunch of matches over the years. Like, although they haven't historically done overly well, they have played in a bunch of them. They have some experienced people and some good theory crafters, and they flew great there. Shout out to the entire Goonswarm Federation team. Volta is a tough team to beat. And they really give them a run for their money. I'm absolutely certain that the Volta guys would have been in full squeaky bum mode in that match because they really got pushed against the wall by Goonswarm there.
Starfleet was nervous laughing at one point. I was crouched down in front of the TV to check it out, and he was just staring and just laughing to himself a little bit. It was good.
Yeah. So yeah, excellent. But unfortunately, that was an elimination match. So Goonswarm Federation, as is tradition, is now eliminated from Alliance Tournament 20. We thank you for your participation. Volta continues the to get some skins now, so they can start to offset some of that Barghest loss from earlier on. They're going to need a few more wins to really offset it. But, down but not out. Okay, so we still have a couple more elimination matches to go today. And this next one should be interesting. It's White Squall versus Slow Children at Play. So let's take a look at the bans for this. White Squall choosing to ban the Eos, the Armageddon, the Blackbird, and the Curse. And this is, I think, the third time we've seen a Blackbird ban, but I don't think we've actually seen it fielded yet. And the Slow Children at Play banning out the Pontifex, the Magus, the Slep Far. Excellent job, by the way, on that one, and the Loki. Mystical Mind, your thoughts on these bans?
Whoever came up with the bans, excellent work, production team.
Does that mean the Slep Near is available?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think that is exactly how it goes. They could run Gush if they wanted to.
They could.
Which is gun rush.
So what happens if you have a Slep Far and then you approach it? Does it become a Slep Near? And what if the ban then? Because if you ban the Slep Far and you go really far away from the Slep Near and it becomes a Slep Far, does it just get deleted? Like, how does this work?
Would you rather fight one full-size Slep Near or 10 Slep Far-size Slep?
Are they fit with artillery or autocannons?
No, if they're Slep Fars.
Probably
artillery.
Yeah.
Probably the Slep Nears then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say to actually comment on the bans. The Blackbird ban is a fairly interesting one, I think. I don't think we've really seen much ECM in the tournament at all. People favouring the more reliable E-War setups using tracking disruptors, guidance disruptors, and damps because they will apply all of the time instead of kind of being a dice roll. Some people get really unlucky in dice rolls, I would know. Other people get really lucky in dice rolls. My opponents would know, as we found out in previous tournaments. I think that it's interesting to see White Squall banning the Blackbird here. Maybe it's something that they've found has been really effective against some of their comps in practice. It might be because they are going to stack most of their damage into a few select ships, and they don't want them to be both screened off and then jammed out, so they can't actually do anything to clear that tackle. That's the only real reason I could see them banning the Blackbird.
Yeah, I think both these teams, unless I'm mistaken here, have their flagships available as well. White Squall went up against Truth on a Light earlier on and lost in another pretty intense match. Like, we've had a couple of these, like, Team A should win against Team B type matches. Volta Goons is another example. And the team that was sort of, I guess, expected to lose did lose, but really made it difficult for the expected winners. Now, you could say, is this just like a general increase in quality in the tournament? And I think it probably is, because we continuously see more like better teams getting better and better and better, especially with the new feeders format. Previously, you could like buy in, now you can't do that. So teams have had to like work their way through into the tournament by at least having some level of basic competency. It's like a little check to make sure that you're not completely bad at the game. You're sort of at least mediocre at best.
Yeah, they get filtered now. Honestly, like there's a lot of ancient, old, decrepit, horrible, maybe legions of them teams that just don't make it anymore, and there's a reason for it. It's the feeders are amazing. The games we've had since we started doing these like rough feeders I read the EVE tournament general chat.
Oh,
the amount of crying.
My apologies.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
I hope you recover.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But the amount of crying in that chat about the feeders for years, every year, someone's like, "Oh, it's not fair. This format was terrible for me," and it's like, well, you could have just won. Like at the end of the day, it's the same way. How do you win the AT? Well, you beat the other teams. How do you get through the feeders? But people will literally be like, well, this specific format that we did was super toxic to my specific team because of this, and you're just like, come on, bro. Like,
I feel like the way to annoy tournament enjoying EVE Online players the most is to simply have a tournament.
Yeah.
The existence of a tournament is just riles them up into such rage that this is where we end up. So you're welcome, guys.
But if you don't have a tournament, then
the Schrodinger's tournament.
It was my favorite was when they complain when they're like, oh well, this one it was too close to the summer. How will I go outside? And you're like,
do you really though?
I don't think it. I don't know about that one, guys. Yeah.
So
maybe that was toxic.
I mean, yeah, but that's what we're here for. Let's do predictions. White Squall. Welcome back to the Bisty show. White Squall versus Slow Children at Play. I'm asking both of the Bisties. We'll start with the Isty part of Bisty. Which are you going to predict here? White Squall or Slow Children at Play?
Slow.
I guess that just makes you just bit.
Slow. Yeah.
He got all the letters.
Yeah, I got most of it.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna predict. You predicted slow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But you don't pay attention?
No.
He was
I'm
thinking about his
surprised. I thought
contribution.
he was going to go the other way.
No.
Yeah.
Slow.
Well, I mean, most of my letters said slow, so I guess I'm going with slow as well.
I'm going to see what Twitch chat, in their infinite wisdom...
Which team is red?
I keep forgetting about that. Twitch chat believes in White Squall. And you know what? You guys are always right. I'm going to go for White Squall as well. So let's just throw this one straight to the arena and find out who will win between these two teams.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvina, joined by the ever-lovely Starfleet Commander, and we are getting ready to go. On the red side, we have White Squall, who have brought shield medium gun spam. What if Slow Children at Play
Well,
brought?
Slow Children have gone for a shield, but with missiles, a big Abargast, and 3 Orphreses, and an Osprey, a Carey, Stalk, Bifrost. I like, well, this is going to be interesting because you've got one team that has got the projection well, both teams are projecting, but one is immediate, basically, in terms of damage. So I'm going to be really interesting, as we always see with medium rail spam. White Squall have, they've got to make their target quickly at the beginning.
Yeah, and just double-checking these weapon systems right now. That is, looks to be rapid lights on these Orthreses and not HMLs. So that would mean, your typical setup with these, which means high burst from both the Orthreses and the Barghest, but still has that long reload time. That said, the Orthreses, since they're using frigate-sized weapons, are going to apply perfectly to the low end of White Squall. Unfortunately for them, the only frigates for White Squall are the Burst and the Bantam.
Yeah, I think White Squall are probably going to try and go for maybe they could go for the Osprey immediately, which is what they're going to do. TP on him right now.
Look at those damps.
I think that's a good. The damps come out immediately as well. I think the Osprey is the right call, and I think they definitely need to just go straight in.
Yeah, these triple damps on all 3 Navy Feroxes, and correctly identifying really what the threat is and going for the Fleet Hurricane, who can't really do a whole lot in terms of getting away from Slow Children at Play at the moment, is the fastest of the BCs that are brought, but right off the match, Barghests have insane amount of range with Rapid Heavies, especially if you're not getting any sort of control on them, and as I say that, the Jackdaw falls.
Jackdaw dies for slow, Bantam into armor, but recovering back next to the burst. Mo Freeman did survive because he did just burn away out of the range of the rapid lights. Jackdaw now being shot as well. I mean, I think White Squall just going to be trying to clear as much off as possible. You can see on your screen that the rest of the battle cruisers continued on in whilst Mo Farah went away.
Shield Exec Navy, though, gets melted.
I'm not surprised. The Osprey completely just evaporates as well, so a huge win for White Squall to get the Logi down.
Yeah, so even though these damps had been put out by Slow Children at Play, White Squall made the correct call here. They just burned in because Slow Children at Play out-project White Squall in every single part of this map. So just load short-range ammo. You're going to be getting in and very fast. And they pulled away with the Fleet Hurricane. Now it's getting reps. This MOA getting some damage right now, but they're right on top of this Barghest, who is melting quite rapidly.
Completely just wailing on him right now, and that is the right call. They've got rid of the Osprey. Just go for the battleship and get rid of him right now.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of to this thing, right? So this is the second time today that we've seen Barghest shields kite loose.
That is true. And we don't talk about the other one, though. We don't talk about any flag Barghest. That's a rumor.
No. Okay.
That's not true.
Okay. So I'm jumping the gun a little bit here because White Squall are snowballing this, and they're getting a lot of damage in very quickly on these targets. They killed the Jackdaws. That's one of the things that can kill their Logi. Don't really care about the Orthreses because the Osprey goes down and they go for this Barghest. So White Squall making quick work of Slow Children at Play, who just could not outkite the what turned into Shield Rush.
And also Mo Freeman doing a really fantastic job of just wasting time. When you have clips in your rapid lights, like he burnt away to just mitigate as much damage as possible and wasting that damage, because if he doesn't do that, he would have died immediately, and then it would have been a completely different game. First Orpheus goes down. I mean, I think White Squall just played this really well. The rest of them pushed in while Mo Freeman went back to go back to the Logi Frigs to get the reps. But I'm just trying to think, could have Slow Children played differently? Maybe gone for maybe just went for and immediately switched, or you could fake a battle cruiser to go back and then put all your DPS on one of the Feroxes maybe.
Well, so I think part of the thing here, right, is you pick Orthruses, they're going to be Rapid Light fit. More often than not, can fit HMLs to them. More often than not, they're going to be Rapid Light fit. Rapid Lights are really good at killing things that are Destroyer and Frigate-sized. They run into the same problems as Rapid Heavies when they start killing things that are Cruiser or Battle Cruiser size because they are the weapon system of the thing down, and therefore the drawback is that long reload time. And so what we saw here was they were almost able to take down that Fleet Hurricane. He burns away, gets to the Burst and Bantam. Now they're going to this Navy Exec, and they can barely break them, but after that, they just don't have a whole lot left in the tank, and the Barghest ends up falling because White Squall did what they needed to do, right? You lose at long range, rush in with the comp. Bart will be very happy that they chose to do that.
That's what you should do. In this scenario, you should just go in. There's no point in being defensive or anything. Get your damage in really quickly. Bifrost's going to go down and Ulfrist at the same time. And congratulations to White Squall. And we're going to go to a little break and then back to the desk.
The comfortable victory continuing their run in the lower bracket of Alliance Tournament 20. I'm CCP Overload. Welcome back to the Bisty Show. Guys, talk to me about that match. Isti. Yes, I'll take Isti first.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, it was I thought Slow had it. Slow should have had it when... Well, okay, fine. B seems to believe that the Slow team wasn't built in a way... They were built different, but in the wrong way.
Yes.
Basically,
built horribly malformed and evil and needed to be put down.
I thought the Barghest and Orthruses would be able to kite just long enough to be able to lower the damage on the other team. And unfortunately, that was not the case. Yeah, they just fell apart immediately. Slow actually did a very good job of swapping targets. So the Hurricane Fleet issue burned away. The Navy Exec was burning in, so they correctly swapped to the Navy Exec really quickly to get rid of some additional DPS on the grid. It immediately fell apart because it's a shield tanked Navy Exec hero. But unfortunately, in that time frame, they also traded both Jackdaws and Osprey and then began to lose their core. So it was just well piloted. Like shield rush, basically, or like shield gun spam kite-ish rush.
Nice snappy names there.
It is a less snappy name, but it's an accurate description. So.
Yeah. And Bart, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so first off, the only reason why I said Slow in the first place is because I had to contractually as Team Bisty. But second, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we don't see rapid light-based shield kite setups anymore. And a lot of that is because that, previously, back in the day, when you could take a Jackdaw with its, plethora of mid-slots and put a bunch of tracking disruptors in it, you could fly that setup and have all of your ships with their abundance of mid-slots have tracking disruptors and make it so that the other team couldn't snipe you from the same range you're shooting them. You can't do that anymore due to a lot of tiers by certain Alliance teams and also us just being like, maybe this is kind of silly. But there's a reason why we don't see it. And it's because all you have to do to counter it is bring guns that hit as far as their missiles hit you, because at the end of the day, a Navy Ferox is pretty tanky, and Orthrus is not. When you're in the Alliance tournament and your entire game plan is to stay away from the enemy, it's a lot harder than on TQ, where you can have your snake pods and your 12 billion ISK nightmares with abyssaled out everything and just go in a straight line and be like, haha, chase us and we'll shoot you. They have a big sphere they have to play in, so they can't really kite as well if the opponent, you can't get far enough away for them not to hit you. And we saw it there is the amount of damage that Slow put out was good. White Squall did more, they applied more, and they just blew them up.
Yeah, that is a really good tactic for Alliance tournament, is apply more damage than your enemies, especially if you do it faster.
Yes.
Doesn't really matter if you do it in 25 minutes because ain't no one got time for that. So we're going to have to do it much quicker. So I want to talk a little bit about the prize ships for this year. I just assume someone else in the building has made a graphic for this, so I'm just going to start talking as if there's going to be a graphic and one might come up. But this is the first time in a long time that we have Alliance Tournament prize battleships, which I think is pretty cool. So obviously this tournament is sponsored by Guristas. It was hijacked off of Concord. So we have our 3 hulls, one based on top of the pacifier, one on top of the monitor hull, and then one on top of the Black Ops battleship, whose name I forget.
Marshall.
Marshall. That's the one. Good old Marshall. And this is, like I say, the first time in almost 20 years, Bart. 20 years. Alliance Tournament battleships.
Yeah. That's crazy.
This is wild.
Yeah, it's I don't I know stats exist for them. I don't think we've talked about it yet.
They're public.
They're fully public.
Yeah, I think they're on Reddit.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I was going to say, it's one of those things where like you start kind of being like, okay, is this something we're allowed to talk about or not, or what is? Yeah. Well, they're broken.
Yeah.
They're insane.
Yeah.
And also they're going to be very, 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 very expensive. So I loved when the Marshall came out. I was a big Black Ops enjoyer. Marshalls are cool. This is going to be like, I'm so excited to watch somebody take this, get baited by a procurer that they're blopsing on because they are having fun, and then lose like a 500 billion-isk battleship. Just gone. It's going to be like probably like a day after the contracts go out too. Somebody's like, all right, let's go. Yeah.
Yes, contracts.
But no, they're incredible ships. It's really cool. I love that it's a Black Ops, so I think we're going to see people using them in probably a lot more because it's harder for you to people will be trying to fish them, people will be dropping supers on them, they'll be being dropped on supers. It's ratting carriers. It's gonna be crazy. Black Ops is super fun. If you've never done an EVE Online, go train it. This is gonna be great, and the ship is like broken.
Yeah,
it's so much damage.
I feel like Black Ops is one of those parts of the game where it's like an hour and a half of nothing, waiting, and then like 10 seconds of exciting chaos, and afterwards you're like, that was a great use of my time.
Mm-hmm.
I had a great time, and I would do it again.
Yeah. No, I mean, well, people do it, and they'll just be like, what'd you do? Like, I killed a procurer.
Yeah.
But I had I had so much fun doing it. You're like,
Me and 20 of my best friends took billions and billions of ISK worth of ships, spent more than the enemy's ships that died in fuel alone.
Yep.
But we had fun, and that's what matters.
And the amount of like effort that you had to do to make it happen too. Somebody's just sitting there like, I'm having fun with my game, and you're like, we've been hunting him for 3 hours. It's like he's just been in the same spot. You're like, but you don't know what we had to do to get here. So
yeah, I've experienced that myself when you're like sitting on one side of a wormhole connection with the scout leg, and he's like, not yet, guys, wait. And then like an hour later, you're like, he's almost there. You're like, okay. And then another hour passes, you're like, anything? And then he's like, he docked up. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, at least we got to, what, it's the best ship is friendship. You got to hang out with your friends. So
it is true. But the ships are called the Sidewinder, which is the frigate, the Cobra, which is the cruiser, and the Python, which is the battleship. And there are hundreds of these ships going to be given out in this tournament, all the way down to anyone in top 16. Right, this is something we introduced in Alliance Tournament 17. It was no longer just top 3-4 teams that got the ships, and it was no longer just 50 of each total. It is like just hundreds and hundreds. In fact, it says here 385 ships will be given out. And the winning team will get 40 Sidewinders, 40 Cobras, and 20 Pythons. And this scales down in quite a fair way down to top 16. So you get 2 Sidewinders, 2 Cobras, and a Python. So anyone who makes top 16 in Alliance Tournament 20 is going to go home with at least one Alliance Tournament battleship for their team. If you want to steal that and take it for yourself, Mr. Alliance Executors, you're more than welcome to. That's how we game here. But I also think that here we go. We have some cool graphics now. So check this out. Someone went absolutely ham with a paintbrush on these ships. So that is the Sidewinder. It's a covert ops frigate. So you can do all the normal covert ops frigate stuff, while also having a bunch of Guristas bonuses. And let's be fair, it looks pretty goddamn cool as well. The Cobra, I'm actually really looking forward to that one. I think it's going to be super exciting. It has extra bonuses to be able to fit the micro jump drive. So this is a cruiser with a micro jump drive, and because it is a recon, you can lock out super far away. So there is absolute maximum meme potential with this thing. You can just lock someone up from 115 kilometers away, micro jump on top of them, shoot some stuff, jump away again. It's going to be some absolute giga gaming going on with these things. And then, of course, there is the battleship. The Python itself, I just think it looks phenomenal. And I think, like you say, it's going to be a bunch of people sitting in these fancy Black Ops ships getting ready to just drop on all their friends. And I just love the look of them. I think they look fantastic.
Yeah, it's like a big shark that's covered in graffiti.
Yeah.
But like in a good way.
I feel like Concord are watching this and just getting more and more annoyed.
Like, what have you done?
Yeah.
What have you done to our ships?
Yeah, they were like, we're going to host our own alliance tournament. We're Concord, and then it got just yoinked out from underneath them by the Guristas Pirates. So super exciting. All right, let's look forward to our next match, which is again another elimination match. This one is going to be between Rote Kapelle and Unspoken Alliance. So let's take a quick look at the bans for this. So Rote Kapelle banning out the Mollis, the Loki, the Nighthawk, and Zara She Blows. Excellent, good job. 8 out of 10. Unspoken Alliance banning out the Eos, the Orthrus, the Deacon, and the Brutix Navy issue. Bisticle Might, what do you think about this?
Which one of us?
I don't know about that one right there. Yeah.
I would say... Okay, so the Loki and the Nighthawk bans seem to be trying to get rid of some of the ham rush that we're used to. I think that the Brutix Navy issue ban is probably the more interesting one of all the ones listed, mainly because it's taking away one of the core ships that we often see in the armor rail spam comps. The Brutix Navy issue is actually a really good point-efficient ship for what it does, which is a buttload of damage out to range. I do think it's kind of strange to see an Orthrus ban. I think the Orthrus ban is probably the only one on there that I would count as kind of like out of place, considering the fact that the Orthrus hasn't really been incredibly strong in any comp that we've seen. We've seen it in the last match, and it kind of fell apart because it's paper.
Yeah, they fed.
Yeah, so it's it feels like a bit of a wasted ban, but there may be some practice that went on in the background that gave away some of the idea about like maybe it's a meta that was developed internally between the two teams, and they know that Rote Kapelle has a strong comp that utilizes the Orthrus, and it's hard to replace it, so they want to get rid of that comp. That's as I'm reaching. Right, I'm guessing, but why else would you ban the Orthrus?
Yeah, I feel like we have seen maybe an Orthrus ban or two before, but it's always been in the second phase of banning as opposed to the first phase. I think you're mostly right on this when you say like it's a strange ban. Bart, any other thoughts on these bans here?
No, I mean not on these specific bans, but on just bans in general. Is that I think Isti definitely got on a really good point there. Is that when we're seeing teams ban ships, they're not necessarily because they're good ships. They're because they're ones that they think they will have trouble with, which generally is due to their practice. And people usually, very rarely nowadays, people do internal practices because, like, if you can afford to get enough people to do it, it's great. But you will always have a B team and an A team, so you still want to go out and see what other teams are doing. And so I think that he's completely correct. Unspoken. Whoever they were practicing with, they were getting just shellacked by Orthruses, and they're just kind of like, yeah, we don't know how to counter this. Does that mean Rote knows how to use them? No. Does that mean this is a good way to do it? Probably not. Honestly, I think that you should not be banning things that, like, you shouldn't be looking at an individual ship and saying, this is hard for us to beat. You should be trying to ban them into picking something that you can beat. Personal opinion, but hey, I mean, what do I know, right? I just come up here. I don't even...
You're just a yapper.
Yeah, I'm a yapper. I am one who yaps.
Yeah.
So
Yes. I also find the Brutix Navy an interesting ban. I think it's... if you're trying to get rid of like medium gun spam with battle cruisers, I think there's more effective ships to ban.
Yeah.
Misty, what would you ban instead of a Brutix Navy, for example?
I think if you're trying to get rid of the medium gun spam, I don't know, Brutix Navy seems like a decent ban to me. You might want to go for... Navy Harbinger, perhaps. Those are really the two main bans. The Astarte is kind of easily replaceable with an Absolution at that same level and point cost. But the Navy Brutix, Navy Harbinger don't really have other counterparts that you can bring. You can bring like a Navy Prophecy, but it's not quite the same. It does have an optimal range bonus, I believe. So it makes it decent, but it's also, I think, a fair bit slower than the Navy Brutix and the Navy Harbinger. Alternatively, you have the Navy or the Fleet Hurricane. Not the same at all.
Yeah,
I would not suggest bringing artilleries in your gun rushes because it does not have the same effect.
Yep. I mean, let's do a couple of predictions. Now, Rote Kapelle, we've long said they're kind of a defender of the upper bracket. Some might even say aggressively mid-tier. Are they still aggressively mid-tier? We're in the elimination bracket here, Bart.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, they're playing pretty dang well. Like I said, the team, everybody's gotten way better. So they used to be, if you can beat them, good, and if you can't beat them, it's like, oh, that's expected. But now, like, I feel like Rote's been doing very well.
I agree, personally.
So I'm going to predict for them.
Okay.
Because also, I mean, come on, Twitch chat.
Oh, yeah, what does Twitch chat say? I almost forgot to check with the ultimate source of truth in all that is right in the world. They say Rote Kapelle as well.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
So, and Rote are bringing their flag Armageddon Navy issue. So this should be interesting. All right, let's hand it over to the arena and see who wins this match in Alliance Tournament 20.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by Ali Aris for what should be a very, very exciting match. So, Unspoken, they have brought what we're going to call the Florida Man Rush. So, Alligator, Sleipnir, coming from the depths and the swamps, and they're going to try to take a bite out of Rote Kapelle, especially that flagship Navy Armageddon flown by Khan.
Yeah, and Rote Kapelle, they have a control comp featuring that flagship Armageddon Navy, the double arbitrator for the tracking disruption and guidance disruption. Normally, I would say, okay, mixed weapon systems, tracking disruptors, guidance disruptors, not a great shot. However, guidance disrupting an Alligator or a Gila isn't the best place. These tracking disrupting the Sleipnirs, they're AC. Who cares? They wanted to get at 0 anyway. And most likely Unspoken is going to be going top down. Meanwhile, Rote Kapelle, they've got to find a way to get onto those bombers and stem the bleeding.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you have a Hound and a Purifier, I'm thinking that's like 600 damage, nearly free to be pumping onto that Navy Armageddon. But there are 2 arbitrators, and what they really want to do here is start, applying those GDs. But already we see that the Armageddon is being painted, and I don't see any guidance disruption. I see one now on the Alligator, another on the Alligator. That will be some of the heavy assault missile damage mitigated, but the Alligators aren't even in range to apply just yet.
Yeah, and Alligators, they also have their drones. Their drones are important too. And before the match, Mod, you were talking about the Ishkur and the role that this Ishkur might play in taking out those bombers. Unspoken Alliance, recognizing that, are also shooting the Ishkur.
Yeah, I mean, the Ishkur, though, so far hasn't really, committed to anything. And speaking of committing, we're seeing a lot of heavy drones being committed onto this Gila of Orange 0401. And so far, the Gila is making, I think, the correct call and kind of pulling away. And so far, with these heavy drones being deployed by Rote, they're not going to really be able to punch into these bursts or to maybe the Purifier. We see the Purifier taking some chip damage here, getting neuted out. But, I mean, the Ishkur getting scrammed, it seems like the Ishkur is kind of committing onto the backline. You were mentioning that the Ishkur, it can do a lot, but it can't int. And speaking of inting, it is getting really low here.
That's right, Mod. This Purifier, it is a shield Purifier. This is a shield comp. And we're seeing Unspoken play this comp very similarly to how they played it earlier today. They're not hard committing. They're not going in when they don't need to. They're staying a little bit back. They're circling around. They're looking for their opportunity. And Purifier is saved. Meanwhile, damage still going on to that Armageddon.
Yeah, and I mean, critically, the Ishkur, it seems like they were able to pop their ADC, and then they were able to pivot back towards the, those Logi support in the Thalia here. And, I mean, critically, the Deacon being banned means that you had to bring double Thalia. Meanwhile, this Armageddon has been continuing to take a pounding. Speaking of taking a pounding, Rima Amabrel has been hard swapped onto what looks like the drones here. It's not even webbed or anything. It's just getting absolutely demolished by these bonus medium drones.
Those medium drones can really, really put out a punishment, and Rima really struggling to stay alive, quite far away from Stu. Stu is off 33 kilometers away from Rima. When your Logi buddy is that far away, they're repping and fall off. The Logi frigates really need to stick together, and here they've gotten separated. Recognizing that, Unspoken took it apart. It looks like that Purifier might be the trade, but I think this is still favoring Unspoken Alliance right now.
Oh, yeah, really heavily. I mean, yes, you'll probably kill the Purifier at this point, but, I mean, look at the HP right now of Kilbit Kabanov, even down into looks like a third of its remaining armor, and the Purifier now somehow stabilizing, regenning a little bit of its shield. I mean, Rote's wanting to try to punch through the Alligators, but it's just not being able to do so. I mean, looking at the attack bar, Rote is not applying it well. Unspoken Alliance, the Purifier does finally go down, but it's gotten so much value.
Absolutely. And these Alligators, they have very big tanks. Like, they have the Garistas bonus, where you get a bonus to your shield resist, so you don't need to fit as many mods, but it's, Armageddon down.
Yeah, I mean, now that the Armageddon's down, that's a lot of newts off the board that we see now just fall off. And again, these medium, shield battle cruisers, the one thing that they're incredibly vulnerable to is newting. Speaking of things that people are newting vulnerable to, Stu is invulnerable to drones as his buddy is no longer alive. He's been taking an absolute pounding. The Ishkur's been doing his level best to try to get into the back line and get some tackle onto Unpredictable, but Nathalia is now down, and Unspoken, for the first time ever, I don't believe they've ever won prize ships, but winning here means that they will make top 16, and they'll get the prize ships with it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rote Kapelle doing fairly well this team, but they might not make that top 16 cutoff. It's not over yet, though. Navy Armageddon, it's a flagship. We saw Compasso piloting this yesterday, clutching it out in a very close matchup. It could happen again. That Navy Armageddon, I'm sure, tons of purple, but also taking quite a bit of damage. This alligator going down is going to take off a lot of the pressure, but Khan doesn't have any logi in order to increase his bonus reps.
And this is the other problem being in a drone comp. It means that your drones are doing damage. It means critically you do not have rep bots to support you. So once the Thalias are gone, it's your local tank. And looking at the local tank, right, in that purple bar, it's pretty substantial, right? But, I mean, again, you have 2 Sleipnirs, an alligator, and a Gila sitting on you at 0. There's basically nothing in the game that can survive that, for a good amount of time. And if Khan drops, it's going to be 44 more points towards Unspoken. That's as many points as Rote Kapelle's been able to make in 5 minutes of play.
Definitely. If Khan drops here, also, that's a whole bunch of the potential attack bar for Rote Kapelle gone. Khan has good launchers, good drones. All right, taking out the Hound, that's a really big bonus. Those Hounds, this comp, we were talking about it before the match, appears to be a battleship assassination comp, and Khan completely assassinated.
Yep, Khan has gone down, and that will be Rote Kapelle's flagship eliminated. Unspoken Alliance, interestingly enough, they had a Balgorn declared as a flagship earlier, but it's dead too, so both teams here flagless. So Rote Kapelle here down a total of 54 points. So the Prophecy, now the primary, that one makes a lot of sense to me, right? You've got it tackled. You're able to, freely commit drones on top of it and chase down other ships. That's one of the key features of these drone comps is once you hold it down, you can just throw your drones. You can try to, scatter and get on top of other things. And, I mean, Rote, they just don't have enough damage to break through a Sleipnir, which will have a bonus to ancillary shield boosting, an alligator, or a Gila. Yeah, your guidance is disrupting it, but they just get on top of you at 0, and it's going to be over for you.
We've seen also Unspoken leaving these Arbitrators for last. Even though the Arbitrator is a very good ship, we've seen a lot of them in this tournament, we've seen them really disrupt things, and the Arbitrator is able to activate its modules, is able to interfere with its targets. It's really not enough. The Alligator and the Gila, both of those, like you mentioned, bonus medium drones, a lot of their power is completely invulnerable to that disruption, and that power is being applied to this Vexor Navy issue in Ishkur.
So where it kind of feels like things really went wrong for Rote Kapelle is that if you're running this sort of a composition, right, and you know that Unspoken has done this kind of rush before, you have to think, okay, what happens if our Apex flag comp runs into the setup that they ran in the literal last match that they played? And if you don't have an answer for how do we kill the Logifrigs, right? How do we kill the 2 bombers that they know they brought the last time? Well, okay, you're running into, 4 battle cruisers worth of damage and 2 bombers. That's, nearly 4,000 upwards damage. Nothing is going to survive through that. And if you don't have an answer for, we send a ship like a Svipal, a Confessor, into the backline to really break the burst, break the Hound, you're just going to lose a DPS race, and that's exactly what happened here.
I think one of the advantages that Unspoken had with this comp is the first time we saw this comp, it was this morning. Mm-hmm. So Rote Kapelle, they've probably already warmed up. They've already played today. So they didn't have a chance. They had to, once they knew that they lost their previous match, they knew they were going to be in this elimination match. All they had was spreadsheets, PIFA, and theory crafting. They probably didn't have enough time to actually undock, test it. In a scrim, maybe you run this best out of 3. Maybe it's going to go different the second or third time. But this first time, it went exactly the way Unspoken Alliance planned.
Yeah, and I mean, Unspoken Alliance did beat Plug and Play earlier with this comp, like we were saying, in order to get here. But if you're Rote, and I don't want to be too critical because they had a decent run of things, they had a decent comp, but the ability to really adjust on the fly and identify what did my opponents bring earlier today in the last, 2-3 hours is really what separates the teams that, go out here in 24th place like Rote and Unspoken, who with this win makes top 16. And what that means is they get the prize ships, right? Unspoken could go no further than this, and they're already in the money, right? Unspoken, they brought what we were kind of jokingly calling a poverty Balgorn, right, where they didn't have any officer mods. Well, now you've won 2 of the frigate. You've won 2 of the cruiser. I don't recall if they've won any of the battleships.
They've won a battleship.
They've won a battleship. So right there, you add all of that up, that's over $1 trillion easily between all those ships. So they're no longer poverty, and with that money, they can, come back into the next Alliance tournament and be like, hey, listen, this time we had, a 5 billion ISK flagship. Next time we can bring a 50, billion ISK flagship and use that to really fuel a run because, again, you get these skins that were excellently made by T. Amber, right? Known as Caldari Prime Pony Club member of the community. And these skins, I mean, I don't know if we've shown them yet on the desk, but they're absolutely gorgeous. I'm sure they're going to be selling well. And every win you get here is going to be another 10 of those for your team. And those packs are going to be worth a ton of money.
Definitely. And the skins are beautiful. We have seen them. And the ships are beautiful and a ton of fun to fly. And with that, we'll send it back to the desk to break down this match.
Kapelle, more like Lost Kapelle, as they exit Alliance Tournament 20 in a pretty well executed version of what we call the Florida Man style comp. Mystical Might, you wanted to talk a little bit about the ban choice in this match.
Yeah, so we've seen Unspoken bring this comp before. They flew it really well the first time as well, taking their time to burn in instead of rushing headlong, and using their drones to soften up the lower end of the enemy team. We've seen them effectively do the same thing again. They put their drones on the Logi frigates to clear them away before they fully committed to the battleships, which meant that it was a lot easier for them to eventually break through, right? What I was questioning is, okay, we saw a Nighthawk ban, we saw a Loki ban. I was curious why they wouldn't ban the Nighthawk and the Alligator, as there's no real replacements within that category. You could bring a Claymore if you wanted to, but it doesn't really do the same thing that the Nighthawk or the Alligator does. It's a little bit less damage, it's a little bit more tank, but it doesn't quite kick as hard. So I think if they were worried about hams and the ham rush variant that Unspoken have been flying, they should have banned the Alligator and the Nighthawk.
Yep, and welcome to the desk.
G'day, mate.
How are you today?
I'm doing all right. It's been a very good day so far. A lot of good matches.
There's been a lot of good matches. There was a flagship Vindicator.
Oh, mate. Why was I not there for that one? I saw it. I'm like, please, 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 please.
But it died.
Yeah. That seems to be the measure of it. Every time I see a flag Vindy, like, it's amazing, and it dies. I got one yesterday that won, and it was the greatest moment, and I've been regretting it ever since.
I'm beginning to think, bringing that across, I'm beginning to think that the flagship Vindicator is not the solution.
Hey. Look, the flagship Vindicator arrived to the wrong party, okay? We came to the Balgorn race, and all of a sudden there's a Vindicator like, I've got great webs, and the Balgorn's looking at it like, that's adorable. You can web at 20. I can web at 50.
The Vindicator's standing in the corner going, they don't know how hard I can web. While everyone else is dancing with Balgorns at 70 kilometers. That's basically how this
is
gone.
It's like a little like kid versus a guy who's got really long arms, just like holding him right there. Like, come on.
Poor Vindicator. But speaking of flagships, by the way, there was a flagship in that last match, fielded by Rote Kapelle, and it is it's a very dead flagship now. And you can sometimes tell, like, how a team feels about the run, like not necessarily taking it seriously, but like if they're ready to commit to it, they're going to put up some real dosh into some of these things. And you can see here on this one that Rote Kapelle put some effort into this. It's almost 100 billion ISK in this Armageddon Navy issue. Most of that is in the STML launchers. Of course, 90% loot drop. Most of them dropped. 80% of them dropped. It's close enough. There's some decent mods in the mid slots, and then in the low slots again, it's pretty all right. We have a nice fancy damage control, so a pretty solid flagship all round from Rote Kapelle. Misty, like we've talked a lot about flagships. We've talked a lot about a lot of different things. For me, it's still the Barghest. I think even seeing how things are going, I feel like the Barghest is still the #1 choice I would pick. I think it's just the flexibility. Although we've seen so far 2 flag Bargs and they're both dead, I think that's unrelated. What do you think?
I think that's what a Volta member would say.
Yeah, there we go.
Ex-Volta member would say.
You're an ex-Volta member.
Correct. I was also going to say the Barghest is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I agree.
So it's a Volta thing. Where's Starfleet?
I do like the flexibility. I do like the flexibility of the Barghest and the fact that you can bring it in armor or shield comps. I would probably favor it more in armor comps because it gives you more mids for things like scrams, so you have better control over the hostile team. But I mean, the Balgorn is also a natural one to swing for, despite the fact that it has an immense point cost in this tournament compared
it's
to
one
things...
cheaper than the Barghest.
Yes, it is cheaper than the Barghest.
Immense point cost. It is cheaper.
Yeah, but it's more expensive than the Get Navy issue or my favorite,
okay, fine.
the Redeemer. So I would have probably suggested if people were going to go for Barghest, you could also probably swing a Balgorn, but it is less flexible. But it does give you 1 point back, which is probably not going to be that much use.
Yeah, well, we have another match coming up, which I think we should talk about. So let's look at the bans for Ragequit, Cancel Sub versus No Need Loose Face. So this time we have the Armageddon and the Armageddon Navy issue, the Arbitrator and the Sentinel, No Need Loose Face banning out the Widow, the Zarmbabwe. Zimbabwe? Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. The Zarmbabwe, the Oneros, and the Crucifier. Wingnut, what do you think about these bans?
The Get Navy is becoming a very common one, also especially with the tracking disruption backing it up, because the tracking disruption is very potent, but the Newts is also an absolute pain in the butt, and Geddon's just kind of fit every armor comp you can make. The Widow and the Zarm, I feel like you could ban one and get the same result.
Just want to shout out the guy in Twitch chat who suggested Zarmadillo.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Good job.
The
What's his name?
Zarmaster.
Stop typing, everyone. Rovus Raider. Well done. Well done. We like that one. Do you know if you type ! And then some version of the name Zarmblad, you might win a prize. So you should all do that.
The correct answer might be Zarmalade.
Yeah, if it's the right one. I'm not going to tell you which one to do it, but if you find the right one, you can go ahead and try and get that.
Yeah.
Predictions, though, so we should talk about this. So the band, coming back to you, we talked a little bit about some bands. The Widow one is an interesting one because we've only seen one Widow fielded.
And it was fitted with the Zarm.
Exactly. And they've banned both. I feel like you can just...
get one ban and just do it. Yeah.
Ban the Zarm, and then the Widow's kind of semi-out anyway.
Not really, not entirely. That's not entirely correct, but the Zarm really makes it that much better. Off they go. Let it begin. But
Zarmageddon's good.
The Zarm definitely, I think, really synergizes with what the Widow wants to do. But you could just ban the Widow and just remove the problem entirely.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. I think if you're afraid of ECM, like a really strong ECM setup, then you want to remove the Widow. I don't think removing the Zarm stops you from being able to bring a Widow because the Zarm initially, I think, reps less than, let's say, a Guardian would. It's just a case of the Guardian is also able to split reps, right? The Zarm has some unique features, which is the more it reps, the more it reps. That's how it works.
Wow.
I know.
Whoa.
It's an incredible EVE Online mechanic.
Works.
Yes.
This is why we bring Misty, right? This is the big bucks.
This is what I'm here for. The Guardian initially will do more reps, but it doesn't have quite the same range, so you will have to be closer. The Zarm can sit about 72 kilometers away and still get the full effect of its reps. So there is benefit to bringing the Guardian over the Zarm in some cases. I don't think removing the Zarm stops you from bringing Widow or other ECM setups. And in fact, I think that the Guardian in some cases may in fact be stronger because it allows you to then send your tackle out and you can still keep them alive when the Widow misses its jams, which it will every now and then.
So what you're saying is just ban the Widow and the problem will be solve itself.
Now, let me tell you about a comp that I came up with in my Hydra days called Banana Split. It was multiple Scorpions and Blackbirds, and you just fly around the arena and jam everything off of your friends. You know, it's fine. It will work for sure.
I think we saw that a test try of that a year or two ago. People brought cruise Scorpions and bounced from beacon to beacon, trying to be a real pain in the ass.
It will win.
I think it was definitely annoying. I'm not sure if it won.
Someone bring it. You will win.
I don't think that's true. I think you are lying, Mr.
No.
He said it. It must be true.
I would fly it.
I don't believe you.
We should do a roam.
Okay, let's do that. Yes, we can do that. That sounds fun. Okay, so we have about 2 minutes until this next match. So let's do some predictions. Obviously, Twitch chat, Bastion of Truth, etc. You guys are putting it. Oh, it's almost 50-50. Ragequit Cancel Sub a little bit ahead in the polls right now. I honestly, I'm not sure which one to go for in this either. Wingnut, what do you think?
I think I'm going to go for Ragequit because if they win, they win. And if they lose, well, they're going to rage quit anyway, so they win anyway. There's no losing for them there.
True. Grass touching will become available again for them. Mr. Goliath, what about you?
I'm going to go for No Need, I believe. I remember liking that comp more than I did the Rage Quits comp. And I think it's because Rage Quit fielded Navy Geddons.
I mean, Navy Geddons are great, so I'm definitely going to go for them then. So,
But I can't bring it this time. They're banned.
Oh, damn it. All right, let's go to the arena for this match here in Alliance Tournament 20.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the arena. We are here for Ragequit Cancel Sub versus No Need Lose Face. No Need Lose Face. They fought a Tinker previous round. They have looked at it, and they have said, great, I'll take it. This is a pseudo-Tinker with 2 golems, a Navy Raven, and, interestingly, a Bomber for high DPS. Mod, what have Ragequit brought?
So Ragequit Cancel Sub has brought one of the comps that is actually very, very good at breaking Tinkers, and they have brought a combination of Minmatar and Kaldari ships that do not just a little bit, but a lot of heavy assault missile damage. Look at that attack bar from Ragequit Cancel Sub. So, what are Tinkers? How do they work? Well, you have a bunch of energy transferring ships, and they all kind of give each other capacitor, and they try to basically self-rep, right? Or maybe this isn't a Tinker. Maybe it's just honest-to-God 3 battleships, because the Squall and the Stork are trying to screen. But look at all of these ships basically grouping up. They're going to target paint and web the Stork. That Stork is probably going to last all of about 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the Osprey is painted. I do like that call. You do try to, in either a Tinker or a pseudo-Tinker, you're going to try to kill the Logi and then kind of usually work your way down up, right? So you kill the Osprey, then you kill the Squalls, and then you deal with like the Fleet Cyclone or a Loki. However, Ragequit Cancel Sub also kill the Stork, kill the Lynx, then they kill a Squall. Then they're going to work their way with webs through a Kieran and a Scalpel. So I'm liking the call so far.
Yeah, moderator, I will say, we called this a pseudo-Tinker because it has all the ships for a pseudo-Tinker, but if you zoom in and you look at the battleships, they are not currently tinkering. I do not see cap transfers going between these 3 battleships, which means that all 3 of these battleships are simply relying on their own, relying on large cargo bays, large things, and possibly extra cap boosters stored in that Squall. That gives them a little bit more mobility, but they are definitely still going to have to fight off this onslaught from Ragequit Cancel Sub. Osprey's a good start, Fleet Cyclone's a good start, but that Navy Raven issue is dipping into very low shield.
Yeah, so judging by what we see from the attack bar and from the missiles, right, these are not torpedoes. Ironically, torpedoes would be perfect against this, but often they're usually not brought because they're pretty one-dimensional, right? These look like what appear to be cruise missiles, however. And what we see now is that the Fleet Cyclone is down, the Navy Raven's going to drop, but if they can really punch through the Nighthawk, that will be pretty impactful. However, for the economy, I don't like it. Kill the Squalls. They are basically, at the end of the day, haulers. They don't have a ton of tank. Nighthawk, yes, it does like 1,400 damage, but you're a golem, right? You have really good kinetic resist. Nighthawk does not do awesome damage against you. Get rid of these Squalls.
I agree. Get rid of the Squalls, but they're really punching through stuff. Golem in very low structure, just starting to boost. I am seeing maybe some cap transfer effects going on here, so maybe it was just like a slow cap chain kind of situation. Meanwhile, Mod, I think they heard you. Target paint on the Squall, damage on the Squall. Is it too little, too late?
So, looking at the defense bar and the attack bar from No Need to Lose Face, yes, absolutely. So, like we were saying, right, you look at the attack bar from Ragequit Cancel Sub, they have already lost 88 points of value, and look at how massive it is, right? Yeah, they killed the Squall, but look at how long it took. So, the thing about a lot of these comps is that basically EVE Online, as we all know, courtesy of the Microsoft partnership, is a spreadsheet game. It is officially certified an Excel spreadsheet game. So what this means is that sometimes you figure out, okay, how long does it take for us to do 7,000 damage? Okay, we have 7,000 damage. You have this many 8 HP. You divide these two. I think you come up with a bit of a division there, and then you get your output. Okay, so in nerd numbers, yeah, you basically did the Excel division. And speaking of excelling, Ragequit Cancel Sub is excelling at breaking apart this composition, right? We've been here for like 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes, and No Need to Lose Face has nothing left. I blinked and the match was over.
Absolutely. Bifrost is going down. Manticore last to hang on. got some drones and soon to be the rest of the team chasing out to that Manticore to catch them and end the match for us. The good fights have already gone out in local. Teams say that match was a lot of fun. Indeed, it was a lot of fun, and it was over very, very quickly, thanks to, as you said, that big damage.
Yeah, so, I mean, no need to lose face. What could have they done differently? Not a whole lot, but generally, the problem that you run into when you have these golems and Navy Raven, you know what? I would talk about better things to do, but the match is already over. So we'll send it to the break and let the analysts do the job of analyzing the match and talking about compositions. How do they work?
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20. Mystical Might, Winged Cross, they join me on the desk once again. We don't see Tinkers very often anymore in Alliance Tournament. This is the second kind of pseudo-Tinker now in Alliance Tournament 20. There was a time when every single match was basically just Tinkers versus Tinkers. It got a little bit oppressive. So now, with you can't fit logistics modules to your Tech 3 cruisers, the true Tinker, God rest his soul, is long dead. But we have these pseudo-Tinkers. Now, you pointed out very, very correctly that there was something kind of maybe missing from this particular pseudo-Tinker. Tell me about that.
Yeah, normally pseudo-Tinkers bring a very tanky command ship, generally the Nighthawk, to sit there and provide the links while also actually surviving. This team went, yeah, we don't really need those. We'll just bring 2 command destroyers. They'll survive, and they're gone. I was curious why. No, it wasn't banned, as far as I'm aware. Oh, well. They got a reason. I don't know it.
Mystical Might, why would you bring command destroyers in a Tinker setup? Because normally you try and just consolidate as many points as possible into a few ships that just hug each other, and the rest of it are disposable. But your links are very not disposable, especially in a Tinker when you really rely on just every little bit of extra tank possible. Why would you do this?
I think Theronth would describe it as a very economically ineffective strategy, right? It's poor budget management, I think. They went for 2 golems. I think typically with these Tinker setups we see 1 because they're very expensive ships. I don't think it's necessarily terrible to bring the Stork and Bifrost. It is not ideal by any means. In fact, it probably is terrible. But what's even worse is then taking the Stork and Bifrost and trying to use them to screen the Russian comp, knowing that you basically have no logi to keep them alive, and knowing that they are your links. You want to keep your links alive for as long as possible, so I would have suggested burning away with the Stork and Bifrost and maybe flying by every now and then to give the command links where they could, to ensure that the golems and I believe the Navy Raven had the EHP increases from those shield links. Yeah, just bring a battle cruiser next time, I guess.
Well, unfortunately, there isn't a next time. That was an elimination match, so they are gone from Alliance Tournament 20. If there's another Alliance Tournament sometime in the future, who knows, then you could bring it then, perhaps, but we will definitely find out. I wonder what the red-blue is up to, by the way. If someone in the back could check the red and the blue, that would be nice, because I'm interested. I forgot to check it myself. So, we don't see Marauders very often, although I feel like this year we're starting to see them kind of have a resurgence in use in tournaments. We just saw 2 golems. We obviously had a flagship Vargar. We've seen a few paladins kind of cutting around. Mystical Might. One of the best things about a Marauder is you have a little module.
Mm-hmm.
It's known as the Bastion module.
Mm.
You click the Bastion module, and then everyone around you ceases to be able to kill you, and they all then die. Why can't we just simply Bastion in the Alliance Tournament?
I think the descriptor changes depending on who you ask. If you ask a wonderful Nullsec member in their staging system warping to a gate to shoot some small gangers, they're going to say this is a wonderful button. If you ask the small ganger, there may be a lot of bleeps about the module and
Can
Marauders.
confirm.
Yeah, so it's up for debate. But in the Alliance Tournament, we used to have Bastion modules on Marauders in one of the Alliance tournaments. Essentially, it would come down to 1 Marauder on one team, 1 Marauder on the other team, both of them Bastion, just kind of sitting there throwing missiles or shooting beams, and then we would hit reverse tie-dye.
Yep.
And the system
Be
would
the same
just
thing, but faster.
speed up and speed up and speed up, and it became a case of like you're basically just tapping your keyboard constantly trying to do module management, run your cap booster, make sure you don't overrep, make sure that you're not burning things out. It became a very intense experience for 2 people and a very boring one for everyone else.
Yes.
Which is basically the reason why we don't have these Bastion modules anymore in the tournament. You need to rely on your own skill. You need to actually like position around the arena. They're still strong without the Bastion module, just due to their bonuses and the fact that they are Tech 2 battleships. But you don't just have a "I shall win" button.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that was Alliance Tournament 13. Was the Marauder Heavy tournament, and yeah, I still remember there were so many matches where it just would be 18 people were doing whatever they wanted to do, and then 2 people
just punching each other
in Bastion, punching each other in the face for most likely 15 minutes. Not the most exciting thing. Lions did this basically, just back and forward. It's like, oh, it repped. Oh, it repped.
Yep.
But there was one moment that I remember from Alliance Tournament 13. It was the only possible Bastion versus Bastion Marauder exciting moment that I could possibly remember. There was a golem with range sitting far away from a paladin. Both of them, of course, are in Bastion. Both of them are shooting each other. The paladin was slowly dying, and he couldn't kill the golem because it was full tank, full cap. He comes out of Bastion, immediately starts dying much quicker because he's no longer in Bastion. But he lines up, MJDs, lands in like 25% hull, immediately re-Bastions, starts repping again, and then puts all these newts on the golem, shuts down the golem's tank and kills it. And I was like, well done. That was excellent. Now we shall remove the Bastion module because
he shouldn't have had to do that.
We have now peaked.
Yeah,
so.
we had the one moment of actual good play.
Yes.
And that's all we needed.
Took us a tournament to get there.
True.
Yep. So yeah, so if you're first time watching a last tournament and you see some of these Marauders, I've seen a few questions in chat asking like if they can field the Bastion module. That is why they cannot. It is not fun for the rest of us. All right. We have one more match of the day, but before I see we have our red versus blue wins have been updated. Let's see if we can throw that up right now. And look at that.
Wow.
Red is still dominant, and the blue, specifically blue, not green, wins. It looks like there's been a few more since. I remember the blue section of the graph, which is represented here in green, it being smaller proportionally.
I do believe it was smaller. Yeah, I believe it went from this to this.
For those of you who are looking at the chart and not the cameras, Mystical Might was gesturing like a pie.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was it.
There you are.
That was the increase. It was like 1 or 2 matches.
We don't need graphs anymore.
We have graphs at home.
We use the graph.
Yes, we have graphs at home. But yes, the blue side, clawing it back a little bit.
Yeah. We can all hope and dream.
A little bit way to go.
Next weekend is their weekend.
Yeah.
You know?
It's scheduled for the blue teams next weekend.
Yes, exactly. Yes. That's the script.
Yes. Did I leave the script up?
I meant to say that.
Oh, we have some more. We have some more. We have some more graphs.
Oh.
I'm graph wealthy now. Let's throw this one up. This is the most commonly brought ships in Alliance Tournament 20. So the Pontifex, obviously, it's super valuable. Pretty much every armor control comp is bringing them. The Deacon, the numbers are slightly inflated because they tend to be brought in pairs, but due to points inflation, that's not always reliable. So it's still super popular. You can see here the Armageddon Aviash who has lost a spot. It was, I think it may be tied, but it was undisputed 3rd place. The Magus is now moved up there as well. And of course the Arbitrator, we talked about it a bunch today. It's a super powerful ship and it's very cheap point-wise. Very cheap. And it doesn't have to be anywhere near anybody to do its job effectively. It can just fly off into the arse end of the arena and just kind of like throw tracking disruption across it.
The most important thing we saw there was the number of squalls brought.
Yeah.
I think you'll be hard-pressed to find somebody that doesn't agree with the statement, more squall equals more good.
Yes.
That has been how most of these teams got into the feeders in the first place.
Yes, all squall all the time.
And I think that these teams should be re-establishing and getting to grips with their squall roots.
I mean, the team that won the last match, 3 squalls.
Yep, more squalls.
See?
There you go.
There you go.
I think the point's proven.
The point is definitely proven. I think that's undisputable. So let us get more squalls. Okay, so I'm looking for... There's so many charts now. Here we go. Is this our bands? No, we don't have our bands yet. So our last match of the day is going to be Post-Pod Clarity versus Genshin Impact Alliance. So Genshin, again, to remind you, we're in the elimination bracket right now. Genshin are here, having never lost a ship. All right? Now, you may be thinking, hey, CCP Overload, how could they possibly have lost a match without losing any ships.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Wingnut, tell me, how did that happen?
They did not bring 200 points, and the opposing team brought 200 points. And neither team killed anything for 10 minutes. And it was possibly one of the best matches I've ever commentated.
It was a really good match.
And that team, by the way, still in the tournament and didn't kill anything for the next match as well.
Look, I'm not angry, all right? I'm just disappointed. 200 points. Just bring me 200 points. Come on. All right. All right, we have the bans now.
Hey.
Okay, let us take a look at the bans between Post-Pod Clarity and Genshin Impact Alliance. So, Post-Pod Clarity banning out the Armageddon Navy issue. This is now becoming a standard. The Sentinel and the Arbitrator. Meanwhile, Genshin Impact Alliance banning out the Sleipnir, not the Sleipfar, that's unbanned. The Zarmboni, the Eos, and the Loki. Wingnut, what do you think about these bans here?
Those top bans seem a little familiar. I feel like we've seen this exact set of bans the previous match. I wonder if they just decided to copy the other guys. Just copy their homework and go home with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a safe assumption as well. Mystical Might, anything interesting you see here? I mean, Armageddon Navy is just so powerful.
I'm trying to remember exactly which team brought what, but I think Post-Pod Clarity was the one that brought 2 Astartes and then gun spam. I think. Or maybe it was the other way around. One of them brought 2 Astartes and gun spam. One of them brought, I think it was double Navy gun or something at some point. So I'm just expecting to see some more gun spam. Shrimp as. Just gun spam.
Just gun spam. Gun spam. All right. And here we go. Another chart. I see. Oh, these guys are on point with charts. I do love me some charts. This is a bar chart of the most often destroyed ships in Alliance Tournament XX Day 1. We need to work on conciseness of naming, I think. But, okay. Deacon, Pontifex, destroyed often, because the Pontifex is you're going to take them out because they're your links. Then the Magus, the Maulus, and then the Armageddon Navy issue. Here it is again. Lots of Armageddon Navy issues, so lots of them die. And look, an Ashimu. I didn't realize that many people were bringing Ashimus, to be honest.
I've seen a handful of them, yeah.
There have been quite a few.
Yeah, I haven't quite noticed that there's that many Ashimus. Mystical Might, it's not a common ship.
It's because when you look, it's probably a wreck. It dies first in most matches.
Schrodinger's Ashimu.
It's a fairly cheap ship that you can bring for middling range webs. So people slot it into their setups where they have the room. So yeah, I mean that's ultimately why you see it die a lot, because it's burning in, it's screening, it's getting shot, and
then it dies.
The teams generally sometimes win, sometimes lose.
Wow. We are so good at our jobs sometimes.
I can't remember whether most teams that bring Ashimus lose. I don't think that's the case.
I feel like you have to have a certain level of self-confidence to bring an Ashimu in the first place.
Or cluelessness.
Yes, that is also...
Either one works.
Yes. You can tell, ladies and gentlemen, there's in Twitchland, you can tell we're getting towards the end of the stream.
Yes.
Because it has been a long day. It has been a day full of explosions. Some amazing matches, some absolute classic all-time matches. We had Volta losing a very expensive flagship to Platinum Sensitivity. We had the Goons coming and performing really well, but unfortunately still getting knocked out. We had a couple of nail-biters, of course. Let's not forget that incredible one with Odin's Call versus Arrival. Definitely one of the best matches so far of the tournament. Incredible plays by some pilots there. The Paradigm coming in and just saving Colonel Kurtz in just such a small amount of structure. Incredible amounts of matches this weekend. And there'll be even more next weekend. There will be a whole bunch more, and we'll also have the grand finals. And that will be us. But we have to get there first. So we have one more match for you tonight. Genshin Impact versus Post-Pod Clarity. And I see here on my screen that Genshin are bringing their flagship Armageddon Navy issue.
Are they going to kill something?
Hopefully so. I think that's what they want to do. And hopefully they brought 200 points. See if we come to the arena and I see a number that's not 0. I'm going to be, again, very disappointed in you, okay? So, all right, let's head over to the arena now and see how disappointed I shall be.
Hello, I'm moderator joined by Aliars for the final but not least of all match tonight. Genshin Impact have their Navy Armageddon piloted by Sailor, as we had from the analyst desk, and they're going to be running a rapid heavies on that, supported by a pair of Abaddons, a Celestis that may not do all too much against a medium all-in gun setup from Postpod Clarity. Look at those attack bars. I mean, Abaddons are bricks. They do a ton of damage, but medium beams and medium railguns also known for doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Crucifier and Genshin Impact Alliance is going to have to be working overtime. Hopefully, they pack tracking disruptors. If so, they might be able to start blunting the damage from that post-pod clarity side. As you say, Celestis maybe not going to have the greatest time. However, with the split weapon systems, that tracking the guidance disruptor from the Crucifier actually able to do something onto this Navy Armageddon.
So I really like the call from these Logi frigates to pre-rep the Crucifier, because if I'm these Astartes or the Navy Brutix and I want to try to get a cheeky pick in the first 30 seconds, it's going to be the Cruci, right? So we see crucially that the Celestis that I said might not do a ton is damping the Crucifier. That means that the Crucifier of post-pod would have to commit in very close. As I say that, the damp falls off. So what that means really is if you're damped and you're Fenrir Chainbreaker on the side of post-pod, you'd really have to get closer than you'd like. Interestingly enough, this Navy Armageddon is getting nosed, and what that's telling me is that one of these ships is nosing his friendly buddy for Capacitor. Maybe a little bit premature for that, though.
Yeah, Abaddons, they are big, slow laser brick boats. I believe this is certainly very similar to, if not identical to, the comp that Genshin Impact played in their exciting match versus White Squall. It's not known for its speed. We can see that the Abaddons are...
I hate to cut you off here, Ali, but we see there's a micro jump drive play coming from the side of Postpod Clarity. They're looking to, it looks like, jump to yet another beacon. And from there, if they're able to organize, they're in a perfect range to try to get onto the back line. But so far, Genshin Impact is recognizing this, and they're trying to close the gap, making it so that Snow, Kid Fox, or any other ship can't be an easy pick.
You know what, Mod? Looking at the scoreline, not only does this look very similar to the comp that they brought against White Squall, it has the same fatal flaw. It's 199 points. Post-pod Clarity, they watch that match too. If you're in a tournament, you watch the footage of all of your opponents. Post-pod, maybe they're staying grouped up on that beacon. They might be setting up to jump again should any of these slow ships get anywhere nearby. What that means, hopefully Genshin Impact learns from that last one and they make a decisive play here.
So, critically, you're absolutely right. Post-pod Clarity could try to run out the clock and they would win. Genshin Impact, one of the issues they have is looking at the ships that they've got, they don't really have anything that says, I'm going to go out and tackle. Yes, they have a Pontifex and a Magus that can do it, but you really don't want to because those are your only two link ships on the entire grid. And we've seen time after time what happens when you lose your links in a comp like this.
Not only that, but with Frigate Logi, it's really hard to send one ship in deep to grab tackle for the other team to catch up. If that Magus goes in, that Pontifex, maybe that Vigil Fleet issue, if one of them were to go in, their Logi buddies would have to choose between trying to rep them and opening themselves up to the medium guns. Their tracking is well known for being quite strong, or just letting that ship die.
So interestingly enough, the Deacon of Yanas Astate had a bit of a misplay on the beacon, and just now he is overheating his little heart out, absolutely doing its level best to try to get back to his mates, and he is getting long-range nuded out, and actually he might even be 5 MN, and just now he's getting active reps, but there is a cloud of small rep or small damage drones getting on top of Yanas. Yanas now getting...
Notice the damps on that Thalia. So Yanas is getting attacked... getting nuded, and the Thalia got damped off.
Like you just said, oh my god, Yanis, this Thalia, he might be targeting range and scan res damp, so if they split those, the Thalia might have no targeting range and no lock time, and guess what? The Deacon goes down. So Genshin, this is, I think, one of their first... they're no longer in the situation where the clock can run out. Post-pod Clarity, with losing that, they now have to hard commit to something.
Yeah, Genshin is now in the spot where if they just run the clock out, they'll be good. And Postpod, recognizing that, is maybe starting to come in. But all of these battleships are getting on top of Postpod, tackling the Brutix, spreading those newts.
So Sailor has used what is almost obviously an officer scram and an officer web to hold down Lord Servant in the Navy Brutix. So crucially, that means with the scram, you can't commit to the micro jump drive beacon. It won't activate when you're scrammed. And look at how much of a pounding he's taken. The Thalia is going down to a cloud of damaged drones, and the Navy Brutix is Ben the primary from this flag comp.
Yeah, with the Deacon down, the Thalia has no more incoming reps, save for whatever Logi drones are available on their team. And those Logi drones, it's not enough to keep the Thalia up. And with the Thalia down, this Navy Brutix is also going to fall.
So post-pod clarity, they had an option, like you were saying, where it looked like what they wanted to do was to try to literally just run the clock out. But the problem is it requires all 10 of your players to not make any, mistakes or to double-click in space and misalign yourself going from beacon to beacon. And they had their most critical ship, one of the Logi frigates, do that. And it's been kind of downhill that post-pod's been disjointed and unable to find their footing since.
Yeah, one of the things that we've talked about a lot is the different flagship choices. One of the advantages that the Armageddon Navy issue brings here is the Armageddon Navy issue, unlike the Balgorn, another popular choice, the Armageddon Navy issue has newt range. So that Deacon newt, it was being applied from many more kilometers than that Deacon might have been expecting.
Yeah, and now post-pod, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get webs on the Pontifex. That's going to be the Vigilant. And I understand, yeah, you got to kill the Lynx to try to punch through the Deacons, but you just traded your Vigilant. Maybe you get the Pontifex, but man, it's really not worth it at this point. And now the Absolution is being held down. The Maulers are being held down. Genshin's playing pretty damn well.
Definitely. And post-pod, they did their best. They were going around that beacon. That was a very good strategy for them to try. As you say, unfortunately, that Deacon just a little bit not quite in the right place. That Navy Armageddon able to catch up, able to open it up with that kill. And with the Logi down, post-pod has no additional sustain beyond their buffer. And these medium gunships, they're quite good ships, but they don't have that much buffer.
And that's absolutely true. I will say that 9 of the players, did their very best. But again, this is a game where it really only takes one of your players to be something kind of a weak link or for a misplay and for things to kind of spiral out. And we were saying earlier on, maybe the Celestis won't do that much, but it turns out that the Celestis was the MVP because what they did, it looked like, is they applied, 2 targeting range damps and 2 scan res damps. So that means you have no targeting range, and it then takes you forever to lock anything. He overshot his buddy, couldn't get lock, and then it was all she wrote.
Indeed. As we're watching these ships clean up, Genshin Impact Alliance looks to be continuing in the Alliance tournament, still having never lost a ship, so congratulations to them. It's unlikely that this Fleet Vigil or any of these other ships is going to fall. This is the last match of the day. We'll be wrapping this up and then coming back next week with more matches in the top 16.
Yeah, critically, what this means for Genshin Impact is that most of these people are from the Infinity Avenger Corp in Snuffed Out. So what this means is that Genshin Impact, their first ever time in the Alliance tournament, will make top 16, will get at the very least 2 of those frigates, 2 of the cruisers, and a battleship. And they've done better than the actual EU and US time zone Snuffed Out that's been trying to get here for the last 5 years. And then you've got Till Doomsday, which has snuffed out French members. So really, who is like the snuffed out MVP at this point?
It's a tough question, and this is the great thing about the Alliance tournament is you can get these. It's all based on alliances in TQ. So not only do we have these rivalries between the teams, but you also have a little bit of rivalries between the alliances. We've already seen the Goonswarm versus Pandemic Horde battle of the large null blocks. Here, the question: who is the real snuffed out?
So the real snuffed out may stand up, but I hate to admit it, but the Weebs have won. That means we can get the IIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiil the Astartes is the last ship remaining. Genshin Impact, I want to credit them for really seizing on the initiative. They knew what they had to do. They knew what their win con was. They immediately identified. And the differentiation between these teams that really make it to top 16, make it to top 12, is not just knowing what to do, but making that snap call, quickly identifying and seizing on the moment. And, that's what you have to do if you really want to make it deep.
Yeah, I really also want to credit Post-Pod Clarity on a very good run. Post-Pod, they came in through feeders. They've made it this far. Anyone who's gotten here, they've done a good job. So great job to both of you. Have a good evening, and we'll send it back to the desk to wrap this up.
And there you have it, Genshin Impact Alliance. They take the W. CSB Yoten, you're uncloaked again.
What the? Shit.
They take the W in this one, and we have just checked. They are officially 1-2. 2-1. 2 wins, 1 loss. Haven't lost a single ship The entire tournament so far. They didn't lose a single ship while losing a match because they left off a point. They then didn't lose any ships in the last 2 matches. So this is the most economical Alliance tournament run I think I've ever seen. Like, the only expenses thus far have been ammunition.
I must say as well, if it wasn't for Yannisos, they were this far away from doing it again, going 199 and 200 and losing 1 point from the start. So
Yanni.
They did not learn the lesson. Why?
Both teams messed up in that match. Genshin not learning the lesson, and Yanni, you ruined a great meme. You've ruined it.
I would start looking for a new call.
All right, that was the last match of today. We are back next week, of course, for the continuation of Alliance Tournament 20. Of course, thank you to all the staff members that are behind the scenes that make this happen. There's just so many people here to make this go on. Thank you, of course, to all the pilots who have been flying today. We appreciate your sacrifices. And, of course, thank you to you in Twitch for being here and enjoying this show with us. I am CCP Overload. I will be CCP Overload again next week. So make sure you tune in. I am pretty sure, but I can't be 100% sure. Make sure you tune in next week. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/CCP. We'll see you then.